Thank you for joining us at our April 2024 special board meeting. I am Leah Cruzy, board chair. Joining me are my fellow board members and colleagues, Vice Chair Jim Sandman, Secretary Shakura Adamafanian, Treasurer Chantel Wright, and Carissa Stanley Beatty. Board member Rodriguez is out of the area tonight, but is joining by Zoom conference call. He is present. He has also submitted a proxy vote sheet to ensure participation in the board's action this evening if he gets disconnected. And you may notice that we have had some technical challenges this evening. Our board meeting, as usual, will be posted to YouTube. Similar to 2 months ago, I think that was at the February board meeting, we had a similar challenge. Members of the public can still access this board meeting by going to our website and registering on Zoom there, and then accessing the meeting by Zoom. Previously registered members of the public who are coming to testify or present to us should already have access via Zoom. So welcome back to our second dedicated board meeting for our board to hear from stakeholders on the proposed revised accountability system called Aspire. This is an opportunity for us to hear feedback as well on the charter goals policy. Tonight, we will continue with the exercise we introduced last month to bring individuals forward in thematically organized panels to testify and provide an opportunity for our board to ask questions, both probing and clarifying. As I shared during our last meeting, this is new, and I appreciate the grace with which our presenters and my fellow board members received my own navigation of this different approach, and ask that you may extend that once again tonight. We come together this evening to discuss what is at the core of our work: ensuring that the students of the District of Columbia have access to diverse, quality school options that puts them on the path to lifelong learning, fulfilling careers, and economic security. It is not easy or simple to evaluate school quality, and this agency continues to model continuous improvement in how we do that as we continue to evolve and mature as an authorizer, and as the charter sector here also continues to mature and evolve. Through all of this, we must and do keep the success of these students at the center of our work. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, PCSB Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Cruzy, and thank you all for joining us at this April 2024 board meeting. Last week, I sent my quarterly message to school leaders. In it, I updated them on Aspire and thank them for their tremendous support and partnership in this critical initiative. As you know, we've been working with school leaders on Aspire and the Charter Goals policy for some time. This work has not always been easy, but the team at DCPCSB and I have heard their feedback, thoughts, and input, and Aspire is a better proposed system today because of them. And we look forward to hearing from many of them tonight. It is important to acknowledge that Aspire is an important and essential tool for this board to make decisions. As we know, it will affect charter LEAs, planning, resource allocation, and much more. We keep that in mind at all times. Change is never easy, and it takes time. We are committed to this change, but have heard from school leaders and stakeholders that more time will make Aspire better. One thing we all agree on: we believe Aspire will help public charter schools ensure that every DC student receives a quality education that makes them feel valued and prepares them for lifelong learning, fulfilling careers, and economic security. Throughout this process, we received significant and helpful feedback from school leaders and staff and other stakeholders. They have shared their thoughts on the pilot year, high school framework, release of the final Aspire policy and technical guide, red line version, communications plans, and the overall charter goals policy. These insights and feedback have been very helpful. We also know that some LEAs have thoughts but could not be here tonight or are still processing the implications of Aspire for their respective school communities. Frankly, they may need more time to share their ideas with us. For this reason, we will extend the comment period for the Aspire policy and technical guide through April 22nd. This extension applies only to the Aspire policy. As you're aware, public comment on the Charter Goals policy closes this evening. Our plan is to review feedback and insights after April 22nd and determine what changes may need to be made as we prepare a final recommendation to present to this board before the final vote in June. Chair Cruzy, at this time, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Walker-Davis. We will next hear from our registered public comment speakers. We have 22 witnesses this evening. So at the beginning of every board meeting, as a reminder, the DC Public Charter School Board hears public testimony related to items on the agenda, and we listen to a roughly 10 minutes of testimony for topics not related to any agenda items. Each speaker is invited for 2 minutes to testify, and if you need to make additional points, please email your testimony to us to be read at public.comment@dcpcsb.org. Public officials who sign up to testify will be invited to speak for up to 5 minutes. The hand-raising feature has been disabled. We're trying a new approach to public comment again this evening. For that, I will call individuals who signed up to testify based on the topic identified at the time of signing up. As a reminder, all written public comment is available to the public on our website. If you would like to register to provide live testimony or submit a written comment to the board, you can find all testimony registration and submission information on our website under the Public Comment tab at dcpcsb.org. You can also submit your comments to public.comment@dcpcsb.org or call our public comment line to leave a voicemail testimony at 202-328-2660 and select option 2. As we move through each speaker, Aisha and Courtney, our Zoom hosts for the evening, will promote each speaker from the attendee pool and unmute individuals speaking. Oh, I will amend my previous statement. We have 35 witnesses who signed up to speak this evening. So we'll begin with our first panel of speakers regarding the proposed Aspire framework. And I think like last time, we'll invite each of the panelists to speak, and then we will bring our questions to the panelists all together at the end. This first panel will be regarding the proposed Aspire framework. And I'd like to invite to testify before the board, beginning with Alexandra Pardo. Pardo, you have 2 minutes to speak. Welcome.
Welcome. Can you all hear me okay? Perfect, thank you. Good evening. I am before you tonight as a charter parent of 2 students. I overwhelmingly believe in accountability and applaud the efforts of the charter board to build upon the PMF, but Aspire is not ready. A delay does not diminish parental access to data because nearly every metric is available on the DC report card with subgroup data. The charter board had the opportunity to design an equity-centric tool that balanced student populations with high expectations focused on continuous improvement, a feat numerous states have adopted through equity indices that evaluate similar schools rather than lower expectations for specific students. Instead, Aspire is a regurgitation of OSSE's report card, pigeonholing schools into a set student body makeup and lowers the bar for specific student groups, perpetuating stereotypes of inferiority tied to race, poverty, language, or disability. Simply put, the framework expects white and Asian students to achieve and all other student groups to fall behind. Let me demonstrate 2 examples. As a public school student, I was an English language learner, my family qualified for low SES, and I identified as white. Now let us consider the PSAT targets in Aspire. For white students, the floor is 90. Nearly every white student should be at the college and career benchmark target. But the targets for ELL and low SES students is 2 to 3 times lower than the floor for white students. This mirage of expectations leaves the school and families confused. Should I or should I not be expected to reach the CCR benchmark? Which part of my identity should the school be held accountable for? My charter school daughters have 2 immigrant parents from different races. I refuse to believe that there should be different expectations for their academic outcomes depending on which race box we check. The target for their math growth will either be 82 or 35, a nearly 50-point difference. While Aspire aims to evaluate schools, setting expectations for each student group will undoubtedly define the work that schools do with unintended consequences. Soon, the whispers of "don't worry about moving Alexandra this year, we've met the ELL threshold" will turn into practice. I don't believe that this is the intent of the charter board, but nearly 25 years in public education, I believe that what we publish, stamp, and define as expectations inevitably guides the day-to-day decisions and mindsets within the school building. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. We're going to welcome the next few speakers for the same topic, and then we will ask questions. So don't go anywhere. We next have Sanjay Mitchell.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Can you all hear me? Okay, thank you. My name is Sanjay Mitchell, and I'm the Executive Director of Cesar Chavez Public Charter School for Public Policy. I began at Chavez in the summer of 2023, Previously, I served as Director of College and Alumni Programs at Thurgood Marshall Academy since 2009 and as Assistant Director of Undergrad Admission at the University of Albany, my alma mater. I commend the PCSB for its efforts to focus on school accountability and setting high expectations for our students. I am deeply committed to ensuring a revised framework that is rooted in equity and leads to strong outcomes for our students through college and career. However, I strongly urge the PCSB to delay Aspire's implementation and reconsider how the proposed framework meets the stated goals. Delaying the implementation of Aspire is critical and does not prevent the public from access to data. But for 3 high school metrics, 9th grade on track, PSAT, and college acceptance, all other metrics are published on the state report card. With Aspire, PCSB sought to level the accountability playing field and infuse equity so that schools like Chavez, where 74% of students qualify as at-risk, would be equitably evaluated against our peers who serve demographically historically more advantaged students. Instead, Aspire is nearly identical to WASI report card and creates artificial student demographic groups that are ill-representative of our student populations. Rather than compare us to schools with similar populations, Aspire creates a one-size-fits-all model far from equity. Our students are not represented in Aspire. Most illustrative of this point is when we compare our Aspire score to the old PMF. Using the same data, the delta between the two is 2.5 points. Ultimately, Aspire and PMF lead to the same outcomes. Different names, more calculations, same score, no closer to equity. Aspire, unfortunately, does not focus on school-level comparisons. Instead, rather than equity, we have artificial stratifying parity that is neither representative for a school body nor equitable. Equally concerning is the inclusion of different floors and targets based on student characteristics. As a Black male from a historically underrepresented background and former college admissions officer, I'm appalled by the implicit lowering of expectations that Aspire ascribes to students who are at risk, Black, and Latinx. It appears that my counterparts who are not of color are encouraged to aspire higher than elevated floors, thus signaling to students who look like me and the scholars whom I serve that we have a lower bar for excellence. The high school framework also has serious concerns, some of which include only 15 points are ascribed to growth, whereas all other frameworks assigned double the growth points. For high schools, including Chavez, our AL populations are too small to include access growth, further diminishing growth, the removal of CAPE scores of 3, which OSSI includes and calculates at the state report card. The proposed changes issued on March 22nd have not been vetted, discussed, or have accompanying business rules. PCSB should first model and discuss this with schools before sharing new metrics. We are most concerned about standardizing 9th grade on track metric, which removes our autonomy for scheduling graduation requirements. Proposed participation rules being woefully impossible to implement, such as the SAT metric, where we can test 90% of our seniors, but the denominator remains at 100%. Use of OSSI's data collection tool, which we've experienced this year, has been faulty at best. Having an accountability system that is rooted in equity and expectations is fundamental to the sector and students' success. Aspire, however, has not achieved these goals and has substantial limitations in high school that must be addressed. The multiple measures for college and career metrics, which include the continued over-reliance on PSAT, SAT metrics when colleges are test optional and we are encouraging a wider aperture to post-secondary success, seem counterproductive with this framework, among other things. And for this reason, I yield my time. Thank you.
Excuse me, I was taking notes. Thank you for your comments. Please don't go anywhere. Next, we have Ariel Johnson.
Good evening, Chairperson Cruzy, members of the DC Public Charter School Board. My name is Ariel Johnson. I am the Executive Director of the DC Charter School Alliance. I want to first acknowledge Dr. Walker Davis and her team for their hard work to ensure the Inspire framework operates effectively for leaders and most importantly for students. However, as you've heard from my colleagues, there are several outstanding issues that school leaders would like the PCSB board to consider. On March 15th, the DC Alliance sent each of you a letter outlining 5 asks from the public charter school community. We'd like to thank the DC PCSB for addressing some of these concerns, but there is still an opportunity to address the outstanding issues so that leaders can feel more confident in this framework. Of note, my written comment and that of other DC Alliance team members outline additional specifics, particularly related to our strong request for a real pilot year. I'd like to focus my comments on ask number 3, the need for a robust communication plan to inform stakeholders. The PCSB must develop a comprehensive communication plan that clearly articulates how the Aspire framework differs from the PMF. We're often privy to stakeholder conversations where they share their perception of the DC charter landscape, and I must say I'm concerned. I've heard the narrative shift from philanthropy. What was once considered a city of innovation and opportunity in education is now thought of as a mature city, slow to grow and innovate without bold education goals and stagnant growth. Those of us on the ground doing the work of supporting schools and students know that this perception is far from accurate. We have some of the country's most diverse public charter schools, led by leaders reflective of the students we serve, but we must communicate that to those who hold the purse strings to help advance the sector. Similarly, many of our schools rely on traditional lending methods to support their facilities. Lenders are hesitant to take a risk on organizations that aren't both fiscally and academically solvent. This is particularly true in light of the mayor's budget proposal, which repeals 3.1% facilities increase. We must both communicate the need for a rigorous system while proactively explaining the new Aspire levels with clarity. Not doing so may result in negative consequences such as higher interest rates and denial of traditional loans. We already have one example where misalignment and data confusion have had adverse effects in soliciting much needed capital from a lender. Finally, as a sector, we must communicate these changes with our policymakers early. It is critical they understand how we are working in concert to support academic gains. I fear that while we advocate for critical increases to UPSFF and other vital funding, policymakers will continue to question investments in public charter schools. As always, and as I've shared with the PCSB staff, the DC Alliance is committed to working with and supporting the PCSB team. We're happy to help create and execute this comms plan during a real pilot year. We look forward to the board's support as we socialize this very important work with our DC national and national stakeholders. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment tonight.
Thank you, Ariel. Please don't go far. Next up, we have Jack McCarthy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Thanks very much for the opportunity to present tonight. My name is Jack McCarthy. I'm the board president of Apple Tree Early Learning Public Charter School, CEO of Apple Tree Institute for Education Innovation. We commend your efforts to improve our accountability system. The goals for Aspire are admirable, and we share your vision of high quality, accountable schools for all DC families, especially for early childhood. For those reasons, I urge you to delay implementing Aspire until it truly aligns with your stated goals, is successfully piloted, and is generally understood how it will raise quality and improve accountability. I'm told you only have one chance to make a good first impression. Advancing Aspire without correcting identified challenges or conducting a true pilot year will cause needless confusion among stakeholders versus creating a better understanding of quality and accountability. Apple Tree's written public comments detailed significant issues in early learning. We urge you to engage Teachstone to provide needed expertise in utilizing class. Aspire changes school quality rankings. High quality schools will be relabeled as lower quality schools arbitrarily, though teaching and learning experiences and data will remain unchanged. Schools are struggling to recruit, reward, and retain good teachers at this point. Mental health challenges feel like an epidemic. Without adequate time and effective communication, these changes will certainly confuse all of us, especially teachers and parents. Aspire's adverse effect on the charter sector's teachers, parents, leaders, lenders, and philanthropists could be profound. We need more people improving public education, not fewer. We urge you to measure twice and cut once. Significant changes require thorough communication and a true pilot year. This process is taking more time than you planned, but that's okay. It's crucial to get this right before we start implementation. I urge you to review the feedback, revisit the measures, make adjustments, and make time for this first true pilot of the Aspire accountability system so we can all get it right. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Jack. Please don't go far. We have two more for this panel. We next welcome up Patrick Fuller.
Good evening. Greetings, Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis and the PCSB board. My name is Catrice Fuller. I'm a native Washingtonian, current Ward 5 resident, and a mom to 4 boys. But additionally, I'm a citywide PAVE board member and also a charter leader at Monument Academy Public Charter School. I want to start by thanking you all for meeting with us recently, Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, with PAVE and other parent leaders as we discuss the Aspire framework. I will start by mentioning the pieces of the framework that I was excited to see and think other parents will like engaging with as well. I'm happy about the school environment piece being included as school climate and culture. Hasn't been deemed as a crucial metric in the past, but it will be in this new framework. So many of the at-risk and transient families within the city cite that they have had such negative school experiences. So I think that this will help parents in making the right choices for their families. Additionally, I love that the framework is overly cognizant of different types of students and also marks progression as a higher rate. I am one who loves progression over achievement because I have witnessed certain schools just recruiting certain types of students, but that doesn't help us gauge if actual learning is taking place. So with that being said, there are a few changes and additions that I would love to see in the Aspire framework. In the new framework, charters are allowed to choose their own 2 metrics to be evaluated on. My question is, how can we assure accountability and fidelity in regards to their achievement and progression goals if schools choose different items for this category? When thinking about specialized school programs in particular, how can we make sure that, let's say, a school that says they're dual language and wants to be evaluated on this is indeed implementing a dual language program throughout their entire program and operating within that program to fidelity? How can we close that gap, essentially? I would rather the PCSB pick one metric and schools pick one of their own. I love the autonomies of charters, being a charter leader. However, as a parent first, I feel we do need to streamline some of those metrics. Overall, Aspire has made a lot of things more digestible, and I value that. I have to look at all of this all the time for work, as you may assume, and I think that this will be very useful. I do want to point out that I would like to see some continuity between the DC school report card and Aspire, as I could see the numbers being in a different order being confusing for some parents. If a higher ranking gets a 1 over here, but that's the lowest in the other. Essentially, there's no my testimony, and I thank you so much for holding this hearing and your time and your consideration. My little coworkers are loud behind me, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Catrice. I understand that our 6th panelist is not going to be coming up to testify tonight, so this completes this panel. Is Mr. Mitchell? Great, you're still there. Thank you all. Now I'm going to open it up to my fellow board members to ask some clarifying questions and some probing questions.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you? Okay. All right. Thank you all for being here this evening to testify. Alexandra, can you talk to us, and Sanjay, both of you brought up this concern about feeling as if Aspire is lowering the bar for at-risk or students of color or English language learners. Can you share more about why you see the framework doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. Sanjay, do you want to go first or?
No, I yield to you.
Okay.
Ladies first.
I think the first thing I would suggest is looking at the floors and targets, because what Aspire has done is set different floors and targets for every single student group. And in doing so, we see some really wide gaps at every level from pre-K through high school. And so we see almost consistently that the targets for white students and Asian students are significantly higher than for any other student group. And because Aspire ascribes groups to every kid, a student like myself, who is ELL and white and low SES, would have 3 wholly different targets that the school had to meet for me. And you can't separate that. And I think that creates serious confusion. But more importantly, I worry that when we start setting different expectations for student groups, that is how we're going to see students. And we're going to start really this language of soft bigotry. I think there's great examples of other states, the Department of Ed, the Institute for Educational Sciences, that have tackled these equity issues with indices like similar school indices and equity indices, and really gets at not putting the weight of this on student groups, but on the school demographics as a whole. And I would really urge us to look at how those models are done. The state of Maryland, right next door, has been using this model for years and really looks at how do I compare schools that have the same student populations to each other against their performance rather than have different expectations for student groups. What I truly believe is that none of us would be sitting in this room if somebody said, oh, I don't expect this of Alexandra because she was an ESL student, or I don't expect this of somebody else because of their race. And that's what really concerns me in this framework. I understand the push for equity and I fully support it, but I am having a very hard time saying that my two daughters who are in charter schools today are going to have different expectations depending on the race box that we check for them.
Thank
Chair,
you.
do you want me to add to that, or was that sufficient?
I felt like it was sufficient, but if you want to add, you're more than welcome.
Oh, no, I echo what Alexandra said, and I really think that we should be cognizant of how we are creating these things that can build perception, and also how these things can also breed this language of I don't need to do anything above and beyond because I've already met a baseline number or above the baseline number. One of the things that we try to encourage within our schools is that to reach high, set the bar high, and our scholars and our students will meet the bar. We have to do that across the board and not just do it based on race and based on certain demographics. And so when you signal that, and I know it's not anyone's intention for that to happen, but of course we have to be mindful of how we are looking at things from a holistic 360 way and not just in paradigm boxes. And so how that then impacts the way in which we are approaching our scholars, the way in which we approach education, and the way in which we're approaching folks from particular neighborhoods across the city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Baby, yeah.
Hi, Ms. Fuller, my question is for you. Could you talk a little bit more about your thoughts regarding progression in the growth metric? And I think you mentioned, or you used the phrase that for you, I guess proficiency, and I may be paraphrasing, but proficiency is not really an indicator of learning. Can you talk a little bit more about that? I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Sure. So there's been lots of chats around that. And we could kind of see it throughout the city where certain schools target certain types of individuals. So let's say if the recruitment practices, the strategies are only for one type of student, let's say a tier 1 child, right? They're coming in a lot of the times meeting that achievement threshold, but how can we ensure that actual learning is taking place if they're already there? We can't necessarily see the overall progression, or there may not be a great amount of progression. Where on the opposite end, for instance, at my LEA, we oftentimes receive students 2, 3, 4 grade levels behind. And we're seeing them progress at least a grade level to 2 grade levels within one school year. So I think that too, why it's so important to me, just based upon the students that I serve, and our population is 97% at risk, right? So I think it's important to highlight and show the growth, especially when we talk about our at-risk and transient students, and not just anchor them, if you will, on achievement. Because as we saw with the pandemic, lots of students are behind. And so when parents look at something and all they see is achievement, they may not necessarily choose a school that's actually the best for their student to actually progress if that marker or metric is not also shown.
Thank you.
Hello, testing. Thank you all for your comments. Ms. Fuller, this one is to you. You mentioned at the top of your statement that you were actually excited about monitoring the different types of student groups. Can you talk to me a little bit about why that's exciting to you from your perspective as a parent, and then also as a parent leader? I'm really curious to hear that.
Yeah, so I think it is crucial to meet every student and family at their baseline, right? And I know that could be a heavy lift when you're actually in the work, like from a teacher admin perspective. However, most of my background in work and what I do for Monument Academy is the family and community engagement work. And a lot of that front loading or proactive work is isolating student groups, not from the learning experience, but that isolation occurs prior to the learning experience. Just truly getting to know not just who and where you are on paper, your rap sheet, academic rap sheet, if you will, but the composition of your families, the barriers that your families may be facing, whether you are a ELL student or whether you are severely at risk, whether you are a student or family that suffer from homelessness on the mental list, all of those things are crucial to know, because the more a school knows about those things and isolates those different demographics of students, we can try to eliminate those barriers to make them accessible for the classroom and available for learning.
And following up to that, would you, as a parent, looking at the different groups with different floors and targets, how would you receive that information? Like, what would your honest perspective be, seeing the various targets and floors, if you will, for different student groups?
My first reaction is to ask more questions and dig deeper. In addition to that, to see how the different demographic groups are treated within the school space. So I'm a data diver and I like to dig into the weeds and ask tons of questions. So it will for sure compel me to ask further questions from the LEA.
And you would ask questions about, what would you ask questions about?
Their engagement experience. Like, do they feel engaged within their school space? Do they feel that these metrics or being sectioned off, if you will, in some regards, create some more equitable playing field for them?
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
I have a question for Ms. Johnson, if she's still with us.
I'm here.
Oh, Ms. Johnson, you mentioned a situation, if I understood it, where a lender's confusion about Aspire had some adverse consequence for an LEA. Could you elaborate on that? I'm not asking you to name the LEA, but could you say more about what the issue was?
Yeah, so this was a combination of things, but as the framework was changing, there were some other challenges too, but that was one of them. There was some confusion about whether or not that school is going to be in between tiers or levels, if they are going to be a suitable candidate to receive some of that lending. So I think there are a lot of things coming into play here, both the Aspire framework, things that are happening in the budget. And this particular school has been trying to pursue some capital for some time. And without going into too many details, I'm happy to talk to you offline about it. They've been trying to pursue capital for some time, and they're continuing to meet roadblocks. And this has just been another additional one thus far.
I'm understanding, is it merely the fact that there's a change that seems to be scaring the lender, or is it the particulars of Aspire that are scaring the lender?
It's just the understanding. I honestly, again, with a robust communication plan where we can be very clear that level 3 doesn't mean level 3 anymore. There are differences now. Levels and tiers not the same. There's going to be a lot more support. And I know I've spoken to PCSB staff about this at length. We know that communications plan will roll out in June. We just want to make sure we're proactive about that for schools who are engaging in soliciting lending and talking to philanthropy now, ahead of the school year ending and the new school year starting.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. I think I have questions across a couple different categories here. I guess I'm interested in hearing about aspirations for your students. Coincidence, Aspire. Mr. Mitchell, maybe I'll start with you. Can you tell me about what makes your LEA unique and what aspirations you have for your students, and where you see Aspire reflecting the work that you and your teachers do so well in pursuit of that objective that you have for your students? And then you can elaborate a bit on your earlier comment on where you have some concerns.
Yeah,
I want to particularly ask you because I hear a lot of questions around the high school framework, and something that I wrestle with is kind of to what end? This is our chance. This is our last chance for young people to be with us as young people before they enter adulthood. And I'd really like to hear the concerns in the context of your aspirations for these students. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's a fantastic question. And let me make sure that I can answer it properly. If I'm not answering it, please kind of steer me in the direction to make sure that I'm addressing your point. In the language of aspiration, one of the things that I wanted to make sure we highlight is what exactly is Aspire measuring versus what we talk about when we look at those particular subgroups. And so the subgroups, in terms of what Ms. Fuller described, is important. It is necessary, right? As a parent, I'm not a parent, but when I was walking through the process with my nephew, I definitely wanted to look at how colleges and how schools treated particular subgroups of students. But what it is that they're comparing on is they're comparing students within that particular framework and that particular school, not necessarily students across the continuum. And so when I think about aspiration, Chair Cruzy, and I look at what I tell my scholars, whether they're here or wherever, I tell them to, you can aspire and you can do and you can achieve and you can grow. What this does when it has the floor set so low, particularly for students who look like me, is that it gives this kind of like, okay, you just make the C, you just meet the bar. Congratulations, you've just met the bar, right? And the bar is lower than what other students who are not looking like them, it's higher. And so what are we telling our students when we say, we're excited that you just meet this bar, regardless of what your socioeconomic and what your status and all of those particular things are, which are important, but we want to make sure that we are setting the bar at the same level and we are comparing accurately and comparing appropriately and accurately across the board when it comes to students. My students in Northeast, their best option is us. Their other options are schools that are within a 3 to 5 mile radius of them. The way in which this process works and the way in which Aspire framework is set up is not comparing them across, it's comparing them with students who have greater advantages than they did. And so how are they going to feel in that comparative process? When I think about my work, when I did formal work in admissions, we only compared students within their particular school. We didn't compare across school. So when I was looking at a student at X school and comparing whether or not they were admissible, it wasn't this student at X school compared to the other student at another school. It was just within the confines of their particular school. And so that created the ability for us to be able to measure appropriately and for us to make decisions that are accurately represented of where the schools are and where the student is. That's not the way our Aspire is being set up as it currently stands. And so that is some of my slight concerns coupled with, this idea of what happens when they just meet the floor and not aspiring for greater, which is part of what the conversation is around this language of Aspire and the aspiration. Hope that helps to answer that.
Thank you. Does.
Mr. Mitchell, hi, could you help me understand what you just framed? Is it your assertion or your preference that Aspire compare students or limit the comparison to just students within that school versus broadening the comparison to students perhaps across the city or even nationally? Is that what you're saying?
Sort of, yes. I think it's better to compare. I would love for it to compare students within the school, similar to how the framework did, where it was comparing schools against schools and not students individually and in these subgroups against across different subgroups across the city or across the district or the state or nationally, that sometimes doesn't always align and doesn't always equal. And so that's where I'm coming from with that.
Okay, panel one, thank you very much for your time this evening. Wait, one more? Yes. Hold the phone.
Oh, no, this to Miss Pardo. Can you explain, in your comments, you did make mention that you felt like the bar was being set higher for white and Asian students versus, I guess, Black and Latino students. Is that correct? Was that the measure?
That is how the floors and targets are done, yes.
Okay. Can you, just given your experience within education, as we are learning about the framework and as I understand and all the work the staff is putting into it, my understanding is that the floors and targets are based on the data in DC. This is just where the kids are, right? And so as we move forward to the next chapter of education in this city and really trying to figure out how do we move children, I mean, if not in the way written, how would you propose we begin to really look at the performance of these student groups that really just hasn't moved in decades? How would you like to see that?
Thank you for that question. The first thing I would do is look at the IES models that are distance models and equity models, which do that. And I would really urge the board and the staff, and I know that they have done a lot of work, and I don't mean to diminish the work they have done, but I think we have national models that do exactly what you are describing. One of the things when you look at the floors and targets, and I would encourage all board members to pull up the file, go floor and 90th and 10th side by side, compare that to the state averages. Within the Aspire framework, one of the things that we see happen is there are floors and targets where the floor is set higher than the state average. So I want you to think about that. When you look at the fire graduation rate, for example, there are targets in there where a school could be above the state average of the District of Columbia and get no Aspire points. Similarly, there's examples where the targets are set lower than the state average. And that is because we're mixing student level data with school level data. And there's a mathematical paradox, Simon's paradox, that describes this. And so I would encourage the charter board to reach out to psychometricians to really understand what is happening at the data level with all this work and why we see these really weird things happening in the data. And it's because we're taking the 10th and 90th of the student and trying to create a story of the aggregate performance of the school. And then what we're doing is if we take Mr. Mitchell's campus, for example, Mr. Mitchell's school has about 79% of at-risk kids. What Aspire is doing, which is the same thing that the OSCE report card did this last year, is saying, okay, well, only 40% of your score counts for your at-risk kids. So it's not a picture of how Mr. Mitchell's school is doing. It's trying to really take the school and say every school is going to have the same student demographic. Now let's rerun your scores. And what that also doesn't account for is changes in student populations. So let's say as time progresses and as the city changes and evolves, and we know it has, as schools at-risk populations grow 20, 25%, which we have seen in the last 3 years post-COVID, Aspire will not respond and show us any different type of calculation because everybody's at risk is 40%. And so there are absolutely ways to measure this within the data. There are states who have done this. There are models that do this. And I would really encourage the board to look at those models. Maryland, New York, Vermont, Oregon, Nebraska, to name a few. This is not a new challenge. This is a challenge that has been addressed by other states, but there is solutions to this that will get us much more comparability across schools without saying we're going to set different expectations for students.
Thank you, Chair Krusman.
Okay, panel one. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for your contributions, comments, and all that you do every day for kids. We will next welcome up panel 2 of 5. For panel 2, we have 6 registered speakers, and we'll begin with Niels Ribeiro Yamofio. Okay.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Can
All
see
right.
and hear you. Welcome.
There we go. Good evening, Chairperson Crucy, members of the board, Dr. Walker Davis, and the PCSB team. My name is Niels Ribeiro Yamofio, and I am the Vice Chair of the Board of Social Justice Public Charter School, a 5th through 8th grade school located in Ward 5. I'm testifying tonight to encourage the board to strongly consider having school year 24-25 be a real pilot year for the Aspire framework. As a board member, a former charter school executive, and an executive director for a DC anti-poverty organization, I will always be supportive of the PCSB to hold high standards and establish accountability for its schools. I believe that's part of what makes charter schools in DC as effective as they are, and it is a key piece of consideration on how we lead schools as board members. But what troubles me with the Aspire framework is the timing, from when it was rolled out to when schools received the technical guide, and especially how mission-specific goals will not be included in this year, a key piece of the Aspire framework. Schools like Social Justice School, a single-site middle school, a school that launched during the pandemic, a mission-driven school whose goal is to catalyze a generation of scholar activists will get the short end of the stick if we proceed as is. We all make data-informed decisions in our lives, whether it's what food we buy, eat, to even what we watch on TV. Imagine what mishaps can happen when school leaders are on the hook for data that shows an incomplete picture of their schools. For parents and caregivers deciding what schools to have their child enroll in. Financial institutions that determine loans based on schools' performance. Finalizing the framework and sharing simulated data so late in the year hasn't left us with enough time to change course in the current school year. So the pilot scores we will get next fall will be more of a baseline data and not an indication of how effectively our schools are to the new framework. Schools like Social Justice School could benefit having a year to improve and adjust without having high stakes consequences right away. And with the inclusion of mission-specific components for next year, we as a board believe a pilot year would tee the Aspire framework up to have its best shot at actually being what it was made to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And as with the last group, if you don't mind, please stick around so we can ask you some follow-up questions. Next, we have Matthew McCray.
Sorry for the darkness, everyone. Good evening. My name is Matt McCray, and I'm the proud head of school at Meridian Public Charter School. Come today to testify on the proposed Aspire framework. First, I do want to share my gratitude to PCSB leadership and staff for their work that's led us to this point. I support accountability for schools and high standards for performance. However, I also support a process that ensures that we get things right for our students and for our community. I am concerned by some parts of the Aspire framework that do not seem to match the goals of equity and fairness that the system purports to achieve. The development of Aspire was an opportunity to show the DC public school system that there was a different and better way of operating. Instead, we ended up with a system that's largely identical to the OSCE school report card, containing only a few metrics that make it different. In Meridian's own case, Aspire is not even all that different from the PMF. If we use the PMF to calculate a score for last year's performance, the outcome would be only about a point away from the Aspire results for Meridian. The framework also fails to account for differences in schools. A school like Meridian, with one of the highest EML populations in the city, receives the same EML performance weight as a school with only a handful of EML students, despite our programming being fundamentally different for many of them. Additionally, Meridian's at-risk rate has grown by nearly 50%, 25% in raw numbers over the last 5 years, but under Aspire, our accountability framework would not change to account for a radically different population of students. I'm also concerned about the implementation of a new accountability system in the wake of the loss of ESSER funding. ESSER funding provided significantly more funding for the schools that needed it the most, and while the funding did assist with pandemic recovery, I would argue it was truly more aligned with the support that schools like Meridian need each year, regardless of whether or not there's a global pandemic. We do not yet know how the loss of ESSER funding will impact schools, but we have good reason to believe it will disproportionately harm schools like Meridian that serve the students that need us the most. Adopting the framework without a true pilot year will limit PCSB's ability to fine-tune in response to the loss of ESSER funding. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to testify tonight.
Thank you. Please don't go far. We next welcome Jessica Mellon Enos.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Mellon Enos, the Director of Performance at 10 Square, which supports multiple DC charters and has been deeply involved in charter accountability for over a decade. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. We're also providing detailed written comment. We fully support PCSB's role in upholding charter school accountability and autonomy. The sector's ability to move student outcomes and the authorizer's ability to evaluate schools are fundamental to the local charter movement and the national landscape. However, we strongly urge PCSB to delay the adoption of Aspire. Our analysis found that Aspire does not yet meet its stated goals of accurately measuring and communicating school quality. First, Aspire lacks impact and misses the opportunity to innovate. Aspire was PCSB's chance to create a whole new system. Instead, it copies OSSI's report card. Aspire shifts school scores towards the middle, impeding families and educators' ability to make informed decisions. Comparisons between schools' PMF and Aspire scores show little impact. Schools score the same, but are rated worse. Second, data and validity are still significant concerns. The floors and targets set lowered expectations for students from underserved groups, but are also skewed by the inclusion of DCPS selective schools. Sometimes schools earn no points for scoring above the state average. The absence of transparent research and analysis undermines confidence in Aspire's methodology and outcomes. Third, high school is not ready. 2 major revisions have been made since January. It does not sufficiently capture growth, includes new and inconsistent rules, and undermines scheduling autonomy. Aspire could meet its goals, and PCSB could again lead the nation in charter accountability innovation. We urge PCSB to delay Aspire until it objectively meets its stated goals. Employ methodologies that balance student populations and expectations rigorously and equitably. Similar schools measures are used in multiple jurisdictions and are supported by the IES and Department of Ed. Meaningfully engage subject matter experts to ensure the validity of Aspire and create a distinct system that adds value. We have the runway. OSSI's report card includes many of the same measures, and PCSB has used it before to assess goals. There is sufficient research, expertise, and time to create a valid, rigorous, and equitable system, if only we are brave enough to make that choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And as I've said, please stick around. We have had one person that is not going to testify from this group, so we'll proceed on to Dominique Moore.
Greetings. My name is Dominique Moore. I serve as a PAVE citywide and Ward 4 PLE board member. I will keep my testimony short and to the point. I want to start by thanking Dr. Michelle Walker for her continued leadership and for having a meeting with myself and other PAVE parents to discuss her initiatives and giving us the space to ask questions. We appreciated the opportunity and hope we can continue our conversations with you. As a DC resident, I know we are in a privileged space to have as much school choice as we do, and a big part of that comes from the large network of public charter schools in the district. This is not something that I nor other families take for granted. With that being said, upon looking at the proposed Aspire framework and participating in several discussions and presentations, I'd like to say that I truly appreciate all the work behind the Aspire framework. I like the shift from tiers to levels, and I think that makes more sense from a user perspective. I also love the inclusion of chronic absenteeism and truancy rates because we all know that kids aren't learning if they miss an abundance of school days. One thing I would like to see more information about specifically at the high school level is the social emotional learning and status of students. I see in the framework that pre-K through 8th grade is evaluated on this. However, that is not extended to high schools. I like to push you all to consider extending the class measurement or something similar to all levels of education, because the social emotional well-being of students is a huge indicator of how students feel about school and is tied to absenteeism, school climate, school discipline, and more. Parents and families would appreciate knowing this information and would use it when making their school choice. I also would push you all to ensure that you have meetings, presentations, and webinars with parents and families once the framework gets released to the public as a way to provide training to help them understand the adjustments and navigate the new system. Thank you for holding this hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Please don't go far. And our last commenter for panel 2 is Sharnetta Boone-Riffin. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Well, good afternoon. I'm sorry, good evening. I'm all over the place. Can you hear me?
You're great.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Greetings, Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, Public Charter School Board and staff. My name is Sharnetta Boone-Ruffin. I am a Ward 8 resident and I serve as a PAVE citywide member. I'm also a Dunbar High School Engineer Academy and Eagle Academy Public Charter School parent, as well as the Board of Parent Trustees for Eagle Academy. The newly proposed Aspire framework for DC charter schools has clear measurements and is overall a resource I can see myself using to check up on things that are most important to me, as it allows me to easily see how schools compare to one another. For starters, I like how the framework puts and emphasizes the progression, achievement, and school environment. Those three metrics together will give parents, families a good idea on how a school fares in comparison to others. I especially like that there are absenteeism and truancy rates being included. As we all know, this is a big issue in DC as well as other major cities in the country. Sorry. Everyone, including charter schools, needs to be held accountable to make sure that kids are getting to and from school on time and doing what they need to do to learn. I also agree with holding schools harmless for the first year so that we can pilot this program and think about tightening up on the systems and programs that I think are really truly critical for this time period. I do think the current Aspire framework is missing some key things. Being an early childhood parent as well as an early childhood school teacher myself in the state of Maryland, I like knowing about teacher retention in schools. I like to think how that Aspire framework, besides the student re-enrollment rate under the school environment measure, talks about the teacher retention, which is also very telling. One part of my child's early childhood career, we had an issue with second grade turnover. We really didn't think about that that second grade turnover until my child got there. And I'm like, why isn't the same teacher from the previous 3 years still here? Which was an issue to me. However, I did notice the impact of how consecutive teaching and retaining those teachers that are trustworthy within the school and amongst all grade levels are beneficial to students in their achievement. So understanding teacher retention and the metrics behind it is very good information for not just parents, but families overall to pick the schools. I relieve my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll invite all the panelists back up again. Welcome back. Now I'm going to open the floor to my fellow board members to ask some questions.
I have a question for Ms. Melaninos. We've heard both at our last meeting and tonight from a number of people recommending a delay in the implementation of Aspire. The most common argument that I've heard is that we need a true pilot year to give schools an opportunity to adapt to Aspire and to give us an opportunity to tweak it based on how implementation during the pilot period goes. I hear you making a different argument. I hear you saying we need to do a major substantive overhaul of Aspire, and that's what we should be spending the additional time on. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
And if I had to ask you to identify your top 3 things you think we need to do to make the Aspire framework look as you think it should look, what would they be?
I think one critical point that I want to highlight here is that the floors and targets came out at the end of February as part of the school file. So a lot of the analysis that we were able to do was only really available since February. We were only able to look at the floors and targets. We were only able to replicate prior PMF, or we were able to look at Aspire scores since February. So that has made it difficult. Some of the findings that we found in that analysis are fresh, and that's what drives us at this point in time to say we need to really look at this. So I just want to highlight that part of this is the new access to the floors and targets that has really set off some alarm bells for folks. I would echo Alexandra Pardo's comment about looking at a similar schools model methodology that is less set upon different floors and targets that set different outcomes for students. I would recommend engaging a TAC. Most states engage a technical assistance committee when they design their accountability and assessment systems. These folks are folks at higher education institutes. They are psychometricians who can look at all parts of the system, vet it, flag anything that might be an issue, catch some of these problems before they go to publication, and deeply engaging with stakeholders and providing data and research to stakeholders earlier so that trust can be built with the schools, so that schools feel at the end of the day like these scores are representative, like they are fair, and like they've described the schools and can be moved forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Oh, I don't wrong. Okay. Mr. McCray, my question is for you. You made a comment that you didn't feel like Aspire in its current iteration highlighted or actually leaned into equity the way that you thought it should. Could you talk about that a little bit more in terms of your thoughts as it relates to that?
Sure, and I do want to echo Ms. Enos's comment that we've only had the floors and targets for a little while. So my analysis is a little half-baked at best. But I will say that one of the things that I think about with Meridian is that we've grown our at-risk population by 25% since school year 1920. That's tremendous growth. That outpaces the city's growth in at-risk populations by quite a bit. And even then, even though we've grown our ELA park proficiency since before the pandemic, one of the few LEAs to do that, we still see roughly the same score on the PMF compared to the Aspire, within about a point from what we can tell. And if Aspire purports to be a framework that is removing the bias between poverty rates and school performance, then I would expect to see a much sharper difference. Now, I haven't run the numbers for everybody. I haven't looked at every LEA. Again, there just hasn't been time or capacity on my end to do that. But if that's the reality for Meridian, it calls into question for me whether or not that's also the reality for other LEAs. I heard Chavez's executive director make a similar argument that the Aspire and PMF scores were roughly the same. I think that supports what we're seeing on my end as well. And I would like deeper analysis to see if that's a trend across LEAs or if that's just two unique and unusual cases.
Thank you, Mr. McCray. Following up on that, another argument, and actually this is to any of the panelists who want to respond. A couple of arguments that I'm hearing tonight is that we need to either on one side hold harmless 1 year with the framework to give schools a chance to catch up and to tweak the system, et cetera. But then on the other hand, I'm hearing, well, this is all just like PMF or all just like the OSCE report card. We're not seeing anything different. I'm curious what I'm trying to understand, like, what's the biggest challenge? Because in my mind, if it's the same as a system that we've already used, I want to understand why holding harmless 1 year. What difference would that make if you all are used to it? Yeah, I'm trying to make sense of that part. If someone can help me with that, any of the panelists.
I'm happy to jump in. Oh, go ahead, Dominique. I would make two quick points. One, the same system, the PMF scores and the Aspire scores being numerically similar, but the levels are different. Even though the score might be the same, there's an apparent downgrading of level that I know Ms. Johnson spoke to in the last panel. That is very difficult. There's not been sufficient communication to external stakeholders what it means to have the same score and at a different level and have a lower level. The other point that I would make in terms of similarity to OSCE's report card is it is duplicative. And it is the opportunity to do something new and different and unique to our sector to really add value. And so those would be my two responses.
Okay, so I want to repeat back. So the issue is that, or just playing with it, it's we hold The issue is that when you put the schools against the Aspire framework, some of the scores drop, thereby dropping their rating, which would impact them.
The
But it's
renorming
same
of the
score,
scale.
same score, but different rating on the scale. No, yeah. I was just, that's what I'm trying to, okay. I'm a still noodle. I might, Chair, pardon me. I'm a noodle because something's happening here. Okay, thank you.
I think, I'm sorry, stop it. I think I would also like to add to what she just said is the fact that we all know that OSSI's framework or report card does not meet a parent standard at this present time and does not really convey the information that we need in an accurate manner. So to replicate something, a system that is already quote unquote deemed incomplete or lacking is like, what's the point of that?
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And you gave the points that you would like to see included that would be different than what it was before. You shared that. So thank you. I appreciate that.
I think the only other thing that I would add in, this is back in my history. I spent a number of years in Maryland schools as principal, and what I appreciated in that role was that I could look at the Maryland school report cards and I could see how other schools that looked like mine were performing. And to me, that was always the most important piece of information that I needed to know. And that's what my parents wanted to see then too. They had options. They wanted to see, of the options that they had, of the schools that they could send their kids to, what was the best and what would serve students that looked like theirs the best. It's not tremendously helpful to me, for me, to see how my school is performing against schools that are serving fundamentally different populations. I want excellence for all of my kids, certainly. But I also want to see how we're doing compared to schools that look and operate like ours. And in its current iteration, at least, the Aspire framework makes that very difficult to do.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I want to thank this board. Can you hear me? Okay. Sometimes we get an echo, sometimes we don't. I don't have an echo, so I don't know if I'm being heard, but you can hear me. Okay. Thank you for joining us tonight. And Mr. Ribeiro Yamofio, I know that you joined us here as a board member of a charter school. I think I actually do want to ask one last question of you as a board member. Can you share with us how your board has been engaged so far? And what kind of questions your other board members have to give us some guidance on how to make sure, as we roll this out eventually, how to make sure that boards who ultimately do hold the charter for a school understand what Aspire is and how they can ask questions of their school leader to ensure that they're moving in pursuit of your school's mission.
To be honest with you, from what we know of the framework, it has come from our school leader and other school leaders who are connected to the school. And as a board member and speaking for my other board members, we honestly feel overwhelmed. We feel like we don't know too much, the flow of communication and the components of the framework, and being able to articulate it, understand it, and implement it as we operate our committees and do our budget planning. As we're like learning this, we then hear we're on the hook for it. And specifically with the school like social justice school, to hear around the timeline for the mission-driven framework and goals to not be incorporated, it went from overwhelmed to concerning. And I think for a lot of, especially the board that I'm a part of, like, we want Aspire framework to get a fair shot. But right now we are very resistant because of not having a pilot, not having the mission goals in the year one where we're like on the hook for those goals. And I think with a real pilot, we could actually give it a fair shot. So I would say for us now, there's just a feeling of like, I have these concerns, and the timeline presently set, communication presently set, is not going to address the concerns that we have.
Thank you for that. And I lied, I still have one more question for the group. We have two parent PAVE members here. Can you share with us your perspective on what a pilot means as parents who are navigating a choice system? And does a pilot mean, does that sound like something that is appealing to you? Does that sound like something that makes sense? Does it sound like something that will help you and other parents that you know are in similar situations trying to make sense of schools will feel adequately informed?
Yes. And that way the kinks are being worked out and parent was, will receive feedback to not only the schools, but the school board, to show that it does or it doesn't work. So with that pilot program, it'll also alleviate the stress from the schools being held accountable for the metrics or for this data that that is being required of them. So with that pilot program, it'll definitely be beneficial for us parents because we're able to look at the data, compare the data, and take the next steps.
Thank you. Ms. Moore, did you have more to add?
No, I concur.
Okay, thank you, panel 2 and friends. Panel 3 of 5. I have, I think 5 of the 6 will be joining us this evening, beginning with Shannon Hodge. Shannon, welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening, DC-PCSB board members and staff. My name is Shannon Hodge. I'm the president of KIPP DC. I'm here tonight to provide public comment on the charter goals policy. I commend the DC-PCSB staff for their thoughtful adaptation of the charter goals policy, navigating the sector from pre-pandemic norms to a promising future. While the alignment with Aspire is a positive step, the policy should be revised to avoid automatically binding LEAs choosing Aspire to any future framework modifications. The possible changes to Aspire encompass a broad range of potentially foundational elements, and the current notion of a fair and transparent process for such adjustments lacks concrete details. This could leave LEAs vulnerable to unforeseen disruptions without a clear mechanism for informed consent. The policy should clearly define the process for approving changes to the Aspire framework and include an opt-out option for schools that would no longer find Aspire suitable as their charter goals if substantial revisions are made. Providing only examples of possible changes in an unspecified process is insufficient. On a separate note, KIPP DC shared some public comment on Aspire at last month's meeting, including the request for a real pilot year next year. We will be submitting more extensive written public comment by the April 22nd deadline. Before that time, though, I'd like to make one additional point on Aspire. The discussions on Aspire to date have primarily centered on the justifications for its update, its emphasis on equity, and the technical aspects of the framework itself. We haven't had in-depth conversations about the implications and potential consequences of these updates or about opportunities to improve the policy alongside the model and technical guide. While I understand the focus may have shifted due to other pressing matters within the system, a robust conversation is crucial. The PMF was a leading framework in its time, and for Aspire to achieve similar standing, we need to consider not just the model itself, but also how it will shape the entire charter school landscape. By including a wider range of perspectives and potential impacts in the conversation, we can ensure a smoother transition and a more effective framework for our charter schools. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Shannon. Next we have, and please don't go far, Ann Herr.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Great. Good evening, Chair Cruzy and members of the Public Charter School Board. My name is Ann Herr, and I'm the Senior Director of School Development and Accountability at the DC Charter Alliance. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on Aspire. Accountability is one of PCSB's most important oversight responsibilities. The subject is technical and complicated with very high stakes for schools and students. It is critical we get this right. We appreciate the time and effort that PCSB has invested in developing a revised framework, and we recognize that no framework will ever be perfect. We are excited about PCSB's focus on equity, the inclusion of student subgroup performance, and the priority placed on growth. Despite everyone's best efforts, we don't believe Aspire is ready to roll out in a high-stakes form for 2024-25, and we urge PCSB to consider making next year an actual pilot year for the following reasons. First, although scores from 2023-24 will not be public, this does not make the current year a pilot year. Details of the framework were not available till February, more than halfway through the school year, and the technical guide continues to change even now. Second, the framework is incomplete. Mission-specific indicators are one of the most interesting features of the new framework, and yet the first round of designations and consequences made under Aspire will be based on a framework that is missing these elements. Third, we and LEAs remain concerned about PCSB data capacity. A dry run of the new system from start to finish in a pilot seems like common sense to ensure a smooth rollout. And fourth, the high school framework needs more work. We appreciate PCSB's responsiveness to concerns raised by high schools and efforts to improve the framework. However, this is resulting in the addition of brand new measures that haven't been modeled for LEAs and that aren't well understood. We strongly believe that building in a full pilot year could be the difference between success and failure, and we welcome any opportunity to discuss these concerns further. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Anne. Please don't go far. Next, Julie Camerata.
Thank you, Chair Crucy and members of the board for allowing me the opportunity to provide public comments about the Aspire framework. My name is Julie Camerata. I'm a Ward 1 resident, the proud parent of a DC charter school graduate and a former charter school teacher and administrator. And now I'm the executive director of the DC Special Education Cooperative, or the Co-op. We are a nonprofit that has been supporting charters since the very beginning of the movement here in DC, and we serve 58 LEAs and partner to share best practices throughout the city. We know that students with disabilities have the potential to excel academically. According to a report of the National Center on Educational Outcomes, 85% of students with learning differences can be expected to achieve grade level achievement when provided with best instruction, supports, and accommodations. That's not the case currently here in DC or in most cities for that matter. Students with disabilities in the District of Columbia, a group that is predominantly Black, are languishing academically. This group of students experiences a disproportionate level of educational disconnection and impacts their ability to successfully transition to adulthood. Most recent statewide assessment data revealed a 24-point gap in reading and a similar gap in math. Unsurprisingly, this results in lower graduation rates for students with disabilities and poor post-secondary outcomes. We thank the PCSB for its efforts on Aspire, but respectfully request PCSB to delay the adoption and implementation to consider impacts on students with disabilities. We believe that students with disabilities are among the student group needing the most resources to achieve. I am especially concerned about the benchmarks for chronic absenteeism, where the target for all students is 23.4%, and the one for students with disabilities is 36.7%. To put it plainly, every student needs to come to school to learn, but most critical for students with disabilities is time in classrooms. Setting this floor for our students jeopardizes their potential. Disproportionate levels of attendance have long been an issue for this group. OSCE's 2018 landscape analysis revealed students with disabilities with more service hours were more likely to be chronically absent. In school year 18-19, there was a 20-point gap in 90+ attendance rates between students with and without disabilities. And beyond this data, I'd like the board to consider what message they are sending to schools, families, and students themselves. How will we ever close the achievement gap or meet 100% target for career and college acceptance when this group of students is not expected to be in school as often as non-disabled peers? This may seem insignificant when taken into the consideration with the totality of what Aspire is trying to accomplish, but we need to pull every lever possible as we try to move this group of students towards their full potential. Additionally, I'd like to share that I'm pleased to see the emphasis on student growth in pre-K 8, which is most critical for students with disabilities. I understand that there have been conversations with high schools and changes might be in the works, but I would like to support the recommendation that PCSB consider adjusting the framework such that it would put the same emphasis on growth for our high school students. Finally, it's my understanding that certain metrics might be designed to exclude students with the highest levels of service, sometimes referred to as level 4 students. I don't have a lot of the details on this, but I did want to name it and request that PCSB include a nuanced approach to this, as this group of students can sometimes include students who receive the majority of their instructional time in the general ed classroom setting and are capable of grade level work. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share some thoughts, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Camerata. Please stick around for a few more minutes. Kristen Scotchmer is up next. Simone Scott.
Greetings, Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, the PCSB board and staff. My name is Simone Scott. I'm a Ward 7 resident and I serve as a PAVE citywide PLE board member. I'm a parent of 2 children. My son is a junior at Digital Pioneers Academy and my daughter attends iDream first grade, in which I'm also a parent on member on both schools. I want to start by thanking each of you for being here today and having this hearing about the new Aspire framework. Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, it is good to see you again, and I enjoyed chairing the meeting we had last month between you and your team and our PAVE parents. We enjoyed hearing about Aspire and engaging further in conversation with you. I will keep my testimony brief and straightforward as well. I think that the newly introduced Aspire framework for assessing school success and communicating the results to parents is certainly a step in the right direction. I believe that parents, district parents like myself, need more of a robust understanding of our public charter school options. It will be great to plainly see what and how charter schools are going to be measured moving forward, and while having that information publicly available. With the accumulated data, the Aspire system should be easy to navigate and the framework to be much more user-friendly. In addition, I also support the 1-year acclimation period. Our schools will need to adjust to the framework process. I'm sure any preparatory opportunities provided, the schools will greatly appreciate. I do have a few areas to offer some suggestions I believe many parents will agree on. And my main concern is the levels that will be assigned to the schools. When schools get a rating, for me, it's exactly what does that rating entail? If 2 different schools get a 4 on one of the metrics, what does that accountability mean exactly in regards to what proof or data will schools provide to conclude their scored metrics? Furthermore, how would that proof be translated effectively to communicate it to families through the framework? For example, if a school gets a 3 on school climate, how will the framework communicate accurately what that area is or is not doing to receive that score? My concerns are about the true accountability and transparency to families on how schools are providing or their school's true state and services being provided to their scholars and families. Most importantly, how this information is being communicated through the framework. I believe how schools address their academic growth, their goals, and whole child model has to be assessed before Aspire goes live, because parents and families deserve to know not only the rating of schools on certain metrics, but also how those metrics are operating in each individual school, whether it's through a publicly posted checklist or some sort of collected data. I hope to see these concerns addressed and would be happy to collaborate with you all. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Okay, let's welcome back Shannon and Julie to join Ms. Scott. And one more. There we go. Our gallery's going crazy here. Okay, board members, did someone want to start with a question?
I actually want to address Julie and their concerns with scholars with disabilities. you said that for scholars with disabilities, there was a different chronic absenteeism rate or floor?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. And your understanding is that it's higher for students with disability?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And I don't know if if there were others on the panel, Shannon and Ann, if you brought this up. I think one of the things that I am, to use Shakura's word, noodling with, is this concept. I remember when we first rolled out the revised accountability framework, there was a lot of push to the staff about there not being a difference in the targets and floors and recognizing where students are starting and what their baseline is. And now what I'm hearing tonight is a push that somehow addressing that is causing angst for schools or school leaders because now it looks inequitable. And I guess my question, Julie, I said Julie with you, I was really clarifying the chronic absenteeism, but I guess I would want to hear from schools, and it took me a minute. I know this was not the argument of this panel, and maybe anyone who's coming up or anyone who addressed it before, maybe you want to put something in writing, but there seems to be a disconnect between 1 minute we're saying, oh wait, that bar is way, way too high. Children can't meet that. We need to take in consideration where they're starting, where they're coming from, and move them accordingly. But I'm hearing tonight a concern around inequity, and now we're setting floors and targets. And I'm looking forward to the staff talking to us after this about this for sure. But is there anyone on this panel that wants to address that? And if not, if there were prior people who would submit something to us to help that make sense for me.
I think one of the issues that's driving this is that the way that the framework is set up, and has frankly always been set up, is using the 10th and 90th percentile to establish floors and targets. And so what Aspire does, because subgroups are new to the Aspire framework, PCSB hasn't used them before, each subgroup has the 10th and 90th percentile for students across the city in that subgroup. An alternative approach at the beginning was considered about just having them all be the same across all subgroups, but that was not perceived as contributing to equity, because a school that was doing really, really astoundingly well with a certain subgroup might not get credit for that because the citywide levels were so high. So I think the similar schools idea is a completely different approach to addressing that challenge. But I would just caution against going back to a system that sets the citywide average as the floor and the target for every single subgroup. So I think we will then be back in a situation where we're penalizing schools with very different populations for the students that they serve.
If I can also add to Ann's comment, I think the concern that you hear, and it's not just from school leaders, are pointing out, I think parents have also raised this concern in addition to school leaders, is not that targets were set, it was how they were set, right? So the Aspire is looking at it based on students, and as you heard from Alexandra and Jess and Ann, there are other ways to do that. And this notion of the technical assistance committee that Jess brought up is one way to look at what are some of the other ways that you could do this. I think it also goes back to Ariel's point on a previous panel around the comms plan around this, because as you talk about how floors and targets are set, and as people ask questions about how those floors and targets were set, some of this information is going to come out in ways that people may not want to see. And so we've got to be ready to talk about them in ways that don't make it seem like we are lowering our standards for certain sets of students.
And I would agree with that. I think what I would also just push us to do as a sector is to also allow the board and the staff to actually come up with that comms plan and talk and to support like what that looks like. Yeah, I'll just say that, because I think I am just hearing, as someone who has, been on this process with the staff for at least now, oh God, almost 2 years. I'm hearing mixed messaging, and I want to make sure that as LEAs, as you are messaging through your testimony, we're very careful about what it is that we're saying we want to see and what it is that we've asked for and adjustments that I think actually have been responded to by the staff in this exact framework.
Shannon, I have a question for you. You mentioned preferring that the administration and leadership employ a technique where there was a wider perspective or more input that was gathered. Can you talk about what you mean there, and in a perfect world for you, what that would have looked like?
Sure. So I think that we have all been focused on the technical aspects of the policy. And I think if you look at even the public comment, if you look at the gatherings that we've had with school leaders and with PCSB staff, much of that has been about the model, but not the impact. And so I think there are notions of like, what is the role and accountability in the charter sector? And I would hazard that there are probably people who want to have a conversation about what the role of accountability has been in DC. What has the PMF done to charter schools, for the charter community, for the larger community, and how can Aspire be better and different? And I don't know that we've had those conversations because we've been so in the weeds on the specific model. I also think there's a world in which the PMF was created for its time, and I don't know how the sector has changed since the PMF was created. So I'll give you a very specific example to KIPP DC. KIPP DC has 20 schools that would be subject to Aspire. So you have 20 different metrics. And the way that the policy guide is currently written, any consequences for any one of those schools would apply to the entire network. And I don't think we've had a conversation about multi-campus LEAs and how Aspire should be applied. I think we've just adopted generally what the PMF did, but I don't think we're in the same time as when the PMF was created. But we also haven't had space for those conversations. And then the last thing I'll say is that I think that the way that we have kind of annual accountability frameworks and the way that we have added the charter goals policy to it can allow, and you please forgive the phrasing, but this is absolutely the first word that came to mind, can allow annual metrics and annual measurement to eclipse charter goals. And there is something about the 15-year process of a charter in DC that was intended to provide stability, not just for schools, but for families. And by almost allowing Aspire, to some extent PMF before it, to kind of make that an annual conversation, we are potentially adding disruption to the sector in ways that we do not intend and do not want, but we haven't had space for those conversations because we've been so specific into the model itself. And so I do think at some point, whether that is before or after the technical guide and policy get adopted, it's worth having that conversation with key stakeholders, not just school leaders. We're happy to tell you all the things that we want and don't want. But I think even you hear in this conversation, you have parents in this conversation, you have others who are experts who are not school leaders who are weighing in. And to have that conversation, not at a public hearing, but with staff would be helpful.
So that's an interesting thought. I've never heard it framed that way, and I've never thought about it that way. Essentially, what you're saying is having an accountability framework where it's on an annual basis has the potential of disrupting the charter's operation and serving the students in the community because they're supposed to have a longer sort of runway in terms of what they're doing. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. I think we've gone from a 15-year renewal with 5-year review to now 1-year possibility for charters being put up for revocation based on the technical guide as it currently exists. And that's not a conversation we've had.
Yeah. So then in my mind, the question is how there's some level of frequency that does make sense that we should be looking at our schools, and in your thought, perhaps annual isn't it. It's an interesting thought. So
I think it's worth the conversation. That train may have left the station, but I think it's worth the conversation.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily know how parents would feel about not having the opportunity to have some regular accountability that's within the 5-year framework, but it's an interesting thought. Thank you for that. Yeah.
I will say, Shannon, I do think your push to us as board as well as staff to think about the policy along with the model itself is actually a good one. I do think that, and I know that that is something that staff is looking at, but I think that is also something where we should be pushing and pulling as a board to make sure that in our attempt to get the model right, we didn't just wholeheartedly adopt the policy behind PMF, even around language, the difference between will and shall, right, and things like that. I do think that that is a good push for us as a board and for staff to consider. So I do want to thank you for just highlighting that and continuing to push us there.
Thank you.
I have one question I'd like to ask, if I may, and my apologies that I'm not on video today. And this is, I think it's for you, Ms. Hodges, or for Ms. Herr, or anyone who really talked about the idea of the pilot year. This has been a theme throughout, obviously, and something I've been thinking a lot about. In my mind, what makes it a pilot or not, right, has to do actually exactly with the application of the charter goals policy. It, to an extent, has to do with whether the information is made public. I think it's the secondary thing. I think my question for you is, the current charter goals policy before us tonight that we're asking for comment on has a few different ways to meet goals in 24-25, right? Make Aspire level 3, improve in some way if you're level 4, which I think is a fairly, it's not a complete accommodation, but it's somewhat of an accommodation. Or of course, rely on individually negotiated goals. So there are multiple pathways if you're using data from this coming year as currently constructed. And so I guess my question is, what, in terms of making this a pilot, what more would we do with that? What additional levels of generosity should we give, right? To put it more bluntly, what to do for those schools coming up for renewal and continuances in the 24-25 year where we're using that data, right? So do we just give them a pass for the year? Do we use the policy already in place, which by then will be a 5-year-old COVID policy on charter goals? Or do we establish a stopgap, or is there something else we ought to do? Thank you.
If I may, as I understand the question, I think it's, I hear it as a question about the pilot year, but I hear it applied only to those schools that are up for review or renewal in the next year or two, because I do think there is a larger application and use of any accountability framework beyond just charter review or renewal. And so I do think that the publishing part is an important part of that, but also what other consequences attach. Because aside from the charter goals policy, Aspire itself has its own consequences attached to it. And so I do think that is part of what a pilot year would be. But as for the schools that would be up for review or renewal in the next 2 years, I do think the charter goals policy as written allows for enough flexibility. And so that's why I didn't testify against that. But I think it's more broadly about Aspire as a framework. There are many uses beyond just in reviewing charter goals that I think we should be talking about as well.
I would add to what Shannon has said that I think there are many solutions to that issue. I don't think it's a conflict with a pilot year. I think when we've used the pilot year terminology, we're using that as synonymous with a hold harmless year, which would mean no designations and no consequences. I think publication is probably an open question where perhaps publication of scores without designations or consequences would be one possible compromise. But I think the answer to the question that you're asking is that for schools going through review and renewal, to me, the solution is to extend that charter goals policy, the different pathways that already exist, to extend them into those renewal years and use them possibly with Aspire as one of several pathways, but including the other pathways for one more year. That would be our recommendation for how to get around that.
Ms.
Thank
Scott.
you to you both. And
sorry, Nick.
sorry, I was just going to say thank you to you both. You did answer the question, even if I didn't necessarily articulate it perfectly. But I do think that's what I'm getting at, right? It is not just about renewals and continuances. It's the use of that data in later years, right? For those who come up for renewal and continuance later. But that's helpful. I do think it comes down in my mind to this question of the, as you say, publication, and then the number of pathways available and how wide or narrow those pathways are in next year. That I think tells us whether it's, to what extent we think of it as a pilot year. And I'd be interested in the staff's perspective on those questions when it's their time to comment on this. Thank you.
Ms. Scott, as a parent, I'm very curious about your perspective, I think you said in your testimony that you support a pilot year. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me from a parent perspective, because you are the main constituent, what does that mean for you? And what is your understanding of what schools are asking for when they say a pilot year?
Well, I would say that, give me 1 second. Hold on.
That was the mama look. I saw that. We all saw that.
I'm kind of dealing with a bad connection as well as my kids. So I heard your question. Let me try to come out and come back in. I know that may be not appropriate to answer what you just asked, but I want to be able to answer it. Give me 1 second if I'm able to do so.
Okay.
All right, panel 3, thank you for your time. We are going to enable Ms. Scott to rejoin us when she is able to, and she'll jump on the next panel so we can make sure she gets a chance to answer that question. But thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for your generosity of spirit and time with answering all of our questions. And we will move on to panel 4 of 5 now. We'll begin with Josh Boots.
Good evening, Dr. Walker Davis and members of the DC Public Charter School Board. I start my testimony by asking the board, what goals do you have for your school portfolio students post-pandemic? I ask because OSCE established ambitious achievement targets for students, particularly for economically disadvantaged students and students with disabilities for the rest of this decade and beyond in its 2023 approved ESSA amendment plan. DCPS released a new 5-year strategic plan this winter with bold targets for achievement for all students by 2028. I do not believe the Public Charter School Board has announced any new goals for the organization or its schools beyond June of this year. Tonight, we are considering a new school accountability framework, and the next generation of school performance frameworks should accomplish the following 4 things: that they align with overarching bold goals for all students, that they establish ambitious performance and equitable improvement targets for all students, regardless of their socioeconomic status, disability, race, ethnicity, or home language, that they encourage collaboration amongst educators and the dissemination of promising practices towards those ambitious targets, rewarding all schools and all educators when they make progress, that they prioritize that data and time spent are utilized for improving practice over fulfilling new regulatory compliance. The proposed Aspire and its accompanying charter goals policy do not fully check any of those boxes. It will establish a zero-sum game, unaligned to bold goals, that discourages collaboration amongst its schools and its portfolio by setting floors and targets at the 10th and 90th percentile of those schools. Even if the entire sector collaboratively meets bold goals, this framework forces a distribution where some schools will be guaranteed to fail. High-performing schools may hesitate to share their best practices with low-performing schools because if those low-performing schools improve and raise the floor,
then high-performing schools will lose Aspire points. The framework, even with school-selected measures, has a very high correlation with the DC school report card. Middle schools have a 0.98 correlation. And it doubles down on data for compliance over data for improvement practices. I remain hopeful that PCSB will demonstrate for its school portfolio the kind of tough decisions we must make to improve policy and practice when our efforts have not yet met high expectations. By setting bold goals for all students and schools, and then reconsidering whether every aspect of the framework proposed aligns with those overarching goals.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Please don't go far. We have five more panelists for this panel. Rebecca Shackelford comes next. Okay. Laura Berger.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed Aspire policy and technical guide. My name is Laura Berger, and I'm the Director of Data and Assessments at Center City, a pre-K to 8 network of schools that serves more than 1,300 students. I want to start by thanking PCSB staff who have worked tirelessly over the last few years to create a new accountability system that holds all schools to high standards. My testimony will focus on why a true pilot year in the 24-25 school year is necessary so we can use the right data to ensure a fair and comprehensive Aspire system. Many years ago, when PCSB staff proposed changes to the PMF, impact analyses were provided for both our own schools as well as the sector. These analyses included basic score changes and more complex correlational analyses to ensure that there were not unintended consequences for some schools and not others. PCSB's willingness to share their own analyses with corresponding anonymized data not only built trust between PCSB and schools, but it allowed us to provide feedback that was rooted in data. One of the primary reasons that we need a true pilot year is because PCSB has yet to provide real sector-level data of the proposed Aspire system. Each time we've requested this data, we've either gotten erroneous data files or surface-level visualizations that don't allow for deeper analysis. Additionally, the Aspire technical guide has continued to change throughout February, March, even until now. The technical guide published today continues to have floors and targets that contradict the most recent simulated data provided to schools. We also need up-to-date calculators so school leaders can tangibly understand the new Aspire system. PCSB resources should be prioritized to create a generic calculator that easily can be tweaked and used by all schools. The sector-level data modeling to ensure a fair Aspire system has yet to be shared with LEAs, and therefore subsequent analyses have yet to take place. Without them, we risk unintended consequences that require additional revisions within our first accountability year, causing confusion for schools and families. We all want to create a fair and robust accountability system for all public charter schools. Moving forward, I hope we can work together as true thought partners to make decisions that are rooted in data. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify tonight. I look forward to answering any of the questions you might have.
Thank you, Laura. Please stick around. Next, we have Jess Giles.
Good evening, Executive Director, Dr. Walker Davis, Chairperson Crucy, members and staff of the DC Public Charter School Board. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Executive Director of the DC chapter of Education Reform Now Advocacy. EARN DC is an organization fighting for a just and equitable public education system for all DC students. At EARN DC, we believe that all students can learn and reach their full potential. In order for this to happen, DC needs a bold vision for educational excellence. The district must set high standards for students, educators, and schools, provide equitable funding, equip families with timely, relevant, easily understandable, and actionable information, and hold our public schools accountable for ensuring every student receives a high-quality education. While most of the changes are positive, we believe there are certain aspects of Aspire that may inadvertently negatively impact students if not implemented correctly. For example, schools are able to opt into nationally normed growth assessments in addition to Park DC Cape. The inclusion of these assessments is considered bonus points and cannot hurt a school rating. While schools should be encouraged to use interim and diagnostic assessments, having multiple tests included in the accountability system might mask lower student achievement scores. Additionally, this might make it harder to compare school performance between schools, since schools will likely be picking different assessments, presumably the ones that make them look better. Further, in the school achievement framework for high school, students enrolled in dual enrollment courses should earn a minimum of a C in order for their scores to be considered the equivalent of a 3 on the AP exam or a 4 on the IB exam. We are concerned that lowering the score to a C- may lower expectations for dual enrollment students. Additionally, under Aspire, adult serving schools will now earn points for students earning industry and mid-level certification, which is laudable, but if this is not implemented well over time with proper guardrails, adults in this section might be incentivized to earn credentials that may be automated or low growth in the future. Overall, the changes from the PMF to Aspire have the potential to improve the public charter school sector. However, we urge the board to address the issues we're bringing to light and make sure there are no unintended consequences of this new policy shift, and to ensure our students are set up for success in life, school, and career. We also urge the DC PCSB to create a crosswalk of what public witnesses have elevated and how the board has considered each requested change. That level of transparency and public engagement is needed given the importance of this shift. Thank you for allowing me to provide public comment and testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. Please don't go far. Next, Dr. Holly-Ann Fresso-Moore. Okay. Dr. Fresso-Moore, if you see an invitation to be elevated to a panelist, please accept it. We'll give you another minute to do that, and meanwhile, invite Letitia Vincent up. Oh, she did accept. Okay, great. And we're still keeping an eye on Ms. Scott, right?
Thank you for being patient while I got my Zoom to work. Good evening, Public Charter School Board members. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Dr. Holly-Ann Fresso-Moore, and I'm the Chief Academic Officer for the Carlos Rosario Charter School. I've been closely involved with the development of the Aspire framework for adult schools. I want to commend Dr. Walker Davis and her team for the engagement opportunities and the open collaboration they've exhibited in the development of this new accountability tool. Specifically, Kristen James, Tyler Troy, and Holly Turek have been incredibly responsive to our feedback, and every interaction with them has modeled respect, care, and an openness to collaborate. Because of their diligent efforts, much of the foundation has been laid, and it's shaping up to be a tool that will allow adult schools to truly demonstrate the ways our students make progress as a result of our programs. Yet we must also acknowledge that there are still many key areas of the overall tool and plan for rollout that remain undeveloped. And with so much at stake for us as a sector, we must remediate these issues before we can move forward with a clear understanding of and confidence in the metrics and ratings for schools. It's imperative to note that adult schools still have not received any accurately modeled data at this point, at any point during the development of the Aspire framework. We've not received our SY 22-23 data modeled in the Aspire framework as you hear other schools talking about. In fact, adult schools still have not even been able to validate last year's data. We have no idea how we performed last year and no way to begin doing our own internal calculations because the tech guide draft has so many missing targets and floors. As you can imagine, it's been incredibly stressful for school leaders as we continue to recover from COVID's learning loss and while we begin considering whether to adopt Aspire as goals. It's also problematic because we have so many new measures in Aspire where we don't have a frame of reference for how we may perform, given the lack, again, of floors and targets. We hope to have received model data for the 22-23 school year by now, but unfortunately, this has not been able to materialize for a number of understandable reasons. The impact of not having any concrete data to understand our performance in this new tool is completely unacceptable if we are considering either 22-23 or the 23-24 school years as pilot years. we have a few recommendations. As educators, we all want to see our adult students in engaging learning environments that meet their unique learning needs, so they will be able to thrive and enrich our diverse workforce in Washington, D.C. In order for that to happen, we need to work together to ensure adult learners continue to recover from learning loss of the COVID pandemic, and that we are being held accountable to appropriate metrics that demonstrate the growth of our learners. We have 4 specific requests and recommendations to help us get there. 1, we propose that the 24-25 school year be considered as the first pilot year. 2, we request that both school year 24-25 and 25-26 be untiered years. And that, of course, would not preclude us from displaying the data publicly. 3, we request that the 24-25 school year be used specifically to ensure that the targets and floors are appropriate for the ESL progress measure, given that there's a new CASAS test where we have no available data locally or nationally. We continue to ask for that target to be adjusted to 80 from 85 for the reasons previously mentioned. And lastly, 4th, we strongly recommend that PCSB consider creating a senior level staff member whose role is specific to adult schools. Adult schools have had to take a backseat throughout this process because, as you can see, the K-12 schools needed significant attention. We recognize that this was not intentional, but it has been problematic and has led to confusion with messaging and delays in adequately addressing our concerns. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. My comments continue with very specific thoughts on the tech guide.
Thank you, Dr. Friso Moore. The last panelist in panel 4 is Letitia Vinson.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to share my perspective today regarding the annual School Performance Index report and evaluation. As a parent of 7th and 8th grade KIPsters, a paid parent leader in education and advisory board member, an earner education reform champion, a KIP DC parent advisory board member, and Leaders of Color alum, I value and am invested in my children's education within the DC public charter system. As a parent, I see many positive factors in the Aspire system. Firstly, the Aspire system provides a comprehensive evaluation that assesses schools based on critical areas such as student growth, college and career readiness preparation, and overall learning environment. This provides a holistic view of the school's performance beyond just academic achievement. Secondly, the Aspire system aims to transparent and accessible data to parents in the community. By publishing the scored information annually, parents and other stakeholders can make informed decisions about children's education based on objective metrics. Thirdly, the inclusion of school-specific performance measures acknowledges the uniqueness of each school's mission, program, or model. This allows schools to highlight their strengths and areas of focus that may not be captured in standard measures. However, there are some areas that need improvement. Firstly, the assignment of overall Aspire levels ranging from exemplary to unsatisfactory performance may create pressure and stigmatization for schools, particularly those in underserved communities. This could lead to unintended consequences such as teaching to test rather than neglecting holistic education. Secondly, there are concerns with high school framework of Aspire. This may overemphasize achievement while undervaluing growth. This could potentially disadvantage schools that prioritize individual student progress and development over standardized test scores. Thirdly, there's a call for additional metrics that differentiate from traditional assessments and better captures aspects like social emotional learning and civic engagement. Including these metrics could provide a more comprehensive picture of a school's effectiveness. To improve Aspire, stakeholders should consider the following. Conduct a pilot year to test the effectiveness of Aspire framework before a full-scale implementation. This allows for adjustments based on real-world feedback from schools, teachers, parents, and students. Secondly, expand the metrics used in Aspire to include holistic measures for student success. such as social emotional learning, civic engagement, critical thinking. This provides a more comprehensive evaluation of the school's effectiveness beyond academic achievement. Thirdly, revise the high school framework to ensure a balance between achievement and growth metrics. Fourthly, include teacher retention rates as a metric in Aspire to assess the stability and effectiveness of school leadership and teaching staff. High teacher turnover can negatively impact student learning and the school culture. Lastly, implement a hold harmless policy for the initial years of Aspire implementation to mitigate unintended consequences. This allows for a transitional period where schools can adjust to the new evaluation system without facing punitive measures. Please foster transparent communication and community engagement to build trust and promote collaboration between stakeholders. As a parent, I do support the goals of Aspire in providing clear and comprehensive evaluations of school. However, it is important for all stakeholders to address the concerns that have been raised, such as the potential for pressure on schools and the need for different metrics, in order for us to ensure Aspire is able to effectively serve the needs of all students, all levels, and in all schools within the DC public charter system. Even more importantly, it is crucial to involve and engage parents from the very beginning of the process and continue to involve them throughout and beyond implementation. Thank you again for this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Benson, and we'll now welcome back Josh Boots, Laura Berger, Jess Giles, Dr. Friso Moore. Board members, does anyone have questions?
Good evening. Thank you to the panelists. I think this is the group, the last group, is it not? Y'all have, no, we have one more. Oh, I'm sorry, premature. Well, thank y'all anyway. Okay, so I want to kind of, Mr. Boots, I'd like to start with you. I want to make sure I'm understanding one of your arguments correctly. Are we saying that the floors and targets as set right now has the unintended consequence of schools moving away from collaboration in order to lift all schools, because folks will be concerned about whether or not they'll lose points if a lower performing school starts performing better? Is that, I want to make sure I heard that is correctly. Is that what you're saying?
That could be an unintended consequence, right? It's a forced distribution. If we work together and get all of our schools to be bold schools, Empower K-12's bold schools, even in that scenario, there would have to be a bottom 10%. And there would be some schools that even if we have 80% proficiency at all of our schools, that would get 0 points and fail.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. One of the things that I appreciate as a former school leader, as a resident of the district, as a parent, as a native Washingtonian, all of the advocacy tonight, it is heartwarming. It just is I'll have folks who are watching this on YouTube understand that DC is a city where people care, and they want to get it right on behalf of the young people in our city. And for that, I'm eternally grateful for the time that you all bring. But I want us to be cautious in this sector. When we choose to open up public charter schools, we're sort of trading in the oversight, the bureaucracy. We're trading in for the space to do what we know we need to do for kids. It is absolutely disheartening to lead with an argument that we may find ourselves in a situation where schools do not share best practices because they don't want to achieve on a framework. I understand that that's a potential reality, but I really hope our schools don't lead with that as an argument with this framework. That is unacceptable, and that's actually fundamentally against the whole purpose of charters being created. I get it. There's work that needs to be done around the data. I don't fault you all for what you're saying. I'm really open to that. I do have a lot of questions around that, but we cannot lead with that argument. That's unacceptable. And I'm happy to get in the room and talk with whomever. That can't be the argument. That can't be it. It makes our sector look strange. So I want to implore you all again, Mr. Boots, I'm not coming down on you. I just have to strongly say into the record, that's unacceptable. You can't tell me that because the targets look a certain way, you're going to decide not to share, or you're going to figure out how to get. No, that's not why we're here. So I just want to lay that out for everyone. Thank you.
Yep, I hear that, and I want you to know that I'm not representing a school tonight. So these are not something that a bunch of schools have said. I am just saying
I
it is
understand. It's the fact that it was said. I understand. I'm not saying you're representing schools. You were not the only one to make this argument. I heard it a couple of times before. I just got my words together, so this is where I can share it. All right.
Jessica, I have a question for you. Could you help me understand? You laid out 4 potential points of improvement to Aspire. The first one, you talked about opting into national assessments. I want to make sure I understood what you were saying there in that first recommendation. Could you walk me through that one again?
Yes, and I'll just be clear, I looked at the January version of the technical guide. I learned tonight that there's been multiple versions, so I hope that, this is still relevant. But what basically what I'm saying is there is a portion within the school, I believe the school achievement framework or category where schools can use interim assessments to be a part of their score. And so because they can opt into those, I just have the concern that different schools might use different assessments, and that may actually make it harder to come up with scores that are comparable. Not to say that obviously schools use interim assessments, but in an accountability situation, I can see how that could fluctuate scores.
Thank you for that. I missed the end part of it. So thank you for fleshing it out for me.
Ms. Giles, I had a follow-up question for you. I appreciated the comment you made. There seemed to be a general theme of making sure that we keep that Aspire keeps its expectations high, and you pointed out some risks for where there could be a lowering of the bar. And specifically with regard to, I think it was adult schools, you mentioned something about career pathways and careers that may not be growing in the future. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because this is the first we've heard of that tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate what the DC Public Charter School Board is trying to do with adult education and the thought towards career pathways. I think that's really excellent. We also know that there's lots of proposed investments in the budget with CTE pathways. There's been a lot of research done about what are high demand, high wage pathways in DC. So it's a point that I want to be made to continue to look at when we're looking at this particular part of the framework, that we're continuing to keep up with what industry credentials that are going to yield to our students to have well-paid careers that will be around for a long time. That's the thought that I wanted to raise in my comment today.
Thank you.
And then Jessica, just one other question. I think the 4 points that I wrote down for the most part centered on adult ed. Did you have thoughts as it related to the K through 12 framework? Were there any notable thoughts that you wanted to share as it relates to that portion? Or if no, that's okay too.
I did make a comment about dual enrollment. We've been focusing a lot on expanding and scaling up dual enrollment opportunities in DC. And so I just want to make sure that if we're going to have dual enrollment, AP, advanced placement, IB, all of that to be a part of the student achievement, that there actually can be compared to one another. And I saw that the grade for the dual enrollment had to be like a minimum of a C-, and lower than what the scores are for AP and IB, which is the point that I was trying to make.
Dr. Pres, I want to make sure I say your name. I want to say Dr. Holly, but I'm gonna give you your flowers, sis. Dr. Fresno Moore.
Yes.
Can you please make sure that we receive your, if you haven't already, that we receive your written testimony regarding adult schools? I know that, I mean, as you know, DC is unique with actually funding adult charter schools. And I know that that can often feel like a stepchild, particularly in comparison to pre-K through 12. Oh, they said we actually do have it. So thank you for continuing to advocate. I know that you all as adult schools work very closely with the staff on that. So I'm glad that we have your written. I just wanted to make sure we did. So thank you for submitting it.
Ms. Giles, can you talk a little bit? You mentioned in your testimony that you would hope to see the staff create a crosswalk to let us basically, I guess, to see where the staff have responded to feedback. Is that can you explain that just a little bit more on what that would look like?
Sure. I think OSCE created one during like the social studies standards conversation where they, people submit public comment. You have like what the comments have been, and OSCE kind of shared like where they kind of a response to the public comment, like, oh, well, we agree with this part, we disagree with that part, here's why it was not included. I think that would be help heighten the level of transparency around the Aspire framework. This is really important, obviously. And so just a suggestion for before this is finalized. I think there were a lot of really compelling testimony tonight.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, panel 4, thank you very much for your testimony tonight. Thank you for all that you do every day. We'll now welcome our 5th panel related to Aspire. We have 7 panelists in this group, beginning with Stacy Kane.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I'm testifying as a school leader at Washington Leadership Academy and a mother of 2 young DC charter school attendees. I'm going to try to build on the conversation we've been having with 3 points. First, I want to reiterate what the collective charter letter stated, that every LEA is concerned about the current direction of Aspire. I've heard it mentioned that there's only a few of us, and even tonight we've seen that generally only the biggest CMOs have had the bandwidth in their organizations to read through the technical guide, double check the data provided by the PCSB, and otherwise engage in dozens of hours of related work. While that is why you've heard from them the most, based on the collective letter, you can rest assured that every single school leader feels the same as the bigger CMOs. We just do not have the literal daily capacity to engage at that level. Second, I want to make sure the board knows that I want my school to improve. And I believe all of our charter leaders want our schools to improve. As we stated in our collective message, our concerns are not at all with heightened accountability or increased rigor. Please don't allow that to be considered as a reason for our pushback. Our concerns have been and remain about timing, data quality and validity, business rules, floors and targets, possible unintended consequences, the correlation between performance and at risk, and public communication strategies around the framework, none of which have been addressed to satisfaction. Third, I want to make a global point about the concerning impact behind the framework as proposed of downgrading the entire charter sector. The impact of a framework that publicly downgrades almost every single school may actually lead to the opposite of the result that the board wants. The public-facing mechanism could easily be very different from the accountability mechanism. Combining them and publicly downgrading the entire sector as a strategy or at least an impact will reasonably lead to less philanthropic funding, more difficulty obtaining financing, more difficulty recruiting students and families, and more difficulty recruiting quality staff, all of which lead to lesser outcomes for kids. There are more strategic ways to ratchet up accountability and rigor at the same level without publicly undermining the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Please stick around. Next, Justin Lessick.
Good evening. Greetings, Chairperson Crucy and members of the DC Public Charter School Board. My name is Justin Lessick. I'm the Executive Director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School, DC's first and only public Montessori middle and high school. As I've done in other recent public comments, I'd like to start by expressing my appreciation to the board for prioritizing the development of an updated school accountability framework. Even more so, I'm grateful to the team at the PCSB for the countless hours they've spent developing and reiterating and modeling in an effort to make Aspire the most effective and fair framework possible. The school communities of DC deserve the best school accountability system in the nation, and Dr. Walker Davis and her team have done impressive work. I, along with the rest of Sojourner Truth Montessori's leadership, strongly support school accountability and the development of high standards. We're committed to ensuring that the new framework maintains an extremely high bar for school performance. Any and all concerns that are being shared are because it's imperative for the sector and for the students and families we serve that the framework that the PCSB chooses to approve is the best one possible. My biggest concern is around the readiness of the high school portion of the framework. While I'm appreciative that the PCSB has adopted some of the suggested changes from the last couple of months, there are still some challenges that remain. First and foremost, the framework for grades 9 through 12 seem out of alignment with the PCSB's stated goals, particularly those around equity and an emphasis on rewarding high levels of growth. The framework for grades 9 through 12 in its current form values achievement significantly more than growth. Student achievement, as the data shows, unfortunately, is highly correlated with student socioeconomic status. And unfortunately, to date, school achievement metrics are known to be strongly correlated with student demographics. Many schools currently divert limited resources in an equitable manner, move them towards things like interventions like high impact tutoring for students that are struggling the most. With such an emphasis on scoring a 4 or a 5 in CAPE, I could imagine scenarios where a school might divert some of those resources to students that are already scoring in the 2 or 3 zone and maybe on a cusp of a 4. I encourage the DC PCSB to make school year 24-25 a real pilot year for the framework. We did not receive Aspire's technical guide until January of 24, and thus were unable to plan for this current school year 23-24 with Aspire in mind. Truth is mostly finished with its budget development process for school year 24-25 and has already built out our master schedule and hired staff. Meanwhile, the technical guide for grades 9 through 12 continues to be adjusted and is still in the deliberation process. Because last year was Truth's first year with a 9th grade class, we still have not received a simulated score for our high school. Yet, even though we've never received a simulated score and have had to plan for next school year with a still evolving framework, under the current plans, we will still be given a score and held accountable for our performance. The PCSB could make this more fair by simply making 24-25 a true pilot year. One additional thing to consider is the effect the board's decision will have on schools like Truth that need to work with banks or other financing groups over the next 12 to 24 months to acquire loans for facility maintenance, upgrades, or other projects. These lending institutions may not understand the intricacies of the framework, but they will expect schools to earn scores at a certain level in order to be eligible for financing. If the board approves an inequitable framework for 9 through 12 that overemphasizes achievement and undervalues growth, one unintended result might be that schools that serve a significant share of our city's most vulnerable students will find it extremely difficult to operate due to an inability to receive favorable reviews from lenders, even if the school is doing amazing things with respect to growing student skills. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I hope this letter will be received as an authentic endorsement of the very difficult and very high quality work that Dr. Walker Davis and the entire team at the PCSB are doing for our students, their families, and our school, but also for the work that is still left to do.
Thank you, Justin. If you can stick around, we'd appreciate it. Next, we have Lori Ballinger.
Am I up? Thank you, board. In 2011, my son started Washington Latin as a 5th grader, not speaking a word of English. He was an older child, international adoptee. He came from an traumatic early childhood history, and he was also a special education student. He graduated from Latin and now he's 24 and he has been gainfully employed for several years and is well on his way to stable and self-supporting adulthood, which is every parent's goal. These things could not have happened without the time invested by the Washington Latin faculty and staff. And he is a prime example of the relational culture between school and student that is at the core of Latin's mission. Yet, without the incorporation of the mission-specific aspects into the greater Aspire framework, none of that success would be reflected in an evaluation of Latin. Our son was never going to rock the park test. He can fix anything in front of you, but he can't rock the park test. Latin would be deemed to have failed him, and nothing could be farther from the truth. For the past 6 years, I have served as the Facilities Committee Chairman of Latin's Board of Governors as we search for a location for Latin to launch its Cooper campus, so that Latin can provide the same nurturing educational opportunities that benefited our child to even more children in this city. Last month, the PCSB approved our permanent location, and we at Latin are very grateful. We are now moving full steam ahead on a capital campaign to build out our permanent facility. For the PCSB to issue tier rankings and public evaluations of schools before the board has finished the work of incorporating its mission-specific criteria would have a deleterious effect on Latin and on our current expansion campaign. Rome was not built in a day. See, I had to bring in the classical. And the Aspire framework won't be either. Please make this next year a pilot year and finish the work of incorporating the mission-specific aspects of school evaluation into that framework before PCSB begins making public pronouncements and rankings on schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballinger. Please stick around. Chelsea Bradford.
Good evening, Public Charter School Board members. My name is Chelsea Bradford, and I'm the principal of Carlos Rosario's Harvard Street campus. As principal, it is my responsibility to monitor student achievement and engagement and provide our teachers with instructional support to ensure we are making adequate academic gains. This year, our ESL program had a significant change in our CASAS assessment, which is a student achievement measure on Aspire. The CASAS test is a standardized assessment used nationally by adult education programs to measure adult student reading gains. In August, we learned that this school year would be the last year we would be able to use the old assessment series, CASAS Work and Life, and that the following year, we would be mandated to use the new series, CASAS Steps. The new assessment is significantly more challenging as it was designed to be aligned to the English language proficiency standards. In order to see how this significant change would impact our learners, we decided to pilot the test in full with our ESL learners, with all of our ESL learners. We were eager to see how our students did at the end of the fall semester, but unfortunately, CASAS test servers had significant issues and went down during our testing window. Consequently, we were unable to test the majority of our students by the end of our fall semester. This means that the data we did collect is incomplete, and any insights we have are limited. As a school leader, I find it challenging to have uncertainty with regard to the overall target we are striving for, and this is compounded by the limited available data on this new critically important assessment. From the limited data we have, the 85% target for ESL gains will be a very ambitious goal to meet, and it looks as if it is an unreasonably aspirational target. Moving the target to 80% keeps the goal aspirational. Until we actually have local and national data, it is impossible to know if even 80% is truly realistic. We request that you move the target down to 80%, as adult schools have consistently requested, and also suggest that you set the floor at or near 50%, as we begin to see how our learners perform on the new rigorous assessment. This will give time for our national and local data to become available and prevent adult schools from being held to an unreasonably high standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Stick around. We have 3 more for this panel, and then we'll invite everyone back. Allison Kokoros?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. And I actually don't see a way to turn on my video, although I'm willing to do that. I'm not sure if there's something I need to do differently over here.
I think you may have declined the invite, but it may have been confusing.
No.
Let me try it again. Okay, apparently it's coming at you again.
There we go. Hi, thank you. Thank you so much, team. Good evening, Chair Cruzy, board members, Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, and staff. I'd like to thank you so much for this opportunity to testify regarding the accountability framework updates. Our school was granted a charter school contract in the second year that charter schools operated in DC in 1998. And over these 25 years as a charter school, our school has grown and evolved, and so has the DC Public Charter School Board, becoming more sophisticated and clear in the expectations of charter schools. And I just want to say, as a DC resident myself, I personally deeply support and appreciate the fundamental principle and promise of charter schools for DC's K-12 and adult learners, with the autonomy in exchange for high and public accountability. We recognize it is not easy to reinvent an accountability system across such a complex set of unique schools. I so appreciate Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis convening school leaders in small groups early in this process to underscore the intention and vision behind this work, as well as the work of the staff along the way. I also want to acknowledge how consequential this is, not only to each school and their learners, but also to our sector as a whole. We need to be sure that the public, our learners, policymakers, and funders see and value the impact of our schools, which Aspire should help if successfully implemented. We also need to be very sure that what is put in place is reasonable and valid. Though the DC Public Charter School Board staff, our academic leadership, and peer schools have been working together closely now for about 2 years, we still are not at the point with the adult framework data to have data from last school year, 2022-23. And now we're about 2 months away from the conclusion of the present school year, 23-24, and we're finding that we don't have an understanding of our performance for this school year or the prior school year, as was mentioned by my colleagues prior. Additionally, as you heard from Chelsea Bradford just now, our norm referenced assessment, CASAS, has been completely revised by the publisher, and there is no available baseline data yet. Per the publisher, the new CASAS exam has been designed to ensure, quote, that English language learners are prepared for career and post-secondary education, end quote. And so therefore, this brand new CASAS exam is much more rigorous. So school year 24-25 will be the first year across the nation that this new CASAS, this new instrument, will have data available. So as you heard from my colleagues at Carlos Rosario, Dr. Holly-Ann Freso-Moore, our Chief Academic Officer, Chelsea Bradford just now, principal of our Harvard Street campus, we do ask for what feels very reasonable. One is for the pilot to start, as you've heard from other schools, in school year 24-25. 2, we do ask to ensure for adult schools that the implementation timeline related to this new assessment, the CASAS assessment, that this implementation timeline allows for identifying valid and reasonable targets and floors. And number 3, we urge and suggest bringing in-house adult education expertise to support and work with the hardworking DC Public Charter School Board team to ensure that adult serving schools' needs are purposefully addressed alongside those of our K-12 counterparts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Allison. Raymond Whedon comes next, and Allison, please don't go far. We'll invite the full panel back up again.
So good evening, Public Charter School Board members and team. As you said, my name is Raymond Whedon. I am a Ward 7 parent, 2 students at Washington Latin, board member of Statesman Academy, and the Special Education Co-op, and the executive director of Thurgood Marshall Academy. In all honesty, there's very few things that I'm going to say today that you haven't heard multiple times in one way or the other. But I do want to take this time just to thank Dr. Walker Davis and her team, this in terms of the continuous feedback loop that we have had over the last year in order to try to get this closer to right. I do recognize that accountability and trying to work with various leaders across the city is complex, and they have done it with a level of grace and pause and talent that I don't know if I could do if I was in their seats. However, there has been some progress, and I want to thank them for that. The High School Aspire framework still falls short of the mark in its current state. As you've heard a few times, we urge PCSB to delay the implementation of the Aspire framework. This postponement will allow the necessary revisions, modeling, impact analysis to ensure that the framework aligns with the guiding principles that PCSB has set for us and addresses the concerns of all stakeholders. Without addressing the critical concern raised in its implementation, it risks perpetuating some of the inequalities that it's trying to alleviate. My request is really in 2 buckets, looking around the misalignment of growth and then missing the modeling and implications that we haven't received yet. The current Aspire framework is designed under the foundational guiding principle to reward high levels of student growth. Yet the current high school framework, as you have heard a couple of times, weighs almost 3 times as much in achievement as it does in growth. As a single site 9 to 12 school, growth is our bread and butter. By design, TMA is designed to serve students who, by no fault of their own, are generally not prepared for high school. Of the 131 new 9th and 10th grade students in our school this year, 2, TWL, have earned a 4 in PARCC and math already, and 17 have earned a 4 in English. This misalignment contradicts the commitment and equity and overlooks the nuanced progress that students make over time. Yet, if you look at our historical data, our graduation rates, our enrollment rates, you know that over the 4 years at TMA, students will acquire the skills they need to be ready to succeed in college. The framework current structures needs to be revised and measures growth, particularly at the high school level, where it is most challenging. The limited growth measures available, such as CAPE and access growth, where some of them are inaccessible, some of our charter schools, provides many limitations and conflicts with what we want to happen with the Aspire goals. Secondly, the Aspire framework has gone under substantial shifts and measures and rules in the past few months. Dr. Walker Davis' team has sat down with school leaders. I've had the opportunity to meet with some of you to hear some of the concerns and share feedback. We have seen significant progress, but with each revision, there brings new uncertainties and then unaddressed concerns. The latest model, which was introduced in March 22nd, which was really a response to what we thought would work, we still haven't seen the modeling and impact analysis, which makes it difficult to really provide feedback on the policy, not knowing how these things are going to shift. Absent of these, schools don't have what they need to have a clear understanding of the challenges that impact them. I actually want to pause here because I know it was not the intent, but there are folks like Josh Boots who actually provides that type of analysis for us because we don't have that. I do know that that comment that he made was more of a hypothetical. And I want to make sure that you know, like, it's folks like him that provide our single site schools like the opportunity to have this type of analysis, especially when we're not getting the modeling and the things that we're getting that we need from PCSB to make this happen. The aspirations behind the framework, the aspirations behind the Aspire framework are incredible. The district has the opportunity to once again be a torchbearer for equitable education in our country. Yet without addressing the critical concerns raised by me and many others already, the implementation will risk perpetuating the exact same thing that we're trying to eliminate. I want to thank you for your volunteerism. The fact that you've been on here for 2+ hours listening to all of our comments, I really do appreciate it. And I look forward to being in a collaborative effort with you as we continue to refine the Aspire framework and upholding the principles that guide our collective mission in education. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. You're not quite off the hook yet. We have one more. We're going to invite Pat Brantley up, and then we'll have the full panel back up again. Welcome, Pat.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Charter Goals policy. I will be brief. I'm Pat Brantley with Friendship. My testimony centers on potential conflicts between executed charter agreements and the Charter Goals policy. Section 2.3 of Friendship Charter states in part, changes to the PMFs, including changes to floors, targets, formulas, and weights, automatically become part of the measurement of a school's academic achievement expectation. Our charter goes on to state, if changes other than those listed in our agreement are made, then we have the right not to automatically accept them and instead can provide a petition for charter revision. The PCSB's proposed Aspire system goes well beyond a change in formula or weights or other items listed. Should we and other schools elect not to adopt Aspire, we have the right to petition for a charter revision. Here then is where I'm requesting greater clarity, transparency, a clearer timeline, and revisions to the charter policy before the board votes. According to the draft policy, schools may begin negotiating new goals at any point following the approval of the policy, but have until April 1st, 2026 to either update their charter to Aspire or opt out of it and negotiate individual goals. Until opting out, per the draft, schools be considered as having adopted Aspire. This conflicts with executed charter agreements. I request that the PCSB provide clear guidance, a timeline, and a revision to the Charter Goals policy that specifically addresses schools who choose to not adopt Aspire for school year 24, 25, and beyond. Such guidelines should cover when and how to negotiate individual goals that will be in place for a school year that will start in just a few short months. I personally see great promise in Aspire. My aim with this request is to solidify the standard by which we will be assessed legally for 24, 25, and 25, 26. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. We'll now invite everybody back up. Is it 7? We're waiting for Miss Ballinger.
It won't let me start my video. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
You just can't see me. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Now it is. Oh, no, oh yeah, okay, I'm back.
So nice when things work, isn't it? And then Ms. Bradford was on audio, right?
Yes.
You're still there? Okay, great. Okay, board members, would anyone else like to kick things off?
Thank you all for your testimony. Pat, I want to come to yours since it was the last one there. Can you unpack that a little bit more for us, what your exact concern is and the request that you are making?
Sure, absolutely. So Friendship has had 2 charter agreements, our original one that lasted 15 years, and then at our 15-year renewal. In between, we've had something like 4 charter amendments. In each of those, goals are covered. We did not originally adopt the PMF, but once we did, the language in our charter agreement stated very specifically that we accept changes to the PMF that were in a limited set of items that would be changed. The Aspire proposed system by the PCSB goes well beyond that limited set of things that in adopting the PMF, we accept automatically. I don't have a problem with that. Typically, what would happen if there were major changes to the PMF that were outside of our agreement, we then have the right to petition to negotiate individual goals instead of accepting it, right? So we are now talking about a really short timeline that if we want new goals that are outside of Aspire for 24, 25, we actually need to negotiate them now and to have them in place. unless or until the charter board decides that goals that might be negotiated later would be backwards looking.
Very, very helpful. I am just going to ask the staff for us to address that when they come up. So thank you for that. Any of the school leaders can answer this for me. I want to make sure I understand what is being requested for pilot versus hold harmless versus implementation. I just want to make sure I understand it. So for what I hear is that for 24-25, this upcoming school year, that data be used as a pilot year. So no sharing, no public, no tiering, no public sharing, etc. Is that correct for 24-25, the pilot ask? I see Ms. Ballinger, that's that lawyer in you, Lori, right? Shaking your head, yes. Is that the request, school leaders?
I'm not a lawyer, Judge, so I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So for the performance in the 24-25 school year, yes.
Okay.
So that will be data that will come out then in 25.
In 25, right? Yeah. So
Okay.
I'm gonna. It's just easiest for me to think about school years. So then, are you saying that after 24-25, which would be posted in the fall of 25? Are you then asking for another hold harmless year, or it's like just give us the pilot and then we go into implementation? Are you asking for pilot, hold harmless, and then implementation?
If I could quickly jump in, referring to my colleague, Dr. Holly-Ann Freso-Moore's testimony, which I believe you also have in writing. She's proposing specifically, as our Chief Academic Officer, that next year be a pilot year, the first pilot year, and that year and the following year be untiered years. Not necessarily precluding from displaying the data, but that they be, yes, I would say hold harmless in that sense.
Okay, is that what's also being asked for K-12 or pre-K through 12? I understood that for adult, Allison, but is that what's also being requested for pre-K 12? And maybe y'all looking at me like that because you didn't bring up the pilot.
I am certainly focused on the charter goals policy, but in the testimony provided by the Alliance and people earlier, it is that a true pilot year would be 24-25, and that would mean not publishing or not leveling, potentially, not necessarily publishing the data, but certainly having multiple pathways that would be in addition to Aspire. I think in some of the a response earlier said there are multiple pathways for 24-25. That's not technically so by my read on it. Those pathways are still Aspire. You either perform on Aspire or you improve on Aspire. But since there's no Aspire this year, that the improvement pathway is still under Aspire. It is not the way that the pathways have been done over the past couple of years, which may be normed growth on another assessment, performing better than the state average. Like there are multiple outside of Aspire pathways as of this year.
Right. So, and what I think I'm trying to understand, so after the pilot year, are we then asking, is pre-K 12 asking for what Allison just shared too, then an untiered year, and then the following year implementation? I just want to make sure I understand the ask, the full ask.
So Chantel, I'm thinking about 1 year, but I think I feel like I'm pretty well versed in this, and I'm guessing you're beyond well versed in this. I think that's part of the confusion is that while we are able to read what is in the guide, and we have some models of the data, is that it's unclear when we will receive it in order to be able to make that decision. So yes, a year, right? That is what I believe can happen right now. And all it takes is similar data coming back to us in the way that it has. that this gives a lot of people pause.
Okay.
Um,
Lori, I see
Chantel,
you
I
saying-
appreciate, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, whoever was just talking. Go ahead, Stacey.
I was just gonna say, I appreciate the question. I apologize for the pause. I wanted to make sure to say exactly what charter leaders said in our collective letter, which is that we would want the pilot year to be such that the policy and business rules are in place before the beginning of the year. So this would be like ASAP, so that next year we can actually try to start changing our programs to be able to see how that is impacting the pilot year. The data would be collected next year in accordance with the framework. The scores would be calculated in 25, but not used for high stakes decisions or made public. And then that transparent guardrails would be set for pilot outcomes that would warrant reopening elements of the framework, including framework specific R-squared and metric availability. And then the letter also notes that this would give time for PCSB to be able to provide needed calculators, which would help us change programs in our schools and figure out and understand what students we need to target and what programs and policies we need to change. Also impact analyses, correlation analyses, and a technical guide that is complete so we'd be able to follow it. And then also for PCSB to be able to increase its data capacity and quality assurance processes to make sure that PCSB is totally ready for the massive scale changes that this accountability framework is bringing. And then finally, the pilot year would let us all negotiate and have our mission specific goals so that that would be ready by the time it went live as well.
If I could also add to
Right.
Stacey.
Wait. Stop 1 second for me, Pat. So I understand what you're proposing to do during the pilot. I think what I'm trying to understand is, so then after the pilot year, say somehow we came to agreement that 24-25 school year data was pilot year data. Then what? Is the request then that you all come back and then when we're ready to roll it out for 25-26, the request is hold harmless? Is the request like, okay, we've worked out the kinks during the pilot year, move forward? So what I don't hear, and maybe I need to read the letter more closely, is then after 24-25, which would not come out to the fall, when are school leaders then asking for it to actually be implemented? Are you then looking for a hold harmless year where it may be published and it may be public, right? So people may know, but it wouldn't necessarily have consequences. Or are you just saying you need the pilot year?
I think you stumped me, Chantel, but I'll get public comment too on that before the deadline.
Okay. I do think it is important for you. And that's fair. Like I'm not putting it all on you. I think as I was just sitting here and we keep talking about this pilot year, I just want to then understand what happens after that, right? I get the areas that everybody needs to improve. I appreciate tonight's focus specifically around our policies, connecting and watching our language and all of those things. I'm then just trying to understand what is the ask after that, right? Like, is it like, let's have a pilot, then have a hold harmless, then have an implementation? Is it like, let's use this pilot as kind of both?
If I could
Go ahead,
add,
Pat.
if I could add to what Chantel said, I share her confusion. What would be helpful to me is for you to provide a year-by-year calendar going forward of what happens when. I don't have that in my mind except for a pilot year. I don't know what happens in the year after the pilot year and in the year after that, and maybe you're talking even about the year after that.
Right.
That's what would be helpful to me. Thank you, Chantel.
If I
And
could.
so you guys can go back, right? You don't have to answer it right here on the spot. I think just providing that clarity would be helpful.
We will certainly go back and provide that clarity. Some of that is outlined in the Alliance's letter, which really talked about pilot and home harmless for 24-25. I just want to add this, even if there are agreements about what the pilot and hold harmless year, there also need to be guardrails about data. I'm going to talk about high school for a minute. There are 20 distinct metrics in the high school report card. We only have floors and targets for 10. Now, it makes sense why we don't have it for some. 2 of them are on our school selected measures, but there are still the idea that we'd be entering this and you'd be voting within a month when we don't have half of the metric data for this report card. So even should you decide 24-25 is a pilot year, if for whatever reason we don't get floors and targets for half of the metrics on any single framework until December or January, February, I think what I'm asking is just would appreciate knowing that you say, yes or no, this is a pilot year, and also our ability to move past a pilot year will be dependent upon our providing you with floors, targets, and or rules by this date before this thing becomes live for accountability. I'd also like to mention this on the charter goals. In the past, when the Public Charter School Board passed policy that was in conflict or changed what was in our charter agreement, we then went into a negotiation period to either change the charter agreement or to stay in what was our charter agreement. This has happened a few times, and I can provide you with examples if you need it. And so I do have real concerns about a charter goals policy that says we are adopting something automatically that is in conflict with the language that is in our current charter agreement. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I think though that's what I mean. I appreciate the focus of that portion of the conversation as well, because I do think those are very valid. I think everything's valid. Well, I don't know, I think everything's valid. I think that is a valid point. And I would appreciate just a little more clarity. Even that last part that you said, Pat, around the pilot year, and this would be the result of it, that would state where we move forward. I think also just provide some clarity, because what I also don't want school leaders to say, or even the public to say, in no way does PCSB staff, I will tell you because we talk to them regularly, nor does any member of this board think that schools just want to skirt accountability. We also know that it is a very difficult process to put together, and it's not one that is going to go over easy. And as a former school leader, you all know I'm always going to come from that. I think this board is dealing, this staff is dealing with this rollout in a very different way than the way PMF came to us initially. And so I don't want you to, the questioning and this open, I think even this special meeting, because y'all, we got another meeting in 2 weeks, but this special meeting is very clear that we don't just think the schools are just trying to skirt accountability. So Stacey, I know you brought that up. I want to make sure you know that is not anything that has ever been delivered to us from staff. It's been the exact opposite in terms of the collaboration and the work that has been done. And I know that every member on this board also feels the same way. We know you're pushing us to get it right.
Chantel, what I would say, I'm thankful for you asking for clarification as it relates to that, because I actually heard something different that I hadn't heard before. What I heard you say, Pat, was in terms of what I heard in my mind, or the way I interpreted it, is the pilot year has just as much to do with finalizing the data, right? So what you're saying is we can pick a pilot year. It can be 24-25 or 25-26. There's also the added concern of making sure that whatever the metrics are the metrics and they're finalized. I got that from that exchange. So I'm thankful for that. I hadn't put 2 and 2 together in that you don't want to pilot without finalized metrics. So thank you for that. Yeah. And then I just had a question for Mr. Wheaton, or not so much a question. I'm interested in the thoughts that you provided around the growth metric and how you think about that at your school in particular, given the students that you serve. Could you talk a little bit about that and flesh that out for me? I'm interested in your thoughts.
I mean, so the growth metric that we're looking at is the ultimate goal is make sure that a child, by the time that they become adult, has an acceptance letter that is aligned so they can get into the college or best fit. And so what they do after that in terms of their options, like we are going to support them and guide them, but that's the ultimate goal. But where we have conflict is one, like the floors and targets are not there for everything. One, we're trying to make, we have shifted what we're calling growth. So moving from MGP to growth proficiency. And then specifically when we're talking about math, we're truly talking about 3 different languages, from 8th grade math to algebra to geometry, and then potentially algebra 2, right? And so, and that has Park, Cape, whoever you want to say it, has actually named that's actually not what you should be doing. On top of the fact that like Park, Cape, whatever you want to name it, has named that a student who is at a level 1 should take about 5 years to get to level 3. Typically high school is only 4 years. And so like we're being asked to do something in 2 years that's not necessarily going to be measured in the same way. So I have students who have gained 50 points on Park. I went from level 1 to level 1. And that's not necessarily going to give us the points that we're looking for in terms of their growth and achievement. There was a fancy word you all use in terms of a metric person. I don't know what that is. I'm not one of those. But I do know that there are college professors and other folks around here when we're talking about the technical assistance committee who could support us with that, because it's not a body of work that I'm an expert at.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And I had one other question for you, Justin. You brought up the conversation around Aspire and how it relates to financing, and we heard that earlier tonight. As a school, I think the where we heard it from earlier tonight was the Charter Alliance, and I know you're speaking specifically from a school perspective. Can you flush that out for us a little bit? And if you've had experiences where Aspire has come up, and I know one of our board members here asked, is it that the tiers are there? Is it that there's concern that you're going to slide a tier? What is it specifically as it relates to lenders?
Sure. No, that is a great question. I can tell you everything I know, which will, of course, be limited to like my personal experience. And Truth is also in somewhat of a unique situation because we were never scored by the PMF because we opened in 2020. So I suppose for like a lender, we would be coming in and there is no sort of historic base of PMF scores for us to be able to say, or for them to be able to say like, oh, you were tier 2 or you were tier 3 or you were tier 1. What I can say is that we are currently, pursuing a building project, and so we are talking to potential financiers. And one of the things that banks consistently ask for is this round, people have asked for like school report card data. They have asked for things like park scores and map scores. And then they basically don't know, to be honest, like what is going on right now with the PMF to Aspire. And so they just ask like, hey, what are your scores from the PCSB? So I can tell you transparently that I have not had like a negative situation there, but part of that I think is because we have one single simulated score, and it was for our middle school. It did not include our 9th grade class, which is now a 10th grade class. So like, I think if we were to have the same conversation 12 months from now and say there was a score, for me, it would be, I would suddenly have 9th, 10th, and 11th graders. It would be the first time Truth had ever gotten that score. They would not really know what that number meant. Like if I said like, oh, it's a 71, they don't necessarily know what a 71 is. I might tell them like, oh, that's level 2, but that means that we're a strongly performing school. Or maybe it's a level 3 and we're a satisfactory school. And I would be concerned at least that they would see maybe a level 3, which we are deeming as satisfactory. And they might say, oh, level 3, that might equate to them as like what they used to understand as tier 3.
Yeah.
So all I can really say is that when I talk to these people who are not school people, they're bank people, but they're bank people that have worked with charter schools before, they have sort of like in their minds a system that they're expecting, that they're sort of like biased or they're coming into the conversation with. And so it's difficult to have like a nuanced conversation about like, oh, well, it's a new framework and these scores are simulated. And they're actually considering focusing more on growth now, and that might change the numbers a little bit. So I sadly don't have like a great answer for you, but hopefully I'm at least articulating kind of like the confusion that not only comes out in the conversations that we have with each other, but from someone who's outside, like a lender. And it could make or break whether we're going to get a term sheet, what the percentage is going to be like, whether that is going to make this a feasible project for us. And maybe even more so for folks that would be in this position 12 months from now or 24 months from now.
If I could add
you
to
go ahead.
considering the charter goals policy, is that different, at least to me, in your past charter goals policy, is there is a statement, and there may have been updates, but the technical guide in the charter goals policy weren't aligned in what they said. But in the charter goals policy, there is a statement that a school that is a level 5 could be up for an immediate revocation hearing. And so if you have a multi-campus charter and one of them falls to a 5 in 1 year, that immediate revocation could have many impacts on your lenders. I just don't know that the charter board, given its past history, would, because of 1 year of being a level 5, actually revoke a school. And so I just wonder if the level of the way that that's set in the charter goal policy is going to cause more issues for an actual school that you wouldn't vote to close, because you'd probably give it another year. And I would say, please consider the language in your charter goals policy if it would raise an alarm for something that probably wouldn't happen.
Yeah, that's actually really helpful. I can appreciate, Justin, your conversation around lenders. You're actually talking to a lender, and so what I was going to say is they typically understand it, but not to a nuanced level, as you said. What they should be concerned about is the economic viability of the school. That's what they should be like truly underwriting and trying to understand. But I do get your point, Pat, that if they see some sort of lowering or a decrease in the scores, the immediate concern is are they at risk of revocation, and what does that mean in terms of economic viability? So thank you. We had asked the question earlier, and you all put a point on it. So.
Okay, folks, thank you so much for the context. Thank you for your candor. Thank you for all that you do every day. We appreciate this, and if you're willing to stick around, the staff will be presenting. We'll have an opportunity to ask some questions distilled from all of these panels this evening. Thank you. Okay, we'll get excited. We are now going to hear about a topic that is not on tonight's agenda, Blue Montessori. For that, I would like to invite to testify before the board, Letitia Hudson. She's doing. Oh, I'm so sorry, parents and members of the community. So we have a number of people who have submitted public comment. Otherwise, do we have written comment? Okay. We were going to hear from Letitia Hudson, Natalie Baginski about Blue Montessori. We are also going to hear from someone with regard to DC bilingual, and someone who did not specify their topic, Felicia Bridgewater. So we will make sure that we review that submitted public comment and appreciate all the waiting folks have done for a long evening. With that, this would conclude the public comment portion of our agenda. And we will move on to the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide. So the board will discuss the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide. And for that, I'll yield the floor to Dr. Walker Davis and Kirsten Floyd, Director of Data and Accountability, to facilitate this discussion.
Thank you, Chair Cruzy. Before I quickly turn it over to Kirsten Floyd, I did want to let you know that Kirsten will have some brief intro remarks, but we are both prepared to answer questions about the public comment that you received tonight, as well as Melody Sampson, our Chief School Performance Officer. I did want to make one comment regarding the public comment that we received to date. As is our current practice, we will respond to all of the public comment that we've received, both on the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide, as well as the Charter Goals Policy. It's been our practice to provide a very detailed response for each of the comments that we received and how we are responding to that in the final proposal that we sent. And so that will look like similar efforts that we've done in the past, and that will be organized thematically, and we will respond specifically to the changes that are in the from the proposal when it was introduced initially, as well as what our final recommendation is. So I just wanted to assure the public that we will summarize and respond to all of the comment received. And I know you have heard quite a lot tonight. I want to thank our school leaders again for their active engagement in this process. It has been a long process, and we continue to be listening and responding to what we hear. So I will turn it over to Kirsten and be back to answer questions.
Good evening. I'm Kirsten Floyd, a director in the School Performance Department. Tonight, we are holding the second of 3 public hearings for the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide. DC PCSB staff proposed revision to its academic accountability system, currently called the Performance Management Framework, or PMF. Like the PMF, the proposed Aspire system is designed to measure how well DC public charter schools serve students, but offers several shifts from the PMF in evaluating school performance. The proposed Aspire system introduces scored school-specific performance measures for all schools. For pre-K to 12 schools, shifts include evaluating measures by student group, new school progress measures, replacing in-seat attendance with chronic absenteeism, and academic growth. For adult education schools, the proposed framework recognizes mid-level certification achievement and removes in-seat attendance from the school environment category. For alternative accountability framework schools, Aspire aligns their framework categories with the other frameworks. DC PCSB staff proposes that its board use the Aspire system to make school oversight decisions, as it did with the PMF. For example, staff proposes deeming level 1 Aspire schools as generally eligible to expand, replicate, or otherwise grow to serve more students, and staff recommends that schools earning level 4 or level 5 may be subject to increased oversight. DC PCSB staff recognizes the significance of the shifts from PMF to Aspire, and this return to an accountability system following the challenges of COVID. With that in mind, we held a public hearing March 18th. We are holding a public hearing tonight and another later this month at the April 22nd board meeting to ensure stakeholders have the time to familiarize themselves with the proposed Aspire system and ample opportunities to give input. We will ask the board to vote on the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide on June 10th. I am happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Kirsten, for this. Why don't I open it up to everybody else? Does anyone have a question they want to start with? Otherwise, I will jump in. Kirsten, we've heard a number of comments tonight about both Aspire and the Charter Goals Policy. Can you please give us a simple description of which one is which, what the difference is, and how our attendees tonight should be aware of distinctions between the two?
Okay, so we call them sister policies because they are related. The Aspire Policy and Technical Guide outlines the details of DC PCSB's accountability system, academic accountability system, and that is a standard practice annually that we report on all schools. Historically, schools have been allowed to adopt PMF, now Aspire, as their charter goals and academic achievement expectations in their charter agreement. The charter goals policy outlines the parameters by which schools can negotiate their charter goals. It includes language about how to adopt our accountability system as goals, and it also outlines goal determination for these in-between years that we have, where there are multiple years of either little or no data, and then PMF data, and then transitional goals. The last part is it also talks about consequences for underperformance.
Chair Cruzy, I did want to remind the board that we have a presentation later in this agenda that will also go into greater detail about the charter goals policy, and I think it will address some of the other questions that we heard tonight as well.
Great, thank you.
So you all heard a lot tonight about the focus on the technical aspects of Aspire versus the policy or implementation. I'd like to give you an opportunity to talk about that, and then I'm coming back.
I know you are. I really appreciated that was brought up because it may seem that the assumption is we haven't been talking about the policy implications. With the PMF, The language was such that over a period of 5 years, which is the review period, a school needed to earn an average of a particular score. We don't have 5 years of data yet. And so we have been kind of keeping that conversation in mind and also putting it on the back burner until we have more years and have decided what that looks like long-term over the course of a 5-year review period, what score we would want, or what average score or what minimum score we would want schools to earn over that 5-year period. When you only have 1 year of data, we've set a target of level 3 for all schools, and that's it.
And I wanted to address what I believe Ms. Hodge really brought home, which is our accountability work obviously is required. We are required to monitor the goals and expectations of schools. We have been a national trendsetter, quite frankly, in the robust nature of our oversight responsibilities, and we don't take lightly any change to the framework, or our accountability system, whether it's an annual change or more robust reevaluation and revision that we've done. And we have not had these conversations in isolation of the broader impact. I will say we have been very intentional about the technical aspects of this because we did want to get it right. We spent a lot of time, and I will not go over how many sessions we've had, but we've had quite a few sessions, both with thinking about the philosophical approach to take for a framework, as well as the actual technical aspects of the framework to tackle. What Ms. Hodge talked about was the broader application of this work. How does accountability sit within the context of what I would say is a very robust choice system in the city, with half of our schools being traditional and half of our schools being charter schools? And we have been very cognizant of what it will take to not just change our relationship with LEAs with respect to this accountability system, but for everybody in our ecosystem to understand what our revised accountability system means, to understand what is the difference between tiers and levels, to have conversations with our philanthropic partners about not downgrading our accountability system, but providing a more nuanced picture about student group performance. We are planning with our communications plan to have conversations with LEA boards and parent members of boards and funders and banking institutions, and we welcome being able to do that in partnership with our school leaders and other stakeholders in the education ecosystem. And so I want to say tonight that we understand that we don't just do this work over here and that there are no broader implications of that. And I want to underscore that our primary responsibility is to recommend to this board a tool to help refine your ability to make decisions on our LEAs, and we think that is what we are working toward, and we will certainly honor our responsibility to help shape a new narrative about what accountability means for the charter sector, and I would argue not just for charter schools, but statewide accountability for all of our schools.
And I appreciate that bigger framing. I do think it is a larger decision. I actually want to still push us though, even if we think about what Ms. Brantley just shared, right? In terms of under what PMF used to allow the ability to opt out. And it sounds like our language is a lot tighter, a lot less less flexible for schools specifically who may adopt the Aspire, but then as things change, the ability to want to opt out or opt in seems to look and feel very different under Aspire. And so I think there was a larger piece that Ms. Hodge was talking about in terms of just part of the ecosystem. I do agree that we play a role in that, but our job is to think about, this, not in isolation. So I don't want to in any way sound like that, but I am pushing us. Are we looking at the guide in terms of things like that, that may have been applicable either under PMF, but maybe went harder under Aspire or look different, and how we're highlighting that and where we are providing flexibilities for schools to be able to make decisions that do align with either existing charters and or new charters that may come.
I would want Melody Sampson to speak specifically to the point around adoption of goals during this transition period, but I want to state that the consequences that are outlined in the technical guide are actually not new consequences. They map very well to the consequences that were outlined previously for our lowest performing schools. Ms. Starling Temp is prepared to show that in her presentation. And so I'm wondering if we might actually need to do that presentation and then come back and answer questions about both Aspire and charter goals policy. So I want to be clear that the consequences associated with Aspire performance are not different than the consequences that we outlined for our lowest performing schools under the PMF. There is a challenge in the timing of the adoption of the charter goals policy and what would have been the natural point in our calendar year for schools to negotiate for the upcoming school year. So I'll ask Melody to speak to that.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. So what we have in each school's charter agreement and in corresponding policies is that schools need to submit a petition to amend their charter goals by April 1, either 1 to 2 years before they want to actually start using those goals. But because of the timeline of us bringing forward the Aspire Technical Guide and the charter goals policy revisions, we need to think about whether we want to relax that submission deadline to give schools more time to negotiate goals with us and actually retroactively apply those charter goals such that they could measure performance for the 24-25 school year, even though the official deadline for making that shift has already passed. So that's just something that staff has known that this was an issue for many months now, and we just need to come to an agreement about what the actual practice will look like moving forward, just for this interim period while we are working to pass these policies.
I do think an important point is we built in what some are arguing are not multiple pathways, but more than one pathway for the 24-25 school year so that we could counter that to some degree. But as Melody said, it is something that has been on our radar for some time, and we are open to considering ways to address that, as she stated.
So the next question may come up, it may be better for you, like you said, to do the whole policy, but I thought that there was some very bold statements made tonight regarding our floors and targets and the inequity that is being said there. And I would really like to start. I felt like I shared my view of, I heard on one breath it was too high, then I hear it's too low. But I do think that that is something that I would like to hear the staff's response to. And I think other board members would too, based off the
Chantel, welcome to my world.
Specifically, the conversation around if a lower performing school increases or improves, if that affects the other schools that were perhaps already in that tier. I specifically heard that comment. And so if you could include that in your discussion.
Honestly, we just want to get it in there. So one comment, if you can just talk about, just taking a step back and talk about the spirit and the philosophy in which we decided to do this. Because I think I know the history and lived a little bit, but let me hear it from you all, if you could in your, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to our world of mixed messages. So let me start by saying the PMF measured school performance based on all students in a school. Percentage of students proficient, total proficient students out of total students at the school. Some of the concerns that were raised before we even started this process about the PMF was that it did not recognize student group performance and it did not consider the opportunity gap that exists. Like, let's not pretend if we were at a place where we didn't have discrepancies in student group performance, we might not be having this conversation in the same way. The reality is we do, right? And in a city like DC, that is what exists. So we decided when we shifted to measuring student group performance, there are a couple of things that we're hoping to do here. One is make it visible, right? We want you to see how a school is serving the different students at their school. There are differences in performance for students that are economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, English learners, and race and ethnicity, if we're, let's just say that. And so when we look at those compared to each other, we thought it was necessary for the board and other stakeholders that engage with this information to have this data visible to them. So first it was like, maybe we'll just show it, right? Maybe we don't have to build it in. The reality is our sector is 69% Black, over 50% economically disadvantaged, roughly 15% students with disabilities, and just under 10% English learners. It is important, our schools, most of our schools, do not reflect the same distribution. We have some schools that are disproportionately high economically disadvantaged. We have some that are disproportionately low economically disadvantaged. Some that have very low instances of students with disabilities. In a landscape of choice, there are a lot of different factors that affect how a student ends up at a school, why a particular school has the population that it has. And when there's choice, you should be able to know how students are being served at each school. And comparatively, how are these types of students being served at each school? So our floors and targets are set at the 10th and 90th percentile of the student group's performance across the state. So that's an introduction of two new things, right? So one is the PMF did 10th and 90th percentile of the sector for all students. So now we are doing 10th and 90th percentile of student groups, and we're doing it at the state level. Because the reality is with school choice, it's all of the schools in the city. It's not just within the sector. So it also raises the bar. If you're only ever being compared to the other schools that are in the sector, those are not the only schools that we are vying for students with, right? So 10th to 90th percentile of that student group. Now, there are instances like median growth percentile, which is a particular growth measure that is a comparative measure by nature. And when we worked with Mathematica, they said, you know, that measure is actually shouldn't be, you shouldn't use floors and targets that are set by the student group, because by nature, that measure is comparing students to like students anyway. And so we took that advice. That's one measure that we don't change the floors and targets for student groups. But otherwise, and for the most part, many schools have supported this and requested it, that that the performance be compared to how other schools are serving those students. Now, I will say that this question of the targets, the floors and targets being higher for particular groups or lower for other groups, it is relative, right? So it's based on how people are doing right now. And so if the floors and targets, the 10th and 90th percentile for white students starts at 90 and ends at 100, that's what those students are, that's how those students are performing right now. And so we don't make them up arbitrarily. The other thing that I will say is we talked about having benchmarks for everything. So we talked about just saying everybody has to meet this benchmark. Everybody has to have 40% proficient for every student group. Everybody has to have X has to meet X benchmark. That did not go over well. Let me start there. But because the reality is, if I'm a school that's starting with 10% proficient in ELA, and the benchmark you've set, the benchmark for excellence that you've set is 40, number one, I quit. And number two, how is that even possible? Like, how am I supposed to get these students, all of these student groups? Because it'll vary, right? Maybe one group has 10%, one group has 13%, one group has 3%, right? All of them have to get to 40%. So the introduction of student group performance, using floors and targets for the student group performance, is a recognition that students are starting in different places, schools are starting in different places, and the comparison of how you are serving this student group is only being compared to how other schools are serving the same student group.
I want to thank you for that. And I want to again say on record, I want to commend this staff for including that in the proposed framework, because we actually can begin to have real conversations about why the numbers are where they are. We didn't make it up. We had the PMF, we had, what is it, CAS, TAG, right? Like we had all kind of things. And these things, our kids didn't move. And we're here now because we need to have real conversations about how to move our children, and we need to hold our schools accountable. And this, what was inputted here, now we can talk about it. Now we can say, hey, why is it, how are you supporting African American children to grow leaps and bounds here? Can you talk to this other school that's struggling? Now we can have real dialogue about moving children. I commend you all for that. And that's something I'm gonna be real hard pressed to see any other way to move forward. I'll tell everybody that now. So thank you.
Yeah, building off what Shakura just offered, from what I understand, this is unique for the country. That this is not we are leading the country in state level, walking the talk on equity, meeting excellence. Kirsten, I think we've shared this in past meetings, so I just want to ask again, based on a couple of comments tonight, we have engaged national experts. Can you remind us, just for the record again, national experts that we have engaged? And I just want to confirm that psychometricians have been among them.
Yes. Shout out to Dr. Gill at the REL. Mathematica has a regional educational laboratory that does a lot of research. And we actually worked with them twice during this process. One time before I got here, where they helped with gathering information. They helped with some survey work. And then earlier last year, we worked with them as we were talking through the measures that we were deciding to use. Like I said, Dr. Gill said something about student group performance and median growth percentile and that kind of thing. So we went into the meetings with the REL team with specific questions about validity of measures, how we could make sure that what we had was reliable, what they recommended. We had them review stuff. He also was an external reviewer of our technical guide and provided extensive feedback on that. In addition to the REL, we have had NACSA was a reviewer on our technical guide. Other authorizers, we had SUNY and Colorado. We had the National Alliance of Charter Schools. A lot of people. We have a few people on speed dial because we wanted to make sure that what we were creating and developing was sound, right? And so running it past somebody else who does similar work was really helpful. I know in the conversation that we had with Colorado, they are in the process of revising their accountability system, the Colorado Charter School Institute. And so he was really excited to have the conversation and to see how our process went and to see what our final outcome was, and asked if we would be willing to, be a resource for him in the future as they go through the same process.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the comparison to some kind of statewide, state level authorizers. I heard, I think it was Ms. Pardo's comments earlier on in the evening, a reference to a number of states. And that can be really instructive, but I think of kind of a fundamental difference, I recall from when Dr. Grant joined our meeting a couple months ago, is that an SEA conducts accountability for different purposes. And generally not, or perhaps never, for high stakes decisions to consider closure of a school. And I just want to name that because I hear OSSI brought up time and again, and even when our own state superintendent of education came to speak to us and provide input and an overview of what their accountability framework is and the purposes for which it is used, and underscored a recognition that ours is different, the comments keep coming back again. So I'd like to use this opportunity to reiterate the difference here and also remind that the purpose of that accountability system is different. And I would think a charter sector would want its authorizer to be in a position to determine by what measures its high stakes are decided.
I also want to add to that. Thank you, Chair Cruzy. Well, also want to add to that when we, as a team, look at practices in other state education agencies or charter authorizers, we try to be selective because our education landscape is so unique. And so when you're talking about somewhere like she mentioned, Vermont and Nebraska, the kinds of conversations they're having about equity are very different than the ones we're having. And even with Maryland, actually, if you're talking about it as a state. So yes, those things exist. They also exist at the state level, which, as you said, have different implications. We're very much talking about like federal requirements versus you as a board having the information that you need to make decisions around charter schools.
I just want to also acknowledge, I'm done. I know I'm stepping back after this. I want to thank you for naming all the people you all work with, because there was a couple of comments tonight around perhaps a separate technical committee. I mean, y'all done met with everybody. I don't know. I'm serious how another technical, I mean, and now you have people asking you all to come back. So again, I just want to commend you all for getting outside of this body, this very well experienced body who knows how to do this, and y'all reached out. I appreciate hearing that. Thank you.
One quick question about the floors and target again. I heard on the screen the question about selective high schools and the impact specifically from high school leaders, the concern about floors and targets, and what that, because it is comparing to all schools, which it should, right? Because we don't live in a vacuum. But what have we thought about, if at all, and it may be something that you're still thinking through, how this compares when we include DCPS selective or application schools?
The kids all still come from DC. So the standards are higher, yes, to get into those schools. But all of the high performing students don't automatically go to the high performing schools. So those schools have the opportunity to select the students that are at their schools. It's still, when we're talking about floors and targets, we're still talking about how a school serves a particular group of students. So just because it is a selective high school, it doesn't mean that they are serving all of their student groups well. That's not to say that they're not, but it's not an automatic, especially when you break it down to student groups. Overall, they might be higher performing when you're looking at percent proficient or graduation rates or anything like that. But if you disaggregate by student group, likely you will see that there are some discrepancies between student group performance. And if there aren't, they are a resource for serving those students.
Do you know how, I'm trying to make sure we're responding to what we heard on here and giving you opportunity to. Do you know how often those selective high schools, I get it in terms of like, should it, like, I get that it's still all students, but it is a different population of students. And just like we want to be equitable about who we serve in DC, we also have to be equitable about who those schools serve. So I don't want us to sit here and just say, oh, they're serving everybody, because they are not serving everybody,
No,
those schools in particular. And so I guess my question is, in terms of the high school piece, do we know how often those schools are, I guess, either recalculating their 90th percentile and like what that looks like? And are we thinking about that at all?
So the floors and targets come from OSSI, and OSSI does it every 3 years.
3 years. Okay.
And so that is something, the timeline of when we update floors and targets is something that we've been discussing behind the scenes. But the thing about, application high schools hadn't come up previously, and
Not by the high school? Not by when you all were talking about high schools? Oh,
No.
so tonight was the first time you've heard that?
maybe not. I don't recall hearing it.
Okay.
However, not including application high schools for setting floors and targets. We could look at it. I mean, I don't know that it would change things very much, because there are non-selective high schools that are performing well also. And so the assumption is that when we're setting 10th and 90th, those schools are always at the top of that. And but again, we're doing it by student groups, so it looks different everywhere, and even in the selective schools.
I was gonna say, that's the point though, right? If you're comparing selective schools to DCPS or to charter schools, that's why you're desegregating the data and focusing on the specific student groups. That's the whole point, right? So thank you. And then there were comments tonight about data integrity. Can you speak about why schools may feel like there's an issue with data integrity?
Well, hot topic. So I will say, I mean, everyone knows. One, we don't own a lot of the data that we use. And in the past 2 years, we have had a lot of turnover in our data department. And so transitions and taking on a really new and very big project have had some growing pains. And we have been trying to do this process and business as usual at the same time, without a lot of additional support. So we did have a vendor that was doing data modeling, but we are very heavily involved in that process. And so there have been some missteps, and after being fully staffed and implementing some additional measures and changing some things are much, much better. And now we're in a space where our outcomes are only as good as the data that we receive from schools. And so someone mentioned about high school floors and targets changing, but that happened recently because schools realized they submitted incorrect data. And so we had to recalculate the data and then thus recalculating the floors and targets that were sector level floors and targets. So that's why that happened. We also have a major dependency on OSSI's data because they are the state education agency. And for all of our state level measures, we are kind of at their timeline. And so when things are available, that's when we get them. And so while we would have loved to share outcomes and floors and targets before February, If we don't get that information from the source sooner, then that's not possible. And we take very seriously the concerns and feedback that we get from schools about this. And I will say that my team has done a really good job of responding and putting things in place to prevent missteps from happening in the future.
One of the concerns that I heard repeatedly was around a calculator that schools could use. Um, and I am looking at, and I also heard loud and clear, our single site schools who may not have the capacity to kind of run and model things all day and maybe engage. And so they're really relying on really robust resources to support them in doing this work while managing the school. Can you just talk to us a little bit about what the calculator is and where we are and where we might be headed with getting them something to calculate stuff with?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So we provided a calculator in November. It was based on 21-22 data, which was spotty at best. And it was based on the model as it was at that time. Not much has changed since then, but the data has changed, right? So we are in school year 22. We have calculated school year 22-23 outcomes. We have new floors and targets based on 22-23 data. And we did not want to spend the time and resources to update the calculator prior to the vote. We wanted to get to a point where we knew that everything was in stone, and then we would update the calculator. Most recently, with that said, we are in consultation with our vendor about how soon after the vote we can provide an updated calculator to schools. I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, but it involves a lot because it's all of like every school's student groups, the percentage of students in that student group, the application of that to the calculation, everything is disaggregated. And so when we're talking about like 10 measures, we're actually talking about 50 or 60 different inputs that a school has to do in order to use the calculator. I recognize that there are smaller LEAs that find great use in it. And so that's why we want to provide an updated one. We have talked internally about the cadence with which schools will get an updated calculator. Previously, they, with PMF, I think they received it annually. And we are talking about the lift that takes, given the complexity of the new system, and offering it maybe not on an annual basis, but on a regular basis, for them to be able to use for a couple of years at a time.
Just to quickly make sure I'm getting this right. So any assertion, there's already 5 frameworks, but really there's no one size fits all here. This is really far from that. So anyone that is under the impression that it is, we really want to urge reviewing the information we have provided and staying tuned for rollout and further communication, but there is in no way is this one size fits all.
Yeah, the difference between what schools previously got in terms of the calculator was one calculator that applied to all schools that had the same configuration versus this system requires each school to have a customized calculator because it's based on the students that are at the school at that time. Also, the PMF changed floors and targets annually. We are not proposing that in this system, and so we wouldn't have to update floors and targets in the same way.
And I just wanted to point out that we did provide data, simulated data to schools as soon as we could so that they could have some indication of how their schools were performing, because we value schools having that information. I think it was just a calculated decision that where do we invest the time in making that calculator a meaningful tool? And as Kirsten said, we made a strategic choice to do that once the board has voted on all of the proposed changes. So I want to make sure that it is clear that we value schools having information about how they are performing on the model as we currently know it. And we did prioritize getting that information in their hands when we had meaningful information to share.
Thank you.
If I could, I just wanted to jump in and speak to the adult education representatives who spoke tonight. They did note that we have yet to do modeling for them based on the school year 22-23. That is because we're waiting on some outstanding data, the GED data that makes up the bulk of the adult ed framework. As soon as we get those data, we will be doing the modeling and sharing the outcomes with the adult ed school leaders. And in the meantime, we're trying to strategize around how we can make sure that they can get comfortable with the proposed framework in the absence of those models.
While you're there, Melody, can you, just because you're on adult schools, can you address the CASA issue?
So that's another hiccup. CASAS is not the only adult ed ESL assessment that is in use among our school leaders. But it does create a challenge, and that would have been the case even if we were still using the PMF. Anytime an assessment has a major transition, you have to consult the vendor and see if there's actually some commonality between the old and the new test. And in this instance, CASAS is saying that there should not be a comparison between the old and the new assessment. And so it does become a need for us to think differently about whether we relax or in some other way adjust the floors and targets for the schools that use CASAS for their ESL performance.
And have you communicated to the schools that that's what you're thinking about? Because what I just heard from them is that they feel like there isn't conversation. Maybe there hasn't just been a follow-up yet.
That conversation, I think, first started in October when we did in-person learning sessions with school leaders. And then Kirsten, you'd also talked about doing an adjustment to the 80% target instead of 85.
So that particular note that had been mentioned about the target being formerly being 85 and wanting it to be adjusted to 80, we have talked about that. And I will say that some of these things that we've discussed weren't occurred after we opened for public comment or occurred after we finalized that document. And so it's not reflected there. And so I appreciate that folks are still talking about it because they want to make sure that it is that we follow through on that, but it is already something that we have committed to.
Great, thank you.
I have a number of questions, but I don't want to ask them tonight.
Okay.
Not because it's late, but for a different reason.
Okay.
Michelle mentioned that your standard practice is to respond in writing to every comment you receive. I'd prefer to give you an opportunity to take the time to respond in writing and not to have to answer on the fly tonight, which you have been doing dazzlingly well. In fact, your responses to the questions tonight bolster my confidence, which was already high, in the quality of the work that you're doing. The only question I have is, when will you be in a position to respond in writing to the comments we've received, which will give us all, I think, a much more complete picture before we make any decisions about what we've heard tonight. I also want to compliment all of the speakers here tonight. I thought that the thoughtfulness of their comments, the manner in which they presented was spectacular. And I thought this was just wonderful public participation in a very important process for our city, and I thank them all. So when might we be in a position to get written responses? No pressure.
We are really looking forward to wrapping this up. So in May, we are going to do a preview of the updated version of the technical guide based off of capturing any adjustments that we make to the technical guide based off of all of the feedback that we've received during this public comment window. Around that same time, and as we get close to that June 10th vote, that's when we expect to have a full package that lays out all of the comment that we received through these testimonies and through written comment. As Dr. Walker Davis said earlier tonight, they will be arranged thematically. So you can see comments that speak to in general what we were doing across the frameworks and then distilled by particular measures or frameworks themselves. So that whole package and the response, DCPCSB staff's response to that comment will be in the final proposal when we bring a request to you to approve the technical guide June 10th.
Thank you.
So I know we have policy part too, right? Okay, thank you.
All right, so why don't we transition? I think Aspire will still necessarily come back up again, but we want to invite Starling Temp. Thank you, Kirsten. And invite Dr. Walker Davis and Starling Temp, who's our data and accountability goals specialist, to come up and speak to us about the charter goals policy. Hi, Starling.
Thank you, Chair Cruzy. We do have a brief presentation that I hope will illuminate our current planning around the charter goals policy and also speak to some of the comment that you received tonight. And as I stated before, we are prepared to answer questions both about this policy, and if other Aspire questions come up as we go through this, we'll be prepared to answer those as well. I would like to start just by reminding our viewing public, which I hope we still have folks engaged at this hour, that as DCPCSB, as DC's public charter authorizer, this board monitors, evaluates, reports, and analyzes certain aspects of schools in order to ensure their efficacy and achieve our overarching mission, that schools be environments where all our students thrive, regardless of socioeconomic background. Aspire is one of the tools that we use to do our academic oversight work. You will see here that we also provide financial oversight and compliance oversight. And so you will see that, again, while this is a very meaningful and important tool, as evidenced by all of the public comment that we've received to date, it is but one of our tools. And I want to focus our conversation now on the charter goals policy. Equally important to the work is this policy, which helps charter LEAs set goals that will help them best serve their students and allow us to later hold them accountable. Charter goals are the academic achievement expectations required by the School Reform Act. During the COVID-19 pandemic, DCPCSB staff and you, the board, saw the pronounced need for us to adjust our data collection and reporting practices to be responsive to schools and student needs. Hence, we created the first part of the charter goals policy. Thankfully, schools are in recovery mode, but the implications of the pandemic are still being felt. The proposed revised charter goals policy reflects our future expectations. This policy addresses the use of transitional goals data initially collected under the COVID-19 impact policy, along with the use of other data that will inform goal determination. DCPCSB's data and accountability team has been working hard to create revisions to the charter goals policy to reflect schools' reality with Aspire. The new proposed policy, complete with revisions, has guidelines and pathways that ensure schools have what they need to serve their students in partnership with our Aspire system. Tonight, we are focusing specifically on this policy. In February, we asked the board to open the proposed policy for public comment, and tonight you heard several speakers speak to the policy. I'll now turn it over to Starling Temp, our goals specialist, to give a short presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Walker Davis. And before I get started, I'll just name some of this content is a reiteration from our OPC presentation and some pieces from our office hours we held with school leaders in March. And of course, is the proposed policy and doesn't take into account lots of the feedback you heard tonight. So it's important to frame the context of the proposed charter goals policy first. One of the key objectives of the proposed revisions to the charter goals policy is really to consolidate and expand upon existing DCPCSB charter goals related policies and guidance. So creating one single comprehensive policy pertaining to charter goals. As Dr. Walker Davis just mentioned, per the School Reform Act, public charter schools must develop these student academic achievement expectations or charter goals as part of their charter agreement. And historically, schools have either developed individualized charter goals, or after the creation of the performance management framework, they could elect to adopt the PMF as charter goals. So the guidance on standards used for developing individualized charter goals has typically existed in two places. That's the charter school application guidelines for our new schools and the charter goals amendment application for existing schools. Now we are proposing including more detailed standards for newer or existing schools to elect to develop individualized charter goals within this policy. For schools that previously elected to adopt the PMF as charter goals, they did so through the elect to adopt the PMF as charter goals policy. As we're transitioning to Aspire, we know that we have to amend and use a new policy to elect to adopt Aspire's charter goals. The previous elect to adopt PMF as charter goals policy defined academic continuance standards for schools with the PMF as charter goals, and considering Aspire, the revised charter goals policy would replace the elect to adopt PMF as charter goals policy and provide academic continuance standards aligned to Aspire. Another relevant policy that informed the proposed revisions to the charter goals policy is our charter amendments for revised goals policy. So this is alluding to the process and timelines for completing charter amendment requests. We heard a bit about that this evening. We propose incorporating those relevant details into the proposed charter goals policy. And finally, that COVID-19 impact policy was really the foundation for the current iteration of the charter goals policy. This defined our oversight and accountability practices coming out of the pandemic. And we know that in recognition of continued post-pandemic academic recovery, the charter goals policy offers schools multiple pathways to goal attainment when demonstrating improvement, and would like to continue doing so until school year 26-27. So the proposed revisions to the charter goals policy, they serve several key functions. One, it establishes the means for schools to elect to adopt Aspire's charter goals if they so choose. It details standards for individually negotiated goals. It centralizes guidance around charter amendments, annual reporting on charter goals, and charter reviews and renewals. It retains that relevant content from the COVID-19 impact policy and the current charter goals policy, as well as establishes future-facing goal attainment pathways for the next few years as we begin Aspire implementation. So the policy is broken down into these three components. We can go on to the next one because I'm going to dive into those three components in the next few slides. Next slide, please. Okay, so section 1 of the policy, this adopting and amending charter goals. The policy describes the guidelines DC PCSB will use to negotiate and recommend approval for new or amended charter goals. Most notably, this establishes the process by which schools may elect to adopt Aspire as goals. To reiterate, this is the portion of the policy that replaces the elect to adopt PMF as charter goals policy. Much of the content is similar, but simply revised to align with Aspire. This section also codifies DC PCSB's current and historic practice surrounding minimum standards for individually negotiated charter goals. For example, these charter goals must be specific, measurable, ambitious and achievable, relevant and time-bound. Goals must address expectations for achievement and growth in ELA and math, and should reflect all grade levels served by the school. The policy also describes expectations for setting goal targets, assessment selection, and developing business rules. And then finally, this section captures, again, those process and timelines in the event that a school would like to submit a charter goal amendment request, including grounds for removing and lowering targets. The second section of the policy is based on the goal attainment pathways. Here I am including those pathways beginning in school year 2023, 24. And those pathways are established in the current charter goals policy and remain largely unchanged from that time. In school year 24-25, DC PCSB has proposed beginning to implement the Aspire system and moving away from the use of transitional goals and alternative pathways to goal attainment. But the policy continues to offer schools a pathway for goal attainment when demonstrating improvement in outcomes over time. For schools with Aspire as goals or current PMF as goal schools, earning a level 3 or higher, so levels 1 or 2, would be the defined threshold for meeting goals. But we would also say that demonstrating improvement within level 4 is also a way to meet your charter goals. And for schools with individually negotiated goals, we've offered a similar alternative pathway when goal targets are not met outright. Demonstrating improvement from the prior year is also considered for meeting charter goals. Then for the next slide, for 25-26 and 26-27, you'll see in 25-26, that improvement pathway becomes applicable at the board's discretion. To help inform the board's ultimate decision, DC PCSB staff would provide members with a thorough analysis, as is included in any review or renewal report, of a school's level of improvement across all goals or measures. And this would have an emphasis on school achievement and school progress measures. The board can also consider student group performance and other relevant context to determine that acceptable improvement. And right now we are proposing that in 26-27, we would move to a single pathway for goal attainment, which would be either earning a level 3 or higher on Aspire or meeting individually negotiated goal targets. But we have a note down there that states that goal attainment pathway is subject to be reevaluated. We appreciate and acknowledge that we only have the data we have so far. So once we are able to look at 23-24 data and 24-25 data, we are open to considering the appropriateness of that pathway and potential revisions to that threshold. As schools consider the impact of the policy on forthcoming charter reviews and renewals, we know this is important to schools. Here's an example of what the evaluation might look like for PMF or Aspire as goal schools in their review report. It remains true that goal attainment is evaluated at a campus or framework level. A campus or framework needs to only meet one of the available pathways, not all pathways. And you'll see as we move towards 24-25 that in the two examples here, level 3 on Aspire met its goals and improvement on level 4 in Aspire met its goals. Okay, the final section of the policy addresses that annual monitoring of charter goals and consequences for underperformance. I'd like to emphasize that we've heard questions regarding the consequences for underperformance prior to tonight and tonight in testimony. And so I'd like to reiterate a few things here. The consequences outlined in the charter goals policy and those that are currently outlined in the Aspire technical guide should be the same. And PMF tier 3, what was outlined in the PMF policy and technical guide, is extremely similar to what is outlined now for Aspire level 4 and 5 consequences for underperformance. And I'll show a bit more about that in the next slide. The last piece is about schools with individually negotiated goals. Performance on Aspire is used as an indicator of how a school is doing. Underperformance on Aspire flags the need for further action, such as a high stakes review, but is never the means by which DC PCSB will make ultimate continuance or revocation decisions. That's always based on the school's charter goals in their charter agreement. I know this is a lot of text. I don't expect anyone to read off the screen. I'm highlighting some key parts. On the left, you'll see this is an excerpt from the PMF and tier 3 consequences. Also make note of the scoring range of 0 to 34.9. That scoring range directly correlates to level 4 and level 5 performance. So under the PMF Tier 3 consequences for underperformance, it includes definitive qualitative site reviews and meetings with school leaders and board members. Under Aspire, these same interventions are discretionary for schools earning a level 4. So you'll see language around may meet with school leaders and board members and may conduct a qualitative site review. Considering that DC PCSB is proposing a goal attainment pathway around Aspire level 4 improvement, these consequences would likely be reserved for schools not making improvement or showing significant declines in performance. Under the PMF, more intensive interventions, such as being a candidate for a high-stakes charter review as a candidate for charter revocation, were specific to schools scoring under 20% on the PMF. And that directly correlates to the scoring range for level 5 on Aspire. And you'll see that level 5 also has more definitive language about holding those meetings with school leaders and board members and conducting a QSR. Okay, I'm wrapping up this presentation with a few important notes. The first of which is 2 important forthcoming timelines for schools to consider related to goals. One is this big decision we've heard some commentary about tonight, the decision for current PMF schools on whether or not to opt out of Aspire goals. We've created a long runway for schools between now and April 1st of 2026 to make that decision. And so that consideration begins after the vote and goes until 2026 because we understand that we would like to see more data and have familiarity with the system before making that choice. The second piece is around these school-specific measures. So this applies to all schools with the exception of alternative accountability schools. These two school-specific measures, we will begin negotiations with schools after the board vote, and those will continue through school year 24-25 with the aim of implementation at the beginning of 25-26. In closing, I'd like to highlight some more important dates on how we have engaged others on this policy. DC PCSB held office hour sessions for school leaders last month. Of course, today is a public hearing, and we have heard your public comment and have received additional public comment. All of that will be responded to again prior to the vote and making a final recommendation. I will now turn it back to Chair Cruzy.
Thank you, Dr. Walker-Davis and Starling, for your informative and thoughtful presentation. We look forward to continuing to engage in this robust discussion ahead of the vote in June. Any further questions from board members? Yes. Okay, jump right in.
Hi, Starling. I actually would like for you to still share the if somebody could still share the deck. So one of the first things that comes up, I think anytime we're talking about accountability, is the consequences for performance, right? Like that's what people care about. I am not comfortable with us adopting a policy that, if it can be shown again, specifically when it talks about point B on the ways to receive your, keep going back one more, back one more, right there. Where it, maybe even the one before it, particularly thinking about 24-25. Now I want to keep in mind what Melody shared, which is obviously we need to think about this transition year. If I am a PMF Aspire Goals Attained pathway, 24-25, there's no way for me, unless I am level 3 or higher, there's no way for me to improve my score from the prior year as it pertains to Aspire, because Aspire did not exist. Unless we are then saying that we are going to have schools use their 23-24 data. And if I'm a school, I'm concerned about that because The floors and benchmarks, which we just talked, the floors and targets that we just talked about have been changing since they even got their simulated data. So I'm not sure, knowing this, well, one, I'm imagining that you did not anticipate that we'd be so far behind our timeline when this came out. But I do think this requires us to think about what it is that we're saying, because what schools aren't, again, I don't think schools are concerned about accountability. I think they're concerned about the consequences for performance. Particularly, even if you then go to schools that make, I think on the consequences slide, schools that hit level 5, if we have a school that hits level 5 after this first year, I would not vote. I don't know what everyone else would do. I would not vote to revoke their charter after 1 year of a brand new system. So I am pushing us to think about, while I understand this is meant for the long term, I think we have an absolute obligation in terms of rolling something out to think differently about our consequences in these transitional years, and really be careful with our language and what we expect, because I don't know how you can improve your score from a prior year if there was no score. And I think these are the small things that cause a little bit of doubt to all of the hard work that I know is going on in this staff, kind of day to day, as we think about this process, because this is what schools care about. Am I going to be open or closed? Am I going to be subject to a high stakes review? Board discretion, we know, has varied across this board year over year. Implementation, leadership, there's a lot that happens there, which I think when you then hear schools using words and phrases like disparaging all the schools or things like that, it really is around the consequences. So I guess I had a question and a comment at the same time.
Sure, I'll just very quickly address the question around the level 4 improvement, because we did receive those sorts of questions in office hours. And the commitment we made to schools was it would be a reference to the simulated outcomes from 23-24, but no sort of reporting on those outcomes. It would just be a quick note or reference that improvement was made. But yes, you're right. The only thing we could compare it to are those simulated outcomes from 23-24.
And so I think my push would be for us to think about, or continue to think about, the additional, particularly during these transition years, additional multi-pathways in the same way we did COVID, thinking about multi-pathways for folks to attain their goals as we're working this through. So, and now Dr. Walker Davis, were you about to add on?
I think Sterling covered it.
The last thing I'll say, I recognize the time. If you can go back to that says consequences for performance slide. Keep going. I mean, not back, forward, excuse me, forward. I apologize. Keep going. Yep. One more. I do think that this is important. While we are not trying to recreate PMF, I think I heard the question about whether or not we were going harder under Aspire. I think there was like, we're going harder, excuse me, under Aspire for lower performing schools than we have previously. And I actually think this shows that that's actually not the case. And there's actually a little bit more discretion. Well, maybe probably not in 5 as much discretion. Well, no, because it says staff would generally recommend, whereas before it said, well, y'all can see the difference. It's late, but I just wanted to name that because I do think it was stated that it was a bit more punitive. And I mean, I think there's a question about whether or not PMF was punitive in and of its first, but this is one not, when we start going to 4, it may sound harder, but those scores generally relate to tier 3, I think, first, and then the consequences look similar with a little bit more, I think, flexibility, particularly for level 4. But
to your point, Chantel, you're exactly right. When I saw this, that's what struck me as well, is that by opening up the old tier 3 and giving it 2 levels, you actually give them opportunity to improve at both points at level 4 and at level 5. So I saw exactly what you saw. So thank you for bringing that up.
All right. Thank you, Starling. Thank you, board members. We look forward to more on this. Next on our agenda, we're not yet at the public meeting, folks. Next on our agenda are charter amendment requests. These are requests to allow schools to make changes to their charter agreements. First, for that, I will yield the floor to Hannah Cousineau, Senior Manager of Sector Planning and Compliance, to introduce the request from DC Scholars Public Charter School.
Thank you, Chair Cruzy. I am going to step in for Hannah Cousineau tonight. Tonight, the board will hear from DC Scholars Public Charter School regarding its request to amend its charter agreement. The school seeks to revise its mission statement to emphasize a more well-rounded educational philosophy, and representatives from the school have thankfully stuck with us tonight to answer your questions.
We're welcoming them up. Give them a minute. They've had a while to wait. We estimated to be about 8:15 at this point. Welcome, and we're so sorry to make you wait. Thank you for being so patient with us tonight.
We're still here, and thank you for considering our request at this late hour. I hope to be joined by our principal, Leangelo Emprater, and our board chair, Jackie Lindsay, who have been hanging on with us through the evening. I'm Amy Holmes, the head of school of DC Scholars Public Charter School. Do I have the ability to share my screen? Oh, yes, it looks like I do. All right, we'll endeavor to be brief. For those of you who may be unfamiliar, DC Scholars has had a unique history, which brings us to the purpose for our presentation before you this evening. We, in 2012, DC Scholars was founded and was managed by an outside management agency called Scholar Academies. That network dissolved, and subsequently, through over a period of transition, DC Scholars has now become its own independent operated LEA. At our 10-year review in the midst of the pandemic, we had an opportunity to come before you, and we heard you loud and clear when you said that DC Scholars had real work to do to make sure that we were fulfilling our mission and getting strong academic results. Since then, the last time we've had time to speak, we have been able to reduce chronic absenteeism and are seeing tangible growth in student academic performance in ELA and math, and were recently named an Empower K-12 Math Bright Spot School. With that solid, sort of stable foundation, we felt that this was a fresh opportunity for us to take a look at our mission, to understand who we are and where we want to be. When Dr. Walker Davis and Chair Crucy visited DC Scholars this fall, we shared a little bit about this process. I should state that the mission shift that we are proposing is not dramatic and doesn't represent a very large difference in sort of our programmatic vision, our academic model, or assessments, but rather is just designed to be more inclusive and modern. But of course, we wanted to do everything on the up and up. And when we consulted PCSB staff, they stated that the changes that we are proposing were in fact material change. Our strategic planning process that led us to our new mission involved robust stakeholder input, In collaboration with Bellwether, we engaged families, students, staff, and board members through surveys and focus groups. And we found that there are about 50% of families that are leaving Ward 7 to pursue quality elsewhere. And DC Scholars is deeply committed to being an improving and quality option for students in this community. We heard things that we were doing well, including teacher development, high dosage tutoring, being a preschool through 8 school where families can develop strong relationships, sending their 3-year-old and all the way up to their 13-year-old with us. We also heard a lot about what we could be doing better, how we can define our programmatic model in a crowded marketplace, how we can improve talent recruitment and retention. And what we heard loud and clear, particularly from our families and students, was that we could do more to expand our extracurricular program offerings and create opportunities for students to pursue their individual passions. That led us to the proposed mission shift that you will see here, which, as again, is not significantly different, but we feel like the language, particularly the bolded language, academic knowledge and skills, individual passions, and community mindedness is more reflective of who we are and desire to be. We felt like removing the language of life skills, which felt particularly limiting, and shifting that to giving scholars an opportunity to pursue their individual passions in a community environment was more reflective of who we are. With that said, our school director and principal, Leangelo Emperator, who is here joining us this evening, will share just very briefly about how we have already begun to and are excited to, moving forward, bring this mission to life.
Thanks, Amy. Good evening, everyone. I'm Leangelo Emperator, the principal here at DC Scholars. Excited to have this opportunity to come before you tonight to talk through some of the changes and ways that we're implementing our new mission here at DC Scholars. Just to name, I was a founding teacher. So in 2012, when we did this work and we were talking life skills, things look much different back then when we focused on our mission and what we wanted to provide. So excited to be the principal now and have an opportunity to talk through those changes and how we're looking at the world today, post-pandemic. In terms of community mindedness, we wanted to broaden what we thought about and move away from that antiquated thought of life skills and thinking about how do we build students that have social responsibility, how do we build scholars that have empathy, and how do we build scholars that have social advocacy for themselves. So that led us to the term of community mindedness. We've been thinking about that now as an offering National Junior Honor Society. Our 8th graders are participating in community service projects, adopting a block in the community that they live in as well, to be able to just learn how to take care and give back to their community, and building scholars that are involved in the decision-making process rather than things happening to them, but things happening for them, and they're creating their own space. There was once this quote that I've been using lately that Black kids are often taught to vote, 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 but we want to teach our scholars that people should be voting for you. And so that's a part of as well of why we want to have this community mindedness, so that we're building the efficacy of our scholars. In addition to that, thinking about offering programming and individual passions. This year, we've had an opportunity to create a cosmetology class after school for our scholars. We've had a chess club, which has become a really major deal and competition that I can't join because I'm a checkers player, but I love seeing the scholars being able to compete and just increase their critical thinking skills and build those relationships with teachers after school as well. We've also sponsored our athletics club from basketball and cheer, and just continuing to build that program out for our students. We have an art club as well, and just helping foster their passions along with building their academics to make them a more well-rounded student, but also to make them competitive for high schools and the world beyond as it's ever changing.
Thank you so much
first of all, for your patience. Second of all, for all you do for kids in like 2 more hours. Because this is not good evening, it's good night. And for bringing this before us this evening. I want to open it up for other board members. I have question or two, but if anyone else has any, I'll just jump right in, please.
I noticed, I just have one question regarding the change in your mission statement. So I noticed that you took out the language around a path to college. Is that reflective of any particular change in your curriculum or any particular change in terms of an academic focus that you all are thinking about or thinking through, or what motivated the removal of that language in particular around the path to college?
Thanks for the question. I think giving students the skills to contribute in an ever-changing world gives students access and opportunity to pursue whatever path, but in no means in any way changes our relentless focus on high-quality academics. We have been diligent about growing our student academic performance, expanding our curricular opportunities and access to rigorous curriculum and programming. And we will maintain all of the same assessments. If nothing else, we'd like to raise the bar, but that language should not in any way indicate to anyone anything other than the highest of expectations for all of our students.
I'm going to ask a question, but make a very quick public service announcement for some of the attendees on the board in the meeting still, just to let them know that the matter in our public meeting of notices of concern, we are going to address that instead at the April 22nd meeting, given the hour. So we'll address the remaining items on our agenda tonight, other than the mystery caller notices of concern. So if you are still in the meeting, thank you for being here. And we look forward to seeing you on April 22nd. We are not doing the mystery callers. We are going to continue with the balance of the agenda. DC Scholars team, our standard of approval for a mission change sets an expectation around the who, the how, and the why. And it sounds like I've heard some of that this evening in your charter application. Can you share with us a little bit about how this proposed mission has been supported by the students and other members of the school community?
I can start and then.
And just to add on, Amy, while we have it, even from your board, I know your board chair is here, so I'd like to hear from your board chair too.
Wonderful. I'll share a little bit about process and then others can speak as well. I think the inception of this process was a strategic plan for the school. In that process, it became clear that what we were seeking to do would require us to think differently about the language we were using. And so that process included pretty robust stakeholder engagement, focus groups, surveys, interviews, and opportunities for our full community to give input. The board in particular had an opportunity to be involved in the strategic planning process. Members of the board were on the steering committee. The board reviewed the strategic plan in January and then held a particular vote on the mission in our March meeting. I think that we then felt it was important to come to this body and request your approval with the change, and then we'll have the exciting opportunity, assuming it's approved, to be able to go back to families, to go back to students and staff. Staff have seen this language, to be able to go back and say, now that this language is improved, what does this mean for your student? What does this mean for our work together? What changes can you anticipate this year and in the coming years?
I would add that the board was very much involved in this process, as Amy said. And we, in terms of looking at our strategic plan and what's best for the students at DC Scholars, looked long and hard and listened to what our community said, what students said, what our teachers said. It was a collaborative process. In the end, though, the board, in its discussions, had to decide with all of that input And based on what the staff was telling us, was this the mission for the organization? And we feel very strongly, unanimous vote, that this is the mission that we should move forward with based on all the work we've been doing to improve academics, but also to ensure that our students leave the school with the right skills that will take them wherever they want to go, whether it's college or whether it's something else in the community. They will be able to do that, but they will go forward with not just a mindset of what's important for them, but a mindset of what community means and what their role and responsibility is to be involved in community and to see that communities have what they need to be successful and what our students need to do to be a part of the community. So this was a very well thought out and very well communicated strategy that turned into our new mission.
And just lastly to say in terms of students, of course, they focused a lot on the individual passions and like what's important to them and where they see themselves going in the future. But not only did we focus on our current students, one of the things that we feel really strongly about and are fortunate that we have very strong relationships with our students that graduate DC Scholars. I know personally, I never went back to my middle school, but we have so many of our scholars, once they go off to high school, they come back and see us, and just had an opportunity to sit down and speak with them of things that we did really well that prepared them from high school and things that we needed to also like work on our areas of growth. And one of those things was just having an opportunity to develop their passions outside of academics, having an opportunity to explore the arts and feel like they are prepared to compete at a Duke Ellington or other schools that offer more opportunities outside of just their academics.
Thank you. This is surprisingly, given the hours, really uplifting to hear you channel the energy and spirit of your school and your students with us tonight.
Yes. Absolutely agree. Thank you.
Ensuring
Thank
that
you
our
for the time.
Thank you for the time. So ensuring that our schools have a relevant, inclusive, and equitable mission is just one of many important charges of this board. We appreciate you coming before us this evening tonight with your amendment and look forward to hearing more next month. Good night.
Thank you.
Next, I think Melody will remain with us to introduce our second and final charter amendment of the evening coming from E.L. Haynes Public Charter School. And for that, welcome. I'd like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks regarding this amendment request. Hillary Derelek, Ricky Hunt Taylor, and Lisa Carlton Waller. Welcome and thank you so much for your patience.
Hillary, are you still at school?
Yes, we are still at school. Ricky is across from me at the same table.
Well, thank you for joining us tonight. The board will hear from Euphemia L. Haynes or E.L. Haynes Public Charter School regarding its request to amend its charter agreement. The school seeks to reconfigure the grades served at 2 of its 3 campuses. Currently, the middle school encompasses grades 5 through 8. E.L. Haynes Public Charter School proposes transitioning grade 5 to the elementary school. If approved, grade 5 performance will be included in all accountability measures for the elementary campus beginning in school year 24-25. Representatives are here from the school to answer your questions.
Thank you, Melody, and I'll also just say thank you for keeping us on tonight's agenda. We have been anxiously awaiting the opportunity to talk to you about our reconfiguration request and our 20-year review, which will follow a little bit later. So thank you for the opportunity to present to you all on behalf of E.L. Haynes Public Charter School. As part of our grade reconfiguration proposal, E.L. Haynes submitted an application to retain our 5th grade at our Kansas Avenue campus, where our elementary school currently is. As part of this request, as Melody shared, our 5th grade would also now be included in our elementary school accountability framework starting next year, 24-25. Historically, E.L. Haynes Middle School served grades 5 through 8. This was primarily a result of space challenges here at our Kansas Avenue campus, as Chantel said, where we are currently sitting. But in summer of 2023, we renovated the top floor of our elementary school and shifted administrative offices to other parts of the building in order to prioritize and accommodate academic learning spaces. And this allowed us to retain our 5th graders at our elementary school campus. Identified as a critical shift to our academic program during our 2020 strategic planning process, this shift responds to extensive feedback from our families and to what our leaders believe is a more developmentally appropriate grade configuration for our students. We believe this shift sets us up for continued success, these students up for success as they transition to our middle school in 6th grade. By making these grade reconfigurations, we also provide critical learning spaces at our middle school to run more flexible and small group programs, launch WIN or What I Need blocks, and facilitate effective one-on-one or small group interventions. The space shift allows us to create grade-specific floors, or as we call them, houses, that create community for each of the 3 middle school grades, such that our instructional leaders can focus on a more aligned 6 through 8 curriculum and schedule. In summary, the grade reconfiguration request enables our 5th grade students to receive developmentally appropriate learning and space as part of our elementary school campus, and the shift enables both more aligned academic programming to support student learning outcomes at our middle school and facilitates developmentally appropriate social emotional learning and strong culture for our middle school students. We look forward to your questions about this request.
I need to reiterate my gratitude for your patience this evening. We've had a full meeting and appreciate all that you bring to everything you do, and also appreciate this amendment request. Board members, does anyone have questions to begin on this one? I have a feeling we're going to be seeing you again in a moment, and we may have a longer conversation. Got it. Okay. Okay. I don't think we have questions for you on this particular item. So with that in mind, we appreciate your service, look forward to hearing more next month. And for this next portion, you can just turn off your cameras rather than having to step down as panelists and come back up. So don't go too far. Board members, this concludes the public hearing portion of our agenda. In a moment, I'm going to invite a motion to approve the board meeting agenda for tonight, but I need to acknowledge that we are amending the agenda. Because we have, as I mentioned earlier, we are going to move the mystery caller notice of concern to the April 22 board meeting. So when I invite a motion to approve tonight's board meeting agenda, I'm asking you to approve it with the removal, with the revision of the agenda that removes the mystery caller notice of concern. And so the motion would be to approve the revised agenda for the April 8th, 2024 board meeting. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the April 8th, 2024 board meeting agenda with the revision that removes the mystery caller notice of concern.
Do I have a second? Second. Thank you for competing seconds. Secretary Adamafanian, would you mind taking a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Chair Cruzy,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Sandman,
Aye.
Treasurer Wright,
Aye.
Board Member Stanley Beatty Stanley. Aye. I'm gonna work on Stanley Beatty. It's a late hour. Okay. Okay.
I have a proxy for him tonight, but for this, because it's a different vote, I'm gonna have him recuse.
And then I.
Excellent. Thank you. Now we can welcome back the E.L. Haynes team. And for that, I'll yield the floor to Gina Lucchese, Senior Specialist of School Quality and Evaluation, and invite back the E.L. Haynes team.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Gina Lucchese. I'm a senior specialist in the school performance department. Today, the board will vote on the charter review and continuance of Euphemia L. Haynes, or E.L. Haynes Public Charter School. And I also truly want to thank the staff for hanging with us tonight. The following charter review standard applies to the school. The School Reform Act stipulates that DC PCSB shall review a school's charter at least once every 5 years. As part of this review, DC PCSB must determine whether, number one, the school committed a violation of applicable law or material violation of the conditions, terms, standards, or procedures set forth in its charter, including violations relating to the education of children with disabilities. Number two, whether the school failed to meet the goals and student academic achievement expectations set forth in its charter. And there's a third piece, if DC PCSB determines that a school has committed a violation of applicable law or material violation of the terms of its charter or has not met its goals, the board may, at its discretion, revoke the school's charter or grant a conditional continuance. And this is the third piece, sorry. Additionally, there is a fiscal component to the charter review. Per the School Reform Act, the board is required to revoke a school's charter if it determines that the school has engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, or is no longer economically viable. E.L. Haynes Public Charter School is up for its 20-year review. The school educates 1,162 students in grades pre-kindergarten 3 through 12 at 2 facilities located in wards 1 and 4. The school adopted the Performance Management Framework, or the PMF, as its charter goals. In doing so, E.L. Haynes Public Charter School committed to earning an average PMF score of at least 50% throughout the review period. However, given the disruption in the schooling and data collection during the COVID-19 pandemic and DCPCSB's PMF revision efforts, DCPCSB only published PMF outcomes for 2018-19 in this review period. And further, per our COVID-19 impact policy, DCPCSB staff did not assess goal attainment for school years 2019-20, 20-21, or 21-22. Consequently, for this review period, we assess E.L. Haynes Public Charter Schools charter goals performance using the 2018-19 PMF outcomes and 2022-23 goal attainment pathway performance as outlined in our charter goals policy. Now I will discuss each campus's academic goal attainment. E.L. Haynes Elementary School campus met its goals, earning an 81.8% on the PMF in 18-19 and meeting a goal attainment pathway per the charter goals policy in school year 22-23. The middle school campus substantially met its charter goals by earning a 53.6% on the PMF in school year 18-19 and substantially meeting a goal attainment pathway in school year 22-23. And the high school campus met its goals by earning a 69.2% on the PMF in school year 18-19 and meeting a goal attainment pathway per the charter goals policy in school year 22-23. While E.L. Haynes Public Charter School has met the standards for charter continuance, DCPCSB staff has concerns about academic performance at the middle school campus only. The campus's English language arts and math proficiency rates are 6.8 and 8 percentage points below the state averages, respectively. Neither subject area showed substantial improvement from school year 21-22 to school year 22-23. DCPCSB provided multiple pathways to demonstrate goal attainment in school year 22-23. And the middle school campus did not fully meet any pathway. In order to earn a substantially met designation on the transitional goals pathway, the campus either exceeded the state average or improved on 3 of their 4 transitional goals measures. Specifically, the campus exceeded the average in 2 of the 4 measures, in-seat attendance and re-enrollment, and it improved in a 3rd measure from school year 21-22 to 22-23, and that measure was math proficiency, by 2.6 percentage points. And the campus did not exceed the average or improve in the 4th measure, which was English language arts proficiency. Separate and apart from the school's goal attainment, we conducted a qualitative site review at each campus as part of this charter review. Our site review team observed 75% of each campus's core content classrooms. Using the Charlotte Danielson framework for teaching, Our team rated the classroom environment and instruction in each classroom as unsatisfactory, basic, proficient, or distinguished. We compared the ratings to classrooms in other campuses that also underwent a qualitative site review in school year 22-23. E.L. Haynes Elementary and high school campuses performed above average in both classroom environment and instruction when compared to relevant campuses. However, qualitative site review results suggest that E.L. Haynes Middle School campus needs improvement in both the classroom environment and instruction domains. In the classroom environment domain, 57.8% of classrooms at E.L. Haynes Middle School campus earned proficient or distinguished ratings. This is below the average of 79% for comparable classrooms that underwent a qualitative site review in 22-23. And in the classroom instruction domain, fewer than half of E.L. Haynes Middle School classrooms, 47.6%, earned proficient or distinguished ratings. And this is below the average of 68.8% for comparable classrooms that also underwent a qualitative site review in school year 22-23. We recommend continuing E.L. Haynes Public Schools charter with the condition that the middle school campus undergo a qualitative site review every year of the next review period. This condition can support the middle school by providing school leaders with additional feedback about strengths and areas of improvement in both the classroom environment and instruction domains. It would also provide DC PCSB with greater evidence of school quality ahead of the school's 25-year review. DC PCSB will cease conducting condition-related qualitative site review visits if the middle school campus demonstrates significant improvement for 2 consecutive years. And specifically, to demonstrate significant improvement, the campus would need to earn proficient or distinguished ratings excuse me, in both the classroom environment and instruction domains within 5 percentage points of the 2-year weighted average of comparable public charter school classrooms for those 2 consecutive years. E.L. Haynes Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Thank you, Gina. Would you like to go ahead? Sure.
Yeah, am I up now?
Your turn.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gina, and thank you to you and Melody for your support throughout the process over the last few months. We also want to say publicly thank you very much to the PCSB staff for your recommendation to renew our charter for another 5 years. We are deeply proud of the school community we have built over the last 2 decades. And today we're excited to share some of our reflections and hear questions from the board. You've given us gratitude for staying this long, and I want to give gratitude to all of you for staying this long and hopefully still hearing and be engaged with the incredible things I want to share about our school community. So in 2020, we launched a comprehensive strategic plan that guided our work in academics, talent, and organizational development. It refined and focused our attention on what we believe are the key drivers of student success in our community. And what we've seen from the beginning years of our strategic plan, despite a pandemic, is that our investments and our focus areas are working. In academics, the impact of all of these investments can be seen at all campuses, where we saw improved QSR scores compared to 5 years previous. At the high school, over the last 5 years, the number of students who have scored 4+ on PARCC has increased exponentially. As a result, our high school is one of the highest performing high schools in the city, and its recent summative score on OSSE's report card places it as the 6th highest performing high school. At the elementary school, where we were early adopters of the science of reading training and support for our teachers, over 75% of our students met or exceeded their reading growth targets. Our growth rates on iReady, a nationally normed assessment, as seen in the report before you for our 20-year review, significantly increased from 21-22 to 22-23, and we continue to see growth this year. As a Tier 1 school for the most recent 4 years of the PMF, our elementary school continues to provide a joyful, rigorous, well-rounded experience for our students. At our middle school, our shift to restorative practices and focus on school culture has resulted in overall high in-seat attendance, low chronic absenteeism, and significantly decreased suspension rates. All 3 schools have high re-enrollment rates and strong wait lists, showing that families choose our community year over year. In our talent work focused on our staff and our people, we knew we had to take many aggressive steps to ensure that E.L. Haynes is a great place to work. We believe in our teachers and our staff and know that investments in them lead to incredible learning opportunities for our students. This meant that we engaged our staff in what was important to them, built a compensation system that was competitive, and invested in the continuous improvement and learning of our staff. Even before OSSI and the city provided resources to support investments in teachers, we had already updated our benefits and developed transparent and competitive salary scales. These investments have led us to maintain at least 85% teacher retention rates each of the last few years, and our teachers and staff continue to choose Haynes to teach. This year, we're on track for over 90% retention of our teachers heading into 24-25. And a hallmark of the last 5 years has been an operational model that's designed to support student success. We saw this through our rapid transition to technology investments and becoming a one-on-one school. And we have 5 years of clean audits, exceptional finances, and strong savings. One thing we have noticed over the last 5 years, and is referenced in the PCS report, and we heard from Gina a few minutes ago, is our middle school students' performance. We agree that our middle school still has progress to make to improve student learning, especially coming out of the pandemic. We work tirelessly to invest in the middle school campus to increase and improve student outcomes. And we also want to share some background information that's not in the report to help you understand the unique dynamics at play in this campus. Our middle school demographics have shifted significantly over the past 5 years. New students entering 6th grade are less prepared relative to other returning students in our community. A little context about E.L. Haynes: in addition to accepting and admitting students at every grade level, we intentionally grow our community at 2 key grade levels, at 6th and 9th grade. This means that new 6th grade students make up approximately 50 to 63% of the 6th grade class each year, as we grow from approximately 50 students in 5th grade to more than 100 in 6th grade. During pre-pandemic years, this group generally scored around or better than our returning students in diagnostic testing when they joined our community. But over time, this has shifted and the gap has been widening. This past year, 65% of new 6th grade students were at least 2 grade levels behind, whereas only 33% of our returning students were at that same level. We've also seen a significant increase in our students who are English language learners, multilingual learners, compared to the 2017-18 school year. From 2007-18 to 22-23, the middle school experienced a 160% increase in our MLL learners, from 54 students to 141 in one class. And the level of English proficiency among these learners has also changed, with a higher number of students at lower proficiency levels on Access. Now, it's really important, and in preparing for this, we want to make sure you all hear from us that we deeply value and welcome every new student to come to E.L. Haynes. And who comes is we're proud to serve. And we've had to shift how we serve our students and families to address these changing demographics and academic needs. And we've made significant investments in our academic model, and we're starting to see growth. And as you heard a few minutes ago, we've also shifted our grade configuration, retaining our 5th grade at our elementary school in order to focus more closely on the needs of our 6th through 8th grade community. Our interventions are working, and we still have a lot of work to do. From the data we reviewed last year and what we're looking at this year, we know that our investments and our interventions are yielding growth, and we are confident that our park performance will improve moving forward as well. We will stay the course and continue our significant investments in our students to ensure our students thrive. With the remainder of our introductory remarks, I want to respectfully disagree with the condition that PCSB staff recommended for our middle school and ask the board to vote to continue our charter without the proposed condition. The report provides, and what we heard from Gina, is the report provides 2 reasons for the proposed condition for our middle school. First, the outcomes for our middle school. According to the report, the middle school substantially met its goals according to the transitional goal policy. If you have it in front of you, it's on page 19. The difference between E.L. Haynes meeting or substantially meeting a transitional goals pathway comes down to one metric, and less than 0.5%. For pathway B, E.L. Haynes Middle School demonstrated improvement in park proficiency in math, in-seat attendance, and re-enrollment. In one metric, park proficiency in ELA, E.L. Haynes Middle School saw a small decline from 23.7% to 23.3%, which is the equivalent of approximately 2 students. To put this even more directly, if 2 additional students had scored proficient on the 22-23 PARCC exam, E.L. Haynes Middle School would have demonstrated improvement in all 4 transitional goals for Pathway B. The middle school substantially met its goals. As we've shared previously in our reflections, we are fully aware of our middle school students' performance and have taken and will continue to take actions to improve learning outcomes for every middle school student. From our research, we also want to highlight the potential lack of consistency for when schools receive conditions. In our review of previous schools' reports, receiving substantially met or even partially met does not always or usually lead to a condition for the school. The second reason included in the report for the middle school's proposed condition is the school's performance on our QSR from 22 to 23. We want to highlight that, that our middle school QSR improved from the previous QSR 5 years ago. In reviewing the middle school QSR results compared to pre-K-8 schools, the middle school results are significantly below the average for schools in that grade band. However, when compared to only other middle schools, the middle school is only slightly below other middle schools in one domain and above or ahead of the other middle schools in the other domain. Before closing, we also want to note that we do not believe the condition itself will lead to improved student outcomes. We believe the steps we've already taken and will continue to take will lead to improved student learning outcomes over time. And the PCSB, you all will see that reflected in future accountability measures. We also think the impact of a condition like this could result in shifts to our instructional program to better align with the Danielson framework, and do not believe this is the intent of the condition or the QSR review process. I deeply believe in accountability, and we regularly look at, review, and adjust based on data, annually and throughout the year. I also deeply believe we need to continue to focus on and invest in our middle school to improve student learning outcomes. Neither of these is served by this condition. I ask again that the board remove this condition when you vote to continue our charter for the next 5 years. And I want to close by publicly thanking our families who continue to choose E.L. Haynes for their students, our staff for their work in supporting our students and families, and for our students who make E.L. Haynes such a special place every day, and especially today on a day where we all enjoyed seeing such a historic event with the partial eclipse that took place this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary, and thank you the entire E.L. Haynes team that has stuck with us through to tonight, almost tomorrow. Just want to acknowledge the truth and speak my truth. I'd like to, in board members, we may have some opportunities for questions here. And Gina, you're still here for us to ask you some questions as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Do you want to go ahead?
So first, congratulations, E.L. Haynes, to getting to this point. 20 years is no easy feat in this sector, in this game, and in this work, particularly post-pandemic. So I just want to shout you all out for that and just say thank you for the work that you've been doing and continue to do. I really want to probably talk to Gina as well as hearing from Hillary, but really want to talk to Gina about this particular condition and how and why you see why this has been recommended given one, what the data is saying here in the report and what Hillary has shared in terms of having substantially met its goal in that small procedure, and how you see a condition such as an annual QSR as improving student outcomes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. When we, as you know, when we review schools and make high stakes decisions, we look at kind of the holistic evidence in front of us about each school's performance. And as I mentioned earlier, some key academic indicators do suggest that just the middle school campus in this case is underperforming. As I stated, the ELA and math proficiency rates are below the state averages by 6.8 and 8 percentage points. And we do have multiple pathways to demonstrate academic goal attainment. And our process is to go through each pathway in order. In this case, there were 3 pathways applicable to the middle school campus. The transitional goals pathway, the growth pathway, and then the OSSE accountability framework. And normally when we do see partial or substantially met designation, we will continue to go through all the pathways in order to seek a fully met designation. In this case, we went through all the pathways. We did not find fully met, so we defaulted to the substantially met transitional goals pathway. And of note, we examined the OSSE accountability framework, as I mentioned, which is, as we know, used to assess academic performance of all DC schools. E.L. Haynes Middle School campus earned just a 34.5% on that framework, which was below our 40% target score. So we looked also at our qualitative site review results, as I mentioned, looking holistically at the evidence around school performance. And the qualitative site review results that I mentioned in my introduction earlier were substantially lower than the average, and it was a PK through 8 average rather than just a middle school average. So I'd like to address that piece as well, and speak to some consistency in our decision making, in the board's decision making across schools. We have previously issued conditions involving additional qualitative site reviews to schools. First of all, I'll speak to one condition we've issued to a school that did meet its goals. And then I'll speak to more recent years where the goals, where like especially last year, we weren't making goals determinations. So first I'll speak to a condition that PCSB issued in 2015 to an elementary school. The elementary school had concerning qualitative site review, or QSR, we call it QSR performance. At the time of the condition, the school had 5 individually negotiated charter goals, and they met 2 of them, substantially met 2, and then partially met 1. So they technically met their goals, but the board felt that the QSR performance was concerning enough to issue additional QSRs. And then in more recent years, one time in 2019 and another time in 2023, the board issued QSR conditions to 2 different LEAs. One of them had a single middle school campus, and the other had 2 campuses, which were middle and high school. So here we are talking about, we're no longer talking about the broad PK through 8, but we really are talking about comparable schools in this case. And E.L. Haynes Middle School's QSR performance is right on par with those 3 campuses, 2 LEAs, which we recently conditioned in terms of the percentage of classrooms rated proficient or advanced in each QSR domain. And so specifically, when we compare these 3 campuses with the E.L. Haynes Middle, in the classroom environment domain, E.L. Haynes Middle School campus had a lower percentage of classrooms rated proficient or advanced compared to 2 out of those 3 campuses. And then when you look at the third campus, E.L. Haynes outperformed it by 0.7 percentage points. And in the instruction domain, E.L. Haynes campus had a lower percentage of classrooms proficient or advanced compared to one of those recently conditioned campuses, very similar percentage to the second one, slightly outperforming that one, and a higher percentage than the third campus. And I will say that the third campus was the lowest score that we've ever seen on a QSR, so it was an outlier. So, excuse me. And so, as you can see, E.L. Haynes Middle School did perform right on par with those recently conditioned schools.
Thank you for that. So 2 things come up for me. I remember at least the last one, if I'm not mistaken, that school had not met its goals in addition to the QSR.
That's correct. One of the recently conditioned ones had not met its goals, and the other one, we did not make a goal determination because it was last year.
Okay. So I guess my question to you or to staff would be, given what the school has shared, particularly the reconfiguration that they're seeking to do for next year, and I don't know in terms of having pulled data, comparing it to prior, just 6 through 8 schools, and that's the schools. I don't know if that to be the case. The data that they've shared in terms of how they're thinking differently around criteria for middle school next year, the increase in EML and all of those things, are those things that we took into consideration? And I don't think you answered my question about how a QSR improves student outcomes.
First, I can address the question about how QSR can improve student outcomes. QSR, well, I'll talk about some evidence we have that additional QSR observations have been associated with improved QSR performance, which we consider to be growth in the instruction and classroom environment domains. We have had 2 LEAs that each underwent 4 to 5 QSRs over a 5-year time frame recently, and a third LEA that underwent 3 QSRs in a 6-year time frame. So normally we would only do 1 in a 5-year time frame. So these are extra QSRs. And each of these campuses demonstrated steady improvement over time in both the classroom environment and instruction domains. And I can give specific examples if you're interested, but that's the broad picture. I'm sorry, I forgot the second part of your question. Oh, it just came back to me. Another piece about why we think it will be helpful is that part of the QSRs, so our team uses the Danielson framework for teaching, which is like a rubric, and it provides very detailed feedback on which areas of classroom environment and instruction that the school performed well on and that the school can work on. And so this framework has been widely used. It's currently, or it has been used in 49 states, 10 of the largest school districts in the US, 15 additional countries, 31 states have adopted it like as a formal framework for teacher evaluation. So it has been broadly understood to be helpful for developing teachers. We do feel, from our perspective, we feel that it could be supportive for school leaders to understand their own strengths and weaknesses.
I remember my other part was around, did we take in consideration the reconfiguration that they're proposing to do in terms of 6 through 8, and whether or not the fact shared by the school leader that if you just isolated their 6th through 8th in terms of their QSR, I don't know if this is a conversation that you actually have with the LEA around those pieces. But I'm just trying to give weight to what they're saying. Because I don't take for granted a condition on a school, and want to make sure that the conditions we put actually result in student outcomes and not just the school getting better at performing at a QSR.
Yeah, absolutely. We did not, for the purpose of this review, we did not take the reconfiguration into consideration because that wouldn't be consistent with how we look at a 5-year period, a historical 5-year period.
So one question that I do have, Gina, with respect to this conditions, were there any other conditions we could have considered to support a school? Again, from everything that I've seen, the school has either substantially met or, what's the word? Met. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's 11 o'clock, y'all. Y'all bear with me. But it's almost 12 o'clock. Even better. Okay, so they met it. They either substantially met it. What other conditions did we consider with respect to with the school? Because I do agree the data. The data is rough in middle school. The data is rough, period, in middle school across the city. But particular, I was troubled by what I saw. But again, this isn't a school that's failing across the board. So, what other conditions did we consider?
You're right. This is not a school that's failing across the board, which is why we only would consider the QSR condition for the middle school campus. As far as other conditions, we really did not consider other conditions in this case, and that's because the QSR performance was really where our main concern was in the context of the underperformance in their outcomes.
Okay, that's helpful. And so then I echo the same sentiment as board member Wright. For me, as a board member, I'm looking at student performance, right? QSR, and I know Charlotte and all that. I'm real familiar. That's important, and it does indicate, instructional performance, etc. But at the end of the day, what I would want to see on the the end of year assessment, I would want to see growth, academic growth from the middle school, not proficiency in the QSR, because you can get more proficient in the QSR and the kids still don't grow. I have a problem with that. My interest is to see the growth. My interest is to understand how Hillary and her team are really rethinking what you're doing in that middle school to really bring about the results that those children deserve. So yes, and now thank you. I'm gonna boomerang. I'm curious to hear from you, Hillary, and your team. Like, how are you all thinking about growing the student performance?
Yeah, I mean, I think I really appreciate the questions and the additional questions for us. And we're all here. Ricky and I and our board chair, Lisa Carlton, are here. We today actually participated in instructional rounds in each of our campuses, and we are constantly looking at what our students need. Teachers are like, we have the reconfiguration's a part of it. We've shifted to a full co-teaching model in our core content areas in the middle school as well. And we are regularly looking at different groups, different interventions, finding the best teachers and staff to join our community when there are vacancies. I think the alignment across our pre-K-12 community is strong and important. And I think what I wanted to highlight, I think I was before you and have had conversations with you all years ago about the performance of our high school, and look where it is now. So I'm asking that you also trust our track record and the work we do when our student population changes, when we receive data that shows our students aren't getting what they need, that we make the decisions we need to improve what the student learning experience at a particular campus or grade level or class.
So to be clear, Hillary, you're saying the some of the changes that you all have implemented, moving to a co-teaching model in the middle school, correct? Moving your 5th grade back to elementary, and then you said something about instructional rounds. Is that part of the strategy?
Yeah, Ricky, do you want to talk about that? Yeah.
So as part of a process, I'm sorry. Okay. As part of a process that's very similar to QSR, we utilize not only our academic priorities, but we utilize our own rubric, teaching and coaching rubric, which is an adaptation of TNTP's rubric. And we look at our domains around everything from classroom environment, just like Danielson does, to academic ownership, demonstration of learning, and essential content. And so we go into classrooms and we evaluate where our teachers are in alignment to our own rubric so that our coaches can provide feedback into that. We also, as part of our own instructional rounds process, look at and review student work based on a number of rubrics. This time we've chosen the same rubric that's used for the QSR so that we can make sure that there is similarity between what we've been evaluated against with the QSR and what we're noticing and looking at. We provide instructional rounds for all 3 of our campuses at least 3 times a year and use that evidence to drive some of the changes that we've supported in the middle school. Not only a co-teaching model, deep support around co-teaching strategies using renowned professional developers like Marilyn Friend. We've really invested in strategies, including PSYOP strategies, to support our middle MLL learners. We've invested in co-teaching models around MLL and ELA and social studies. We're currently making investments to ensure that our core content classes are longer so that there's more opportunity for small group instruction. We've made huge investments in interventions in ELA and math and What I Need blocks so that all students get opportunities in small groups to get deeper learning in ELA and mathematics, and that our students who need more Tier 2 interventions receive those supports as well. We have also adopted restorative practices just to support our school culture. We've made deep investments in developmental designs to ensure that there's a framework for teachers to begin to think about classroom culture and what that means as being part of a community. And we talked about our house structure, and we've seen major improvements around suspension and improved attendance. So kids are in school more and longer and more meaningfully, and they've And we've invested in our culture to make sure that kids enjoy coming to school so we get better outcomes when they're there.
And
Yeah,
the Shakura, the one thing, in addition to what Ricky's describing, like we didn't wait till we got the 20-year review report. Many of these changes and shifts started happening for this current school year because we were seeing the same data that you outlined in the report. Our middle school leadership team was looking at the same information. So a lot of the shifts that we're describing already are in place. And the one that's the biggest one that is taking place next year is we're going to shift the schedule to be more of a block schedule to have more time each day for some of the core content classrooms while not compromising the experience of the additional electives and joyful experiences, the advisory that connects students to the school outside of and together with academics.
Thank you. Two more questions and I'm done. The first one is around the instructional rounds. You mentioned that for your schools, you typically do 3 times a year. What is the plan for the middle school, given how much it needs? Is that what, did I mishear that? You typically do 3 times a year for the instructional round per school?
Sorry, I think we had our mic issues off. Did you guys just hear me?
No.
Okay, that was a little technical difficulty. Can you hear me now? You can.
Yes.
Okay, we do instructional rounds 3 times a year. That's what we were doing that last year. And the point I was trying to make that you couldn't hear was that a lot of the things that Ricky just described for you all already, we didn't wait for the 20-year review report to start.
No, we heard that. My question was
Okay.
around, you all stated that you do 3 instructional rounds a year per school. Are there any plans to increase the frequency of doing the rounds in the middle school as a part? I'm just curious.
Yeah. I'm sorry. No, I don't think so. I think that 3 instructional rounds, they're pretty rigorous. They're day-long events, and we would love to spend time not only reviewing rounds, engaging in rounds, but then creating action plans around them and then supporting that work in a 6 to 8 week cycle, which means we conduct them about 3 times a year as a school. We continue to have classroom walkthroughs as part of that experience. But the rounds process, for example, we engaged in them today, is really us mixing up the leaders in all 3 campuses and really investigating and reviewing instruction. We started them last year. We actually started some of them during the pandemic online, which was interesting. And we also started work sample reviews as part of that process as well. I don't think that we yield a better result by having them more often, but definitely increasing the quality of classroom observations in between cycles to make sure we're staying focused is part of our strategy.
Thank you. And my last question to the board member, given all that's been going on with the middle school, how are you all engaging? What has shifted with respect to your conversation on the board with regard to really dealing with this issue? How are y'all engaged, and what has shifted with respect to how you all are governing or working on the board around this issue?
I'm making sure I heard you right. I feel like the engagement hasn't changed. If anything, it has increased around getting feedback from the community on what's working in school. I feel like the frequency of those communications is less. Just so that you know who I am, I'm the board chair, but I was a parent at the school for 13 years. So my twin children started in kindergarten and they were at the middle school. And I remember having a lot of angst as a parent. I wasn't on the board at the time, I don't think, about the middle school. But I do feel like now that I'm part of the board, I have seen incremental improvements over the years. In terms of what's changed, I have to defer to these lovely ladies in the room with me, in the virtual room, who know way much more about what is happening day to day with the instruction.
Yep, I'd like to clarify. So what I've heard from Hillary, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. I apologize.
Lisa.
No, not, I know, Lisa.
Mine is Ricky.
Oh, Ricky.
Ricky, okay, very good, thank you. So, no, I understand that they would know sort of the day-to-day, what's happening on the ground. My question is specifically around the conversations with amongst the board, right? This is your charter, and a particular portion of your charter is just not doing well across the board. Like, I'm curious, what are the conversations like at the board level regarding the performance of the middle school? How are you all thinking about it? How are you all supporting Hillary and her team, and providing accountability, and helping figure out resources if necessary to support them? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, I think I understand. I think the board in general is concerned. We have conversations about the school as a whole, and the middle school has been the focus of conversations at the whole board, and particularly at the school performance committee, which I attend periodically. There are celebrations of growth, but also it's always caveated with, this is nice to see this growth, and we still have a lot of work to do. So that's basically my perspective on how those conversations are continuing.
Okay, thank you.
Gina, quick question, clarification. Have we given conditions to schools that have met or substantially met all its goals?
Yes, the example I gave earlier was a QSR condition, which, I'm scrolling up to find it. It was an elementary school that had 5 individually negotiated charter goals. It met 2 of them, substantially met 2, and then partially met the 5th. But the QSR performance was significantly below average in both domains, and we gave a QSR condition in that case.
Okay, so I get that, but we have not, in this case, 2 campuses met it outright. And for the other one, it was just it was substantially met, not even partially met. It was substantially met. Okay, all right.
Gina, I have a couple questions just to make sure I understand the QSR process itself, and then how the QSR process informs improved proficiency. So this particular school already had a QSR, right? You mentioned that.
Right. We always conduct the QSR the school year before the review. So we conducted one in the 22-23 school year.
Okay. And the results from that QSR, and I don't want to botch the nomenclature, but the results from that QSR were not satisfactory.
That's correct. That's the QSR that I've been speaking about.
Okay. And so then the recommendation here is to essentially continue on with the QSR process, is essentially what you're saying, right? I mean, aha, that's what I was missing. Okay, so then basically what would happen is they would undergo this review process every year for the next 5 years. Unless they improve for a 2-year consecutive period.
That's correct. And it would just be the qualitative site review. So we would, basically our site review team would conduct classroom observations annually for the next 5 years, when our norm would be that we would wait until the year before their next review. We would just conduct one set of observations.
I got it.
Yeah.
Now, how do the results from QSR inform proficiency?
That's a good question. I will speak to it a little bit, and then if Melody has additional things to add. So the QSR basically is our best snapshot of what is actually happening at a school or a campus. As many of you in the room are familiar, we use the Danielson framework for teaching, as I mentioned, and it is a widely used framework that is broadly understood to be measuring strong instructional practices in classrooms. And so it measures things like in the classroom environment domain, this framework indicates the extent to which the teacher creates an environment of respect, establishes a culture for learning, manages classroom procedures, and manages student behavior. And in the instruction domain, the framework indicates the extent to which teachers are clearly communicating, learning expectations and academic content, using questioning and discussion techniques, engaging students in learning, and using assessments to measure progress. So it really is giving us a snapshot of if these, the extent to which these strong instructional practices are in place. And it gives the school, like there's a rubric that's fairly detailed, and it will give the school an idea of which practices are strong and which are not, and can give them an idea of where to focus their efforts and what to work on.
So historically, and I will say that it has been a very long time, but since we've done a correlation sort of analysis between specifically the PMF and QSR results, but we did see a positive relationship such that when schools performed well on the QSR, they typically performed well on the PMF. So it's been a very long time since we've done that analysis, and I don't know that it was ever something that we published, but rather something that we did internally as staff. And there's, of course, always opportunity for us to do that analysis, particularly once we transition to Aspire and with more up-to-date PARC or DC CAPE outcomes.
But the idea is that an improved QSR, or theoretically we'll say that we impose this condition and the school, let's just say the greatest thing happens and that they do have 2 consecutive improved QSRs, right? Because that would alleviate the burden of having to do the QSR continually. So if that happens, in theory, what we're saying is that improved QSR should also improve their proficiency rates. That's the idea.
We see this as a learning tool for LEAs. It also provides us with information of school quality. I think that it's significant that back in 2017, the last time the school underwent a QSR, the middle school also didn't show up as well as the other 2 campuses in the portfolio did.
Okay.
And in fact, the instruction domain was a 41% in 2017. It jumped up to 47.6, but that is still well under the average that we have seen from comparable campuses. It's also under our QSR protocol lays out instances in which a school, we recommend that they appeal their QSR outcomes to us. And that is I believe, under 50 for each domain. So in this case, the school didn't reach under 50 for each domain, but it certainly did in the instruction domain. And we want to see better performance in that domain.
In that domain, I understand.
With respect, could I share one thing? I think I want to make sure I echo a point I made in the presentation, which is that our QSR at the middle school improved this past year from the previous 5 years ago, while the outcomes went down. So I'd actually just like to point out that for us, this is not true for Haynes. And so it's just another reason why we are deeply committed to student learning outcomes, and we do not believe, one, I don't believe this condition is warranted, because I don't believe that we met the standard for needing a condition. And 2, I do not believe this condition will lead to what we all want for our middle school students.
And I just want to, I know we need to vote. I just want to underscore exactly what Hillary just said. There are cases where school, and I'm always going to put on my former school leader hat, where a school can outperform on a QSR and their proficiency rates not increase, and vice versa, where they can do poorly on a QSR and perform well on the test, right? Because I want us to just be very careful when we think about setting precedent around conditions for school performance, particularly, and as this school has met or substantially met its goals. So I am just confused why we're even having this conversation about this LEA. Like, aside from it being 20, I just don't understand why we're having this. I understand the concern in QSR. I don't want to take away from that. And as a LEA, you should be concerned about what's happening in your classroom at any given point in time. Also recognizing it is a point in time, but you should be concerned about it, and you should be dealing with your middle school. It sounds like you recognize it. You've had a changing demographic. Things have moved. We don't make excuses because, as you said, Hillary, who comes to your school comes to your school. We're a public school, so we're open. But I do think our bar around conditions, particularly conditions when we're also rolling out a framework and the school has shared with us very clear plans around what they're doing, I really struggle with, particularly with the condition. Now, if it said you had 27.3% on park and next year you need to, as someone who receives such a condition, 27 to 33 to 42 to 47, I will never forget those numbers in my life, right? That kind of stuff, like there is a direct correlation to proficiency and outcomes. I just don't know that I believe that this is the path that we need to take and that we need to do to get what it is we're trying to get, particularly for a school or LEA in this time, because I'm sure if we also pulled other math scores, which we don't really have to just look at the city's oversight, right? Like the city as a whole, like we've got a lot of work to do. But I struggle with the thought of a school that has met or substantially met, not met and partially met, not met and did not meet, but met and substantially met its goals, that we're having this conversation.
Yeah, I have a slightly different question for the E.L. Haynes team. And I really appreciate this robust discussion here. Really, who in the country is having this level of robust discussion about student learning outcomes and growth? ADC. Yeah. Yeah. So my question is, Hillary, you mentioned that that there's like a unique set of needs that this cohort of middle school students have, and the leadership have sought to shift approaches to be able to meet those needs. Soon enough, this cohort of students will be in high school. These high school results have been really promising, and it's exciting to hear. It sounds like there's results from before I was on the board that looked different, and so you're really proud of this kind of change. So anticipating that this group of students will continue to have unique sets of needs in high school, how are you looking ahead to that? Based on what you've learned to meet their needs now, seek to meet their needs as middle school students, given a high school that has been working so far for the students that you've had?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. A couple things. One, I want to also echo that it's not that our students in our middle school aren't growing. It's that because so many of them in this unique dynamic that started a few years ago are coming in so far behind, they're not getting all the way to the level of proficiency yet. But we are seeing that from 6th to 8th grade, from 7th to 8th, like that they are making real progress. So when they come into the 9th grade class, they're not three grade levels behind anymore. They're closer to the grade level expectations in 8th grade, even if they haven't yet met the proficiency standard, at least the ones who are in 8th grade right now. Again, we're also still talking about results from last year, and we believe the improvements and the shifts we've started to make this year are already yielding stronger results. As we're seeing in iReady, as we're seeing in our ANET assessments, we are looking at these data all of the time. And I do believe that the high school, because of the work that they've been doing, will be ready to receive them, and will adjust, we'll add investments there if we need it, and if those needs are still as strong when they get to that point in our community.
I'll also say that this year's 9th grade, for example, has seen growth when 83% of the middle school 8th graders have come over to the 9th grade this year. So we've been able to begin to close those gaps, so much so that our MAP data for math is strong, and so is our benchmark and interim assessment data stronger than ever in our 9th grade ELA and math classes with those students who are matriculating from the middle school. So the investments that we're making in the high school, the amount of time that these students have spent in the middle school to close that gap is yielding some of the benefits that we're currently seeing in our 9th grade model.
Hillary, I have two questions that you may have just answered. If you pulled out the 6th grade proficiency scores and looked just at 7th and 8th grade, what would the numbers look like? I'm trying to correct for this phenomenon that you said that people come into 6th grade so far behind.
Yeah, I think that what I also want to note is that the change in the population was over 5 years. So it actually wasn't just like from 1 year to the next that it went from that I don't have it in front of me, but that 160% increase was not from 1 year to the next. So we actually saw this starting to happen a little bit every year over the last 5 years. And so I can't answer your question without like spending a bunch of time getting back into the park data, and I don't want to misspeak. But I do think, I do think that the things we are looking at all the time are where is every student, how far behind are they, and what do they need? So that hasn't changed. I mean, literally, we added more teachers to the middle school this year so that they could have teachers to do interventions, so that there were full co-teaching models, and we make those investments in real time when we can. And that was already in response to the outcomes we were seeing last year.
Thank you. My second question, you've acknowledged that you have progress to make on the middle school, and you and Ricky have described a number of things that you have already instituted. You made the point that you didn't await the results of the 20-year report before beginning to do things. When did you initiate all of these measures that the two of you have discussed, before, during, or after the 22-23 school year that yielded the performance that caused the staff to recommend a condition? Is this relatively recent, or was it something that was were these things already in place before the 22-23 school year?
I mean, remember when we get the 2022-23 park results, it's, summer of 2023. So before the 20-year review report, but after we made a lot of decisions about the model and the shifts for the year. So what I'll say is that over the course of it was not new to us in 2022-23. We saw our middle school students have a harder time returning to school and making progress returning to school post-pandemic, especially. And so we had already started to see some challenges, work with our teams, work with our teachers to figure out what our students needed. Over the course of the 22-23 school year, we were seeing, okay, middle school students aren't growing as much this school year. We saw that quarterly through interim assessments. We saw that through iReady, through the growth tool and support that we get from that program. And the park results weren't a surprise to us because we had been seeing that our students were struggling to make as much progress last year. And so I would say to you, Jim, that when we made those investments, it's through the budget process that happened last spring because we were already seeing it and we knew we needed to do more than what we had been doing. And so that journey started then and is continuing with shifts we're making for the 24-25 school year as well.
Thank you. I have great respect for the work of the staff and understand the reasons for their recommendation here, but I'm persuaded by the presentation that you've made, Hillary, and by the points that Chantel has made, that this isn't an appropriate situation for a condition. Thank you.
So Gina or Melody, I would ask you, given that our goal is to create learning opportunities for both the LEA as well as us as staff to see what's going on, are there other things that we might be able to do around supporting the school or giving the board insight other than a condition for a school that has met or substantially met its goals?
So in similar scenarios, we have, instead of recommending a condition like this, we have incorporated language in the review report in the QSR section stating that PCSB staff would do additional QSR visitations over the next 5-year period, but instead of that being a condition that would happen annually, it would be more like doing 2 rounds of QSR visits at the LEA. And we would need to decide what that right cadence would be. We would stick to doing 1 set of QSR observations the year before the review, but likely another round, perhaps not next school year, but the year after. That's language that we put in a review report probably for the first time last school year. And as you will see in some draft reports for the remainder of this review and renewal cycle, you will see that language incorporated in another report.
I would like to learn. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. In addition to that, I'm also curious, is there opportunity to have more robust conversation about the progress? So we're hearing a lot of great interventions that the schools are deciding to put. I want to know how it's going before we get to a QSR, because again, I'm looking at student outcomes. Is there something that can be done to sit down and have a check-in or board to board? I don't know, one of those things, where we look at how have these interventions gone? How is it translated to student performance? What pivots are you having, et cetera? I'm curious about that.
That's absolutely a possibility. And in fact, I am curious to know what is it that EL Haynes school leaders are seeing when they're doing instructional rounds, and how does that compare to the findings for our QSR?
Yeah, I'm curious.
I would love to see if there's some overlap, and would love to understand how you are making adjustments in response to what you're seeing when you do your observations. So I would welcome the opportunity to engage in that way.
Well, if I could, Madam Chair, before we hit to midnight, I would like to make a motion.
Before we do that, we have our esteemed other board member is back on. And I wanted to make sure he had an opportunity to ask questions or offer any comments. Nick? I didn't give you a heads up that I was going to call you out, but.
Yes, no, it's okay. It's all right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Crucy. Hello, everybody, and sorry that I'm far away and not on video today. But you know, I am struggling with this one, and I'm going to say why, and you can go ahead and comment on that if you'd like, team members. And obviously, I have a great deal of respect for your work and what you do. I understand this case is a really close call. I do feel that it's important that we apply our standards fairly and consistently across all the schools that come before us with these cases. You know, as I understand it, there are multiple pathways, more than there have been in recent memory, for schools to meet their goals under our current policy. And when a campus of a school doesn't meet any of those pathways, I have trouble overlooking that, even in the midst of a context of really strong performance. And it is undoubted, team, that the performance in many domains is strong. I don't want to take away from any of that. I also know you pointed out a few shifts in the data might have changed the outcome, but we set the standard for a reason, right? And we have in fact applied conditions to other schools with evidence like this. Just over a year ago, we applied a condition to a school, and there was a pretty robust debate. And I would hate to think that we are treating different schools differently. So that's one thing I'm struggling with. I think for me, an academic condition of some kind, while giving a vote of confidence through continuance of the charter overall, it feels to me like it's appropriate and proportionate. I would be open to the condition being different than the QSR condition if we really have a strong feeling about that. I will say this on the QSR, it is the instrument we use. We either believe in it or we don't. And if we think we should change the instrument that we use to give us leading indicator evidence for proficiency, if we don't think the QSR is a good tool to help inform learning and improvement that leads to student outcomes, we should totally have that debate, but we probably shouldn't have it in the context of a specific decision in front of us about a specific school that we have to treat fairly and consistently vis-a-vis all other schools. I will say this, regardless of where we land tonight, we are voting to continue the charter, right? None of what I've said takes away from the strong work and the strong performance of the team at the school and the work you all have done. I think the most important message is, in fact, the continuance of the charter, condition or no. And so that's kind of where my head's at right now.
So Nick, I actually do want to respond to you because I actually don't think it's the same. One, in our cases, the case that we did last year, because we were on the board at the same time, had not met its goals when we issued the condition. So it is not the same. And even in the case that was just shared with us from staff, that school met its goal on two. They had individually negotiated goals, which is also different than adopting the PMF, even though with transitional goals, I get it. But they had substantially met two and partially only met one, or partially met two. It was not the same. So I don't agree with that. I also don't know that I have heard either as a board member or as a school leader where QSR was an indicator of proficiency. It was an indicator of what was happening in the schools and what was in terms of environment at a point in time, but that I've never, as a school leader nor as a board member, heard that the QSR is an indicator. I've heard of what Melody shared in terms of some correlation that has been done. But again, I think that correlation did not directly question the tool in terms or give a direct line of sight to say that because of the use of this tool, student outcomes have increased or proficiency has improved. So I think we'll just have to agree to disagree, but I did want to make sure, as you were reflecting the record, it was not the same case as a school where they had 4 goals, adopted PMF. They met 2 of them outright for their campus, and the other substantially met 3 out of 4.
I do want to correct the record because the instance that we are referring to from last school year was a case in which we were not making any goal determinations whatsoever. So it was a matter of, yes, looking at underperformance.
Then still not equivalent, because there was no
Sure, the
goal. And that
circumstances
was
are
the
absolutely
only way that we
yes.
were assessing that school was through the QSR. There's not the equivalent through, if you weren't looking at their goals for that particular
Right.
LEA, there wasn't the equivalent, and
This
we know what
different
was-
circumstances.
Yes.
But I just wanted to make sure that we were clear about that.
Okay, thank you.
In a moment, I'm going to invite a motion, but I want to offer that I have found that tonight's conversation to be compelling as well. I have struggled with this one for a couple of days. I've had a number of conversations. Staff were really generous to respond to emails over the weekend.